moved off the Yoru on bind, just unfortunately exactly aligned with when he could have gone up against Martin, as we were thinking later on into the pool.
The roles might get funky. I mean, the rate's playing all sorts. Yeah. Into the initiators.
But here we go. KC with rifles back online, and Sentinels with a great buy themselves. Second picks up the judge. He was talking about how much he was playing that on Split during his rank games since being in Madrid.
That was advice he gave me in Korea. He was like, if you're losing your rank games, just force the judge.
Well, we'll see how it works for him.
Getting in their faces. It was definitely working out the other day in their match versus Heretics. Trailblazer straight in the middle, up the gut, through the side. Prowler knifed. Second, he's set up for success, and even more. He's deep now. Fox in the pen. Looks like he wanted to try and overextend, but now here we go, an attempt to try and reclear into mid. Trip, Broken John might be in some trouble, has to call for some backup and reinforcements. Fights happening all over the bloody place, yet still the movement is clean. Satchel there, Trip in his face, and the rate still wins that one out, but the side has been fully taken. Territory now for Sen. Chemical forced to slow it down now, side by side. Narrate and Shin going to be holding hands through this one, but they've got a lot to chew through.
Hello, what's up? I am sorry, guys. Sorry.
Very difficult for the post-minders to deal with. Celsius goes for a peek early on, trying to play Zekken in.
It's a bit of that information, yet close to Raptors, close to the corner. Narrate plucks him out. Now brings it to the 2v2 with an 8 rebounding. Do they know? Did he expect it towards New Box? Half clearance. Celsius just a one-and-done Shin. That is nasty.
Shin अकेले निकाल गया.
Nasty business, man. That's a 2v3, and you can start to see it. The signs are live here for Karmik Core.
Yeah, that's a great work from both Shin and Narrate. But at the same time, a very expensive bonus round. Look at the economical difference here. Sen have so much more money to be able to work with. KC on the verge of not even being able to buy in this round. Great awareness though, really well cleared. All of these different angles. Very fast from Shin, clearing out these two final players to trade Narrate.
Clutch.
So it's a big round and Magnum gets on his feet early. But things do not get any easier. Like I said, the economy is in a really rough spot right now for KC. They're coming into this next round with 2 Bulldogs and a Stinger.
Money is odd.
Stinger or 2 Bulldog आई है.
4 position has the gate crash. Just to back out in case it's necessary. Sentinels opting for a much slower beginning. A bit of spam exchanged. Led Halen down on either side.
KC's retakes
इतना ज़्यादा deep smoke
look amazing on the split retakes, but Sentinels will try and force the fights before that's even
clear out करने के लिए जो util लग रही है वो अलग level पे लग रही है.
Straight past each other, Zekken is already way further ahead.
Hey, Zukia bhai.
It's just so good the way that he breaks the Prowlers whilst continuing to scale, whilst continuing to move forwards. He's done it with the knife and the movement with the Phantom there. It just ruins what KC are going for.
Ability off the charts. Tomasi feeling the heat, turned up, sent out the paranoia, but now backs away. Trying to play for the life. Giving up heavy control, but maybe I'll be able to just pick him apart from the side here. Is he going to get lucky with a few straight bullets? Not quite. Sassy. Minor bruises, basically. It's going to be that plant down.
Plant
now
happened.
Up and kicking. Martin.
Flash. Okay. एक मारा second में अभी भी Zukia bhai.
Not anticipating it. Showstopper now earned.
One, okay, they are not expecting. Okay, they are expecting him. The players are going to save.
Excellent. It shut this retake down before it could even begin. And KC were getting so many of these 4v5 round wins against FPX because FPX would, I mean, to be kind to them, throw it away. And Sen are just not going to do that. If they get up early, they have the discipline and the player strength to be able to close this out. They've been working on that since October. Both of these teams grinding away in separate regions. But I think one of the biggest things that we're seeing here that's allowed Zekken to get the entry both of these times is that he's just disrespecting the Prowlers. He knifed one of the Prowlers, got through and managed to get a kill with the judge. And then this time,
just run straight past him.
Narrate thinks there that the Prowler's got a tag onto somebody, I think, or at least he's putting pressure on someone and giving him space to be able to swing. That is not the case. Zekken was so ready for that. He's 7-1 on a tag side split right now.
Zukia bhai मार रहे आज.
Much like last night as well. I mean, Sentinels.
Martin on Yoru 0-3.
One's out, first one's in. Haven't had much time to prepare for this one, but the form factor playing its part here. All the Sentinels players looking warmed up and ready. B main control. It's going to be the name of the game. So Sentinels are giving it.
Okay.
Free, just the one snake bite in exchange for that one.
and most of this pressure has been coming through mid. This time, Zekken moves his way over towards B main. Tomaji might have gotten a spot there.
Oh, it's going to get explosive. Yep.
Here comes the party. Shoot it. Shoot it, man. Shoot it.
Actually, fantastic.
Fucking shoot.
Close to the corner, Ducks.
He shot. Let's go.
Target, but take it most likely. The nade.
The nade.
Second man is going to build himself up to another
The
one.
hell? What is shooting, man? Bhai hard bots maar rahe kya?
I believe it was with the showstopper, and then also gets a nade kill too.
Unreal. And Sen, easy as it goes, isn't it? Look at that. They can pick and choose the targets. Who wants to earn their ult next? Sassy. Okay, you're up. Keep the war machine chugging.
And that's the big thing, right? Once you start to get momentum like this was only a bit of an anti-eco round. KC still had 3 rifles, if you want to call the Bulldog a rifle as well. But it wasn't a full buy for them. Sen used a big ultimate, but they managed to get another one online too. So this ult cycle is now going to start to push forwards, and things only get more difficult trying to hold off Zekken when he has the Seekers to be able to entry behind too.
It's a vicious cycle.
And this is all before we get to see Sen playing on the defense side, where I think they've also looked spectacular. In fact, might have looked better if you were thinking about how you weigh up their attack versus defense side split.
Yeah, I mean, I would make that argument. Defense side, they have so many different looks on it now.
4-1.
As we've already mentioned, haven't really had time to pick themselves back up after the series of losses. The economy has never really been on it. Look at them working the classics there.
Please, I am really sorry.
Now you're going to see, hopefully, a bit better weaponry. I mean,
Watching eye now.
Rifles, still the Bulldog being kept. Magnum. Of course, we can see this.
Yeah, and
I don't know, man. Chat में कोई active क्यों नहीं रहता मेरे को
Zekken, by the
समझ
way,
नहीं
still
आता.
10-1. Still yet to be punished more than one time. He's dominating.
मेरे को लगता है मेरे को chat के लिए बंदे बिठाने पड़ेंगे कि भाई chat करो.
And Martin and Magnum have been trying to get aggressive in this area. They just haven't found the opportunities.
Attempt to take an early fight there.
मेरे को chat करने के लिए बंदे बिठाने पड़ेंगे कि भाई chat करो.
So they want to fight this.
I think Martin is just looking to catch Zekken as he powers his way up mid, trying to position himself into an unusual spot.
Really close, Trailblazer. Uses the close corner.
Martin!
Stand up there, actually.
round
but still the trades there. Does Martin not have his gate crash? I'm not too sure.
As per one
He did a
sentence
lot of
to it,
damage
man.
to Sassy.
अब ये dream run
So
continue
there has
रखो.
still been damage done there, even though it was a one-for-one trade.
Call is made.
ऐसे ही लग रहा
Push
है.
through is an excellent idea from John Cutie.
Paid
No sentinel
status.
on the other side for KC means that these gaps
But
do
they're paid-
exist.
They're going to be aware of Raspberries, though. Seekers, they should be now. Use the spam down and spray down, so the rate gets both of them.
Are you aware?
4-5 बंदे आते हैं मेरे को नहीं पता बात तो
It seems
करते
like
ही
it.
नहीं है.
Look at that narrate, watching for the avenue as a game of time is, but he is going to be granted one.
Tenzu?
Walked straight into him, should have been a freebie, was not. Shin, he's got so much more to do now. Perfect paranoia, that's 10 setting his team up, but will there be anything to capitalize? It's him himself. He'll the one to follow through, man.
Absolute dismantling so far. In terms of the entry in terms of the lurk play there too. It looked like Narrate had it. His crosshair's in the right place, but I don't think he anticipated the timing being that quick. And this puts an enormous burden onto Magnum and Tomaji.
बहुत है भाई मेरे को नहीं पता like I just don't know मेरी watching 8-8 9-9 चली जाती है पर कभी भी chat में कोई नहीं बोलता है ये समझ नहीं आता भाई आते हैं देखते चले जाते हैं.
Thomas, he does not expect that position, so it's 5-1. Sentinels really looking like just the mid-round calling. The ideas initially off the rip, even when KC seemed to get that minor advantage with the first kill, there's always that instant trade coming out.
No, they are absolutely crushing them right now in every
अब
department.
actually 2-3 चीज और है आधे से ज्यादा लोग पता है क्या करते हैं मेरे को पता है
When one team
like office में बैठे रहेंगे right now
to
office में
experience how the
बैठे
two clash and collide, you don't exactly know which way it's going to go. And when you see it play out like this, you're like, wow, this is spectacular the way the Sen are just handling everything that KC are throwing at them. But I also feel like KC are not actually being able to define the tempo at any point in these rounds.
मैच देख रहा हूँ काम
Maybe
करते करते
this,
मैच
and
देख रहा हूँ
an
तो
eco
chat नहीं
round where they
करूँगा.
can take more risks could be the one.
This is the time to do it. Peek and wide, Shin.
It's
We'll
okay
respect it now.
मतलब एक time आएगा shadow
Shows
भाई.
presence there. So Sen are going to be wanting to
pretty much
reclear B
positive
main just in
right now
case.
जो hard oak के हिसाब से
This
I'm
Astra
pretty much
smoke does
positive
make it a
comment
little
आएगा.
difficult to do that though.
Chat इतना भागेगी ना
Especially when Zelsis has the pit online.
क्या पता भाई उनके बोलने का क्या
Post-plant situation, probably. If things get dangerous, perhaps he could save it for a rifle.
It is going very much crazy.
Caution from Sentinels here.
I am pretty much confident right now. I am pretty much pumped up right now because like ऐसा लग रहा है ना 9 घंटा सुबह stream किया and still I am streaming. मतलब मेरे में जान बची है stream करने की. I can do.
But also that means that there won't be initiator utility with the sight hit.
Narrates running away, no, going back to heaven. Close corner, flash, Martin collects.
That's a great punish, it gives him the kill and
बात तो वही यही चीज है ना, देखो जो दिल से सपोर्ट करते वो आएंगे.
Paranoia going flying to pull on top.
बंदे बैठेंगे.
Cannot get through. In fact, spam down to just single digits of HP. There's 20 seconds left. Narrate's still there with the rocket in his back pocket. It's going to be
Zelsis by entry के लिए ulti खींचे.
14 seconds left. Time becoming an issue.
Shot रे second.
Second, but Narrate 2 for 2 on the way. Carmen Core full control and no more chances here. No more chances.
Nice,
That's the danger when you take it slowly. That abundance of caution that I was talking about.
देखो जब तक मोटिवेशन है ना तब तक काम करो और जब मोटिवेशन खत्म हो जाए ना तो काम करने के लिए मोटिवेशन ढूंढो.
I think the big play. I mean, I can't believe, by the way, that second even in around.
ये जो second kill था.
But yeah, that is the combo.
That was fucking crazy.
So that you can spam into the pit. The Raze ult that comes through, locking up the round. But the Sassy told them exactly what the play was, and that's what they've been missing the entire time. They've never been able to read what's happening, and even if they got the read, Zekken bowled them over.
Kamakor back into it. More than happy with it.
That one way is a little difficult.
Hello. No disrespect from Zekken. It's not for the util.
या तो ऐसा हो सकता है आज notification second वाली stream की गई.
Just one away from getting his ult online.
I think
how passive these positions are from Narrate and Magnum. Really far back in spawn.
सुबह वाली की तो गई थी. इसकी गई.
Team expecting player to walk right past the back wall there. There for it, but Sen have got different ideas. With ramp control game by John QT, he's lurked himself up there, caught that timing. So with that cleared, the rest of his team now regroups and meets him from mid.
Shin is looking very isolated on the A side. Narrate's trying to get into a position where he could help him. Now gets smoked off. That's going to be a danger signal. Alarm bells ringing.
Yep, Ten's ult does this a lot to just try and gather that information.
They're going the other way.
Like what he sees, yeah, going in the opposite direction. Players still ready here to meet them. Close to the corner, Martin.
अरे वैसा ही है ना आप देखो आपका अलग चीज है बाकी पब्लिक आधे से ज्यादा नोटिफिकेशन से आती है.
Pouring into the side of Sentinels. 20 seconds left. Nightfall. Paranoia.
भाई ये क्या बात हुई? हेलो.
Down Carmen Core. Rapidly approaching the position.
ये हेलो.
That is Carmen Core again.
गायब हो गए.
Another lovely round there. Finding out what's going on
भाई.
with that constant control of B main. So this time, Zelsis not deciding to re-clear that area of the map gave KC good info. Now, they could have been miles away from the play. If they decided to commit A there, into Shin and Narrate, who was not, in screens, then that round could have been very successful for Sen. They decided to pivot in the opposite direction and ended up falling straight into that crossfire from Tamaji and Martin. Zekken, ult online though.
अब पता नहीं ये क्या लेकिन इतना वाइंड अप इतना क्लीन राउंड कैसे? धुकिया भाई 8 राउंड में दूसरा अल्टी है.
Had their most success actually by trying to play for the late round information
मार रहे आज.
and the late round picks rather than forcing the fight early on where we saw Narrate and Martin getting punished in those earlier rounds.
It's almost like a stalemate just being drawn initially.
आज बहुत मार रहे. गाइस एक सेकंड. कैम 2 मिनट के लिए ऑफ करना पड़ेगा. कैम थोड़ा गर्म हो गया है. हेलो. रॉकेट कहीं तो गया. ओए भाई स्प्रे ट्रांसफर अच्छा था. स्प्रे ट्रांसफर बहुत अच्छा था. गाइस एक मिनट.
He's got a free walkout into the site, wraps back to the pillar, sees potential connection. Players are weak, and this is an interesting one. It's an unusual one. Neural theft gives them an idea of where these players might be. The positioning's now highlighted, pointed out. 40 seconds left, but they don't have heaven control. No real way to play this one and fight this. Doubled up together. The double swing is called. Zelsis finds 2. Flash through. Martin lucky for that one. Straight bullet just going wide, but it finds the target. An unnecessary one at that with 25 seconds left.
25 seconds. TenZ is going around the world. He's got his knife out trying to make this play happen, but Martin's already read it. They know there's no noise being made here. Someone must be going for a flank. He's missed the angle.
Sassy trying to push the players and pull them away. They're looking the wrong way. Shit up top. Oh my. The minor moments making a difference there. Tiniest of differences.
A comedy or a tragedy, depending on which side of the equation you're on. But that round came down to, as you said, the smallest things. Martin was so aware that a flank was coming through. He just believed that he could spot the head. And then the tap is beautifully timed from Sassy to pull attention away. TenZ had no idea where she was.
No idea.
Just didn't clear after. And now KC have won 3 rounds in a row to get themselves back into this. It looked dominant for Sentinels, but they have lost their grip on this.
Oh, 150 and Saucy
Boy. Here we go, the paranoia play.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift sets it up as well, pings out a multitude of targets. Martin,
too many.
Exited out, yeah.
Far too many for Martin to deal with.
I guess John QT is just playing anti.
That is such a nice play.
Short rate,
Sentinels have destroyed it. A lovely set play from Karmine Corp. Looked fantastic when they ran it
short rate number.
EMEA, but with 3 players there from Martin, bit off a little more than he could chew. And TenZ got the punish. So this does look like now a round where Sentinel should be massively favored. Magnum's positioning is the one that I'm looking at, down mid. Wondering if he could get some kind of flank timing to turn this around. But it does look very much like Sentinel should be favored.
Should be. Right, narrates down already onto the floor. He's caught the back end a second.
And nobody in behind to try to get the trade.
Bhai.
Magnum almost there with it. Nasty, nasty stuff.
So
3
much
players
danger.
Moving, pivoting. 40 seconds left. Making their way over towards mid, but they're making order noise in the world. So Narrate is hot on their heels. He's right behind them. He's making a call for it.
But he can't afford to make noise, so he's got to travel more slowly. And that's allowed Sentinels the timing to be able to get into the site. Surely somebody is going to be watching for this. This is where the Astral could be useful. Not going to be comboed, obviously, with Martins.
It's all about his crossfire setup. First point of contact, close to hell. It's John QT. Boombot will clear him. And actually, feels his position up top. Zelsis takes the fight.
Nice shot, Zelsis.
Trying to distract as well for Shin to get this timing. And now I fear it is simply too late.
He realizes it, not even going for it, despite the money.
आज मतलब आज पता नहीं आज बूस्ट किधर से आया है आज का दिन मतलब मेरे को अच्छा लग रहा है every day it is not like this but yeah today is something
it is gutting though for Karmine Corp when you've been having a lot of success
actually something good
letting the rounds tick down and playing
4:6
kind of late round advantage
7-5 का half in favor of Sentinels एक round और Karmine Corp लेके जाएगा
let's change stuff up and go for an aggressive play at the beginning and that's just Martin not quite realizing that one of the players wasn't caught by the paranoia. Even if they all had been, there might still have been a bit too much there for him to deal with. But EDG is now going to call a timeout. We're headed into a tactical pause for Karmine Corp. Like I said, they tried to adjust the tempo there, but I feel like everything they've been doing in the early round, Sen have had the advantage. But it's so difficult to play patiently and slowly with their composition when you don't have a Cypher or a Killjoy or something like that giving you information.
Yeah. Double duelist, I mean, it necessitates, I think,
from fucking start, Zelsis ये चीज़ कर ही रहा है.
Starved of that mid-round information. You don't have a clue really where players.
ये भैया चश्मा मस्त, अच्छा स्कूल गोइंग चश्मा है.
When the rounds go late, that seems to be where Karmine
भाई का स्कूल गोइंग चश्मा है देखो.
But we are on to our 11th round, and this only the first time out that either of the coaching staffs has taken.
Right.
Yeah. Playing things, you know, trusting their team. Even when they were down 5-1, I believe it was, to begin this. So EDG is now going to have his input.
मैंने देखा है ना देखो आधे से ज़्यादा बंदे C9 से उठा है लोगों ने.
Which is madness, but that shows you how new a lot of these teams are to the big stage here at Madrid. It was a very unusual qualification process. It does feel a little bit like a new era of Valorant, if indeed they can win out against the old guard, of which Sen, frankly, are kind of representing the old guard here. Sassy's,
आज दोनों में से कोई भी हारा, nobody is out of the tournament. They'll still get the match.
Ones that happened a long time
जो
ago.
जीता वो तो qualifiers में जा ही रहा है, मतलब जो playoffs में जा ही रहा है. Those who lose is, मतलब today those guys who lose They are not getting eliminated. उनके पास अभी भी chance है. Martin, hello.
A little bit too late, Martin. Rips the head clean off second shoulders.
Magnum by 1 HP.
I mean, a massive
No
fight
heal.
there, comboing the Prowlers with the Boombot, so they have even more utility to try to stop Zekken from entering. That's the first time they've actually blunted the tip of the spear.
भगा दिया वहाँ से.
Flash connects. Second one used now. Sassy, no more left available to him. Sees.
That is a big seize.
Let's connect, yeah. Stops him in his tracks for just
दो
a
तीन को
moment.
seize
Smoke,
किया.
finally. Props
Cage,
up.
plant.
Side. That's going to be putting the fear of God into them.
But
I think
why is
Thomas just
Elsis
setting that one
planting?
down, but they realize backside.
Why is Elsis planting? Saucy को plant दो ना.
Plant in a default spot. What's the call now for Sentinels? An aggressive play.
भाई Saucy को plant देते.
Oh my, it's almost perfect. Thomasy though, he's got the escape.
Saucy को plant देते. Kill लेता वो अगर एक इसी round में तो. Ult आती.
Heard by Tens, breaks it. No funny business allowed. The rate already in, leading the charge and through the back.
गले मिल रहे थे Tens से.
Turning Tens. He's brought back up, but it's a 1v3. And now it's got a
4K.
Duke. Diffuse being stuck by Shin, half on it already. Too much to deal with, surely.
भाई अगर ये इसको मार देता ना.
Looked impressive there, that spray control. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried for a moment. But Shin had it under control, and frankly, the numbers just a little too much there for Tens to deal with. What a retake from KC. That's probably the first one where we've seen them have a proper execute on that. They really nicely come out of this timeout with two big plans. One, to stop the early round aggression, in the way that Zekken was dominating them in those first 6 rounds. And the other to be able to set up a clean B retake.
Hand is somewhere. भाई Tens के हाथ shiver कर रहे हैं.
Perfection. They have a chance to be able to tie this up at the half.
Wouldn't that be something after
Somewhere
that
he
blister
should
at
be.
pace
What
the
the fuck?
Sentinels just come out the gates with? But almost equalized.
भाई
And with a major tool
Tens
in their
भैया
back
जी shiver कर रहे
pocket
हैं.
with regards to Narrate's ultimate. We've seen Sentinels run some of these slow rounds. And in fact, it was a bit of an eco where Narrate used his showstopper before to be able to get success.
Prime condition by Sen here. Usually there's a player following up, usually Zekken with the Trailblazer.
This time, though, the Prowler not catching onto anybody until it hits Sassy. So I think they can be fairly sure that that isn't where Zekken's going for. Martin!
Wow.
He tries to go for the info peak. Punished.
expect कर रहा हूँ भाई दोनों 2-0 हो जाए यार तो मेरे को
Want
थोड़ा
to set it
सा
up here.
पेरेंट्स के
Neural
साथ
theft
टाइम
as
स्पेंड
well,
करने
so
को
info
मिले.
gathered. A notice anchoring spot, but what do they choose to commit into? A call again made to just contact through.
It's you do not want to give a timing here for Narrate to pop his ult.
That's what it comes down to. Nade rebounding. Satchel's now in towards the back of the side.
Shin, hello?
Nasty! Anchoring position! That's 3 in a round.
Hello Shin.
It might not even be necessary. Narrate. Fuse running out, doesn't know where to fire it. Pre-fire into the corner.
भाई साहब
Ridiculous. And now just
अलग ही गेम प्ले चल रहा है.
last alive. Disconnecting, snapping the cord and the tether, the seas. Not there with a paranoia. Blind as a bat. 6-2-6 for Carmen Core. What a return to equalize.
Incredible comeback.
7-5
Followed by an
win,
excellent
fix it.
timeout as well taken.
Cheers.
Both of the Smokes players, I say both, I suppose Thomas, she's also playing Smokes, but Shin and Tens up towards the top of the scoreboard. And Shin with a perfect cap put on the end of that.
Absolutely impeccable stuff from the anchoring position. Now earlier we heard from the Rate a little bit before this match as well, heading into things. Let's see what he had to say.
मेरे को guys Insta defensive map 6-6 like Jord. जिस हिसाब का start था ना 6-6 is not good. The start was very much good. Like start एकदम crazy था.
Nerves going into the match. I just think about playing the game that's in front of me and learning as I go, because obviously our team is a very young team. So it's really important for us to just learn from every match. I didn't really have any doubts about whether or not I'd make it to the international stage. For me, I don't really think about winning or losing, but me personally, like every game that we played in EMEA, I just felt like we couldn't lose.
Flying here, but again, no connections. Martin towards the back. Trying to go wide here with the dizzy. Narrate is on one, man. He's on one. Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills eventually shut down in the end, but 7-0.
Merci to the French fans. I appreciate everybody for coming out. It's incredible that so many French fans come to Madrid just to watch us play a video game. It's really an incredible thing, and I can't thank you guys more.
Arena certainly filling up.
It is
with
not
quite
just
lot
a
of
video
that.
game
Cheers
now.
from the blue wall. You can hear it building.
Bro, it
emanating.
is not just a video game
And
now.
with all of the success that Zekken had on the attack side playing Raze,
ये क्या है?
now our eyes are going to
अबे ये
look
क्या है?
towards Nure, who you just heard from, and Martin together.
Huh?
The double
What the fuck is this?
tip of the spear.
Huh?
Does that make it more of a fork? I suppose the Karmine Core two-pronged fork. But Karmine Core's composition, the double duelist, I think it does look better on the attack side in the retakes. You know, not so much in that mid-round battle on defense. But they weathered the storm. They won 5 out of the latter 6 rounds to be able to tie this one up. And now we get our second part of this big discussion. The things are even here. It resets. We know that Sentinel's retakes have looked unbelievably good. Does Karmine Core offer them the opportunities? Are they able to get advantages early on? What does this half look like?
Familiar scenes from the previous half of how slow going it was just off the rip.
All of this is all just a fake to allow Karmine Core's players to mostly try to take space on A.
It's pulled it forwards. I mean, you've got 4 players of Sentinels looking for a reclear fight through the smoke as well, setting up for the flash. Through and the timing.
नहीं Zeki दो और मार.
2 for 2 here. Karmine Core, in the meantime, walking away through. Going to be hearing them on the ropes, and now the sound cues betraying them.
John deciding whether or not to swing, tried to find a
Timing.
didn't quite manage it. Tens still with Paranoia, so they still have flash nade to be able to put pressure on these elbow players. Martin, though, is very far away. Do they anticipate this?
Miles away. Got exactly what they needed. Trip wasn't broken. They're walking all the way in again. Tens opens himself up, just showing himself at the back. Nade rebounds. Paranoia now. Kind of connection if there's going to be any sort of follow-up from behind.
Oh,
Martin
no way.
has already caught them. And it's all up to John. Low enough, dodges the flash. Expecting and anticipating.
John QT अकेला बचा है 1v2.
The reposition is immaculate from Narrate.
जैसे ही कॉट 1 हुआ वैसे ही चप्पल पड़ी नरेट से.
Going to be more than happy with it.
Yeah. Great attempt there from Karmine Core.
The moment he was caught one, वैसे ही चप्पल
coordinated
पड़ी.
as a team. You could see that they had a clear game plan going into it. That got disrupted a little bit by the camera. Their team was thinking about calling the audible and going to punish the players in mid. They decided, no, let's just commit to site, play a post plant. When Martin's positioning, even though he was tripped off, ended up being really important.
Wow!
That pistol means so much. You were tied 6-6. You've taken the lead for, I think, the first time in this map.
हाँ 5-1 था ना.
Feeling of control returning a little bit for Karmine Core. Too used to being on the back foot. Hasn't happened too much, really.
No, and it's another one of these rounds where we're just seeing both teams rotate around away from each other.
Narrate's
Narrate.
hunting. Yeah, he's hunting. You can smell
Good
the blood
morning.
in the water.
कूद आप रहे
Back
थे.
it down. Wants a
मरे
little bit more
Zelsis
as well.
by.
Just some stray warning shots popped off.
It would be a major ultimate to try to get up.
That's part of the reason why he's playing so aggressive.
And I think the other reason is both of these teams want to play disruptive against the other team's retakes. You see them on paper, both of these teams have ridiculous retake win percentages, especially on split. So trying to play aggressive and catch timings in the post plant, one of the best ways to disrupt that.
Nice shot, John QT.
That's an anticipation from John QT though.
Expecting it.
अंदर जाना चाहिए साइड के अंदर जाके मरो ना. एक आधा फ्रैग मिल जाएगा.
Players are just going to look to die to spike. They do not want to start the ult cycle going for KC. It's disciplined. It's a good call.
Yeah. Not the time there. Everybody going down.
Martin फिर भी Zekin को
Martin
मार
did actually
दिया.
manage to pick up a kill, but he was nowhere near getting the ult online. So this is going to be a pretty dry bonus round with some good weaponry, but no danger particularly coming from the ultimate side of things.
वो एक
But we've seen KC not really rely on too many of their set play ideas here. They
Red Bull और what नहीं रहे यार खुद की.
one in, two, I suppose. The B retake, and then that aggression with the.
आज पीनी पड़ रही है like
Euro
आज
ultimate
कितने
and
महीनों
paranoia.
बाद पीनी है.
But on their attack side, we could still see
आज
a
कितने
lot of
महीनों
new
बाद
stuff
पी रहा हूँ
that
मैं.
KC have cooked up for Masters Madrid.
KC being one of the more creative teams that we've got at this event, really innovating in terms of just the compositions, even ways to
Absolutely.
counter
ये
strap.
कौन सा टीपी था और ये क्या साउंड था टीपी का?
Up through there with a flash prowler, right through the snake bite. They do
Martin,
not care.
hello?
Tens just taking a peek there from heaven, punished. Celsius spotted. Boom.
Zulsis bye.
He
Bye
gets
तो
away.
phone bundle
High
के लिए
tech,
जीतो.
right behind him is Narrate.
Sentinels are trying to apply pressure with these peaks in B Heaven. The first one got punished. Zelsis also looking for information, seeing if he can catch somebody. It's a little worrying here if John QT gets pushed away, but Shin almost taking the fight.
There it is.
Nice
right
shot.
into it. Good crosshair placement from Zelsis, and he recognizes it as a threat coming from behind.
Nice
Central.
shot, John QT.
What is that? QT quality tactics. This man just hitting nasty shot. C's avoided.
3v2.
Narrowly now, but 2 players left to stand here for Carmen Court. Spike in their possession.
Look at this flank. This is really nice from Zekken and Sassy. It's going to be unexpected.
30 seconds left.
Magnum's stuck in the middle of the map. He doesn't know where to go here. They only have 25 seconds.
Wondering about 20
John's
seconds.
ready.
This fight is so important.
Ah, John QT.
Who wins that? 4 HP and a dream.
And now look how far away they are.
They are miles away, but they know it. It's going to be planning towards B so they can get a jog on and get a move on.
Oh, he missed it.
Magnum, he missed it. Has to stick it again for the plant. Luckily,
Come
time
on.
to spare. Horn thrown. But that's a critical mistake, honestly. He might not have time now to reposition. Backing to the pillar. Fast through Satchel in the back.
वही बोल रहा हूँ ना,
And that's just good
चमन.
comms. Knowing that Magnum was that low, all adds up for Zekken to just run him down with a classic.
Very well done. I'm amazed, frankly, that John was able to get both of those kills. It did look a little off from KC. As Narrate went for that blast pack peak, where was the second player?
Bhai,
The
plant mein hug
spacing,
diye.
not quite there. Now, John's aim, fantastic. And the spray control, too, to be able to pick up the second is ridiculous. But KC are going to need to have super tight play if they want to be able to keep this advantage.
Crowd building up. Barrier's going to be dropping. Carmen Core fully grouped up as 5. By around 4 number, the Haunt and the TP. So,
Face your fear.
Ulti.
control, Nightfall, scatters, going wide. Sassy, there is
Ulti,
danger here for him.
TP.
He's tucked in a very forward position.
He's
No
there.
follow-up, yeah,
Narrate.
can't see. Well, here, bloody thing, Narrate already into the back of the side. Magnum now with the plant. And Narrate wants to go hunting for a little bit more.
Short
this
range on
time,
QT.
aware of it. Both of these teams trying to disrupt that retake potential, and it's only just equalized it now 4-2-4. How does this get
Ding.
played? Into the post plant, players close up. Into the position still with the paranoia available. Flash through, now the paranoia. It's there. Spray.
Spam kare, yeah.
Wide damage done to Martin, but he still survives. Alive and kicking into the back of the side.
Okay,
Smackdown
okay,
timing.
okay, okay, okay.
Weaving tens.
भाई साहब क्या play बनाते हैं ये लोग.
Sen.
Really lovely play. Relying on that individual ability that's coming out from Tens and Zekken. They've been tearing apart the KC players in terms of duels taken.
आदमी 5 चाहिए.
And you see the difference in style there. Really solid awareness to be able to punish Narrate, who went for that same piece of aggression.
नहीं वो TP मार दिया नहीं तो
Now
भी
the
मरता.
center expecting.
थोड़ा late मारा.
But in terms of just also the duels won, I mean, Tens is swinging. Not completely alone, but certainly
One
going
जिसको
to
पाँच
try
और
to
किया.
take the 1v1s. And
कल
they're winning
दिया
them.
5.
So now the score is 8-8, but the economic advantage in favor of Sen. KC can't buy. Sen have ults. Primed to take the lead back.
चलो अगर 10 वोट किए ना तुम लोगों ने ये
These
इस पे.
two teams here. Satchel's
Zelsis got
That's
spotted by the
no
Prowler.
problem.
Yep, spotted, Haunt, cleared. He needs some help
Team
here.
खत्म होने
Decoy
तक 10
forwards.
वोट अगर हो
Showstopper.
गया.
Relieved from Zekken. That was just to try and spot that one player. He's got the timing. He's right past them. Ships in the night. All the way through.
Rocky,
Ship
bye.
wins it out, but still the follow-up there from Tens. Hopping
Nice
across
one,
the box.
Tens.
This man is just hunting them down.
And if that fight in mid had gone slightly
अगर
better,
10 वोट
Narrate's
CS पे आते ना
timing might have
10
been worth
वोट CS
something.
पे 10 वोट.
But now it's stuck
6
in a
लोग देख रहे हो.
1v4.
10
They
वोट
have the
अगर आए
timing to be able to go and look for him.
yes पे सिर्फ
And they
yes
pick it
पे
up.
no पे I don't
Sentinels
count
deal with
votes.
that. It was
Yes पे
scrappy,
अगर
but
10
they
वोट है
came
तो we
out
will
to the
do.
good in mid. That was absolute
पूरी
chaos,
stream
but
में.
I'll
चलो
tell you
done.
what, Zekken and Tens
वो
look
video-
amazing in those spots.
वो सब क्या
When
है?
things get really messy. Look at Tens here. The way that he plays around all of the smokes and decides to go in aggro, he just
Spike down mid.
looks really
One
aware
enemy
and
remaining.
quick in these moments.
कोई
And
भी
now
जीते.
he's going to pick up the operator.
Let's make
We
it
saw some unbelievable rounds.
I mean, some silly rounds.
तो सामने कोई होना चाहिए ना shadow भाई लगाने वाला
Here we
देखो.
go, fast
मैं
up
मेरी
mid for
तरफ
KC.
से कर
The
सकता हूँ.
raids,
सामने
he's
दूर
punished.
कौन आएगा?
Oh, it's a
Somebody
big player
should
for
be
Carmen
there.
Core, especially when he had the rocket
चलो मैं तो
available.
कर दूं. अगर
Taking out
Sentinels
early,
जीता
Haunt,
और
broken.
10 वोट्स आते हैं.
The
दो
Molly was a
conditions.
Their position.
The molly was amazing from Zelsis. He caught a little bit, I believe, of vulnerable onto Narrate, so that he only needed half the spam to be able to take him down. Great punish.
Sen easy. मैं तो बोल ही रहा हूँ.
do that so
If
quickly
Zen wins,
and land it and
I
not get
am
caught with utility in your hands.
giving it. चलो वो खुशी से दे दूंगा मैं.
Pressure
10
from
वोट्स पे
KC.
5 मेंबरशिप्स तो खुशी से दे दूंगा. यस पे वोट तो आने चाहिए 10.
Cool, don't really have that advantage. Maybe just hoping to fake some presence with Marty on the other side of the site, but the jiggle is good from Sassy. He gets that information now. Gets himself back.
चेक करने पड़ेंगे वो.
Sentinel's not really biting that one. Already to full
और
rotation.
स्ट्रीम के एंड तक वैलिड ऑफर. तो तुम लोग को अगर इंस्टा स्टोरी लगानी है, इंस्टा स्टोरी लगाओ, व्हाट्सएप पे शेयर करना है, व्हाट्सएप पे शेयर करो, अपनी बंदी को भेजना है, अपनी बंदी को भेजो, घर वालों के फोन से शेयर करना है, घर वालों के फोन से करो.
He knows that there's a cipher playing here. He knows where this trip is
इधर से
too.
करना है
His
करो,
clone
it's
caught it.
fine.
Didn't break it, of course,
Seconds left.
but he hasn't made too much noise up here.
As we divide. Feels like B now, but breaking the trips as well. It's all over the place. Zelsis
बाय.
just takes a peek, takes a
Shot,
gander.
yeah,
Zekin
Zekin.
is your turn to
लेकिन
shine.
टाइमिंग पकड़
Swings
रहा है.
out
आ
wide.
ये
There's an
ऑपरेटर
operator.
बोलते.
Hello. What a surprise. 12 seconds left. There is no way in hell
Seconds left.
Martin has any chance in this round now.
Let's go,
Just
let's
gotta
go,
give it
let's
up.
go.
Waiting at the sidelines now, and
And
the
then-
team going to be simmering.
Economy crushed.
Game
This
कर.
is where Sen are starting to pull away. And it's not based on the retake stuff. It's based on punishing, again, that level of aggression from KC.
Yes. Hi, hello कर दिया.
And they did win one of the previous important rifle rounds by going for a slower pace retake, stopping their 8 from getting inside that smoke. But these rounds, they've just shut Carmine Core's early round ideas down. And now Senna primed to pull away to a 3-round advantage. Only 2 away from taking the
भाई
map.
ये इतनी क्यूटीज कैसे? इंडिया में तो नहीं दिखती.
Things really matter.
Hello,
The pressure starts to
Keshav,
mount.
bye.
And these players who are new to a stage this big, most of them, going to be listening to their coaches here, getting that input and trying to stabilize themselves. They did look a little bit shaky, I would say, in the game against FPX to open things up. I don't think it was the best performance we've seen from KC. Today looks a bit cleaner,
100%.
but how are they going to perform in the big moments, the ones that test you and add all of that mental weight?
Could argue outside of that EDG finals, there really hasn't been anything bigger. Think about the stakes of this one. You win this series, the ticket to the playoffs. Not just a couple of days rest, but listen, that's preparation time. That's you going through as presumably the highest seed.
But
That's
अपने
dodgy.
इधर वैलोरेंट देखने बहुत कम आती है.
Sharks
आती
in
नहीं
the
है.
water.
Oh yeah, that lower. I mean, we call it a lower bracket, but I mean the losing
जो आती है
teams,
सब
there aren't
creators
bad
होती
teams
है.
at this event.
Nah.
और सब 1+1 आती है यार. क्या कर सकते हैं?
Have some
अच्छा
ultimates
सोलो
that
कोई
might
नहीं
end
आती.
up making the difference.
मजा भी नहीं
Martini
आता फिर.
could get the dimensional drift online this round and cook something really interesting up. We're not counting Carmine Core out by any means, but Sen are favored here. And look, Zekken with the op.
Shot.
Adjusting. Nails a shot straight into narrate. Backing away here with the paranoia. Has to respect the TP. Through into the back of the site.
ये बात तो माननी
We'll be
पड़ेगी
giving this
सर.
one.
देखो इंडिया में नहीं होता. बाहर होता होगा. I don't know.
What's the call now? Grouped up. Looks
कि
like
सोलो भी
ready
लड़कियां
to
आ
try
जाए,
and take
but
this
इंडिया
fight
में सोलो
shortly.
नहीं आती.
Close flash. Satchel. Great movement. Zekken is blinded up entirely there. Couldn't see a bloody thing. And I don't want to
लाए ओ हाँ क्या मारा है
What a
जेकी ने.
snap. And what an adjustment. A rifle for your troubles. And now the fight taken straight.
1-1. अयो एक और मार
Can't
देता.
understand it. This kind of pressure is way too much, and even Shin spotted out. Poor
Nice shot, Zelsis.
That is an amazing round from Zekken. And the setup
Oh,
from the
yes,
rest of
Dubai,
his team there
nice
too.
escape.
Tens throws a paranoia through for him to be able to blast back onto them.
It is just
Insane value from the blast backs.
दोस्ती यारी
He's
होनी
full
चाहिए
wide
यार.
when he decides to
Friendship.
use the one to disengage.
Nothing more.
Get the hell out of here.
And then goes back in with the shorty. And that's following up on that blind.
अभी वो दोस्ती के अलावा दूसरे चीजों के लिए अभी तो वक्त भी नहीं है.
Punishing the aggression.
इस साथ 16 घंटे दिन में स्ट्रीम हुआ तो वक्त किधर से निकलेगा.
Plucked apart, the threads are unraveling.
And this round, it's a must
Zukum
win
भाई
for KC.
अरे 5v4 चल रहा है.
They have it all.
That was the time to offload.
देखो 3-9 पे सौसी भाई 3 पे बैठे.
Gotta try and stand a chance. With big enough sense defensive sides here.
Flash.
Flash connects, giving that
अच्छा
information
किया ना ये.
forwards.
क्या बोलते हैं?
Dimensional drift going to be clearing out that
Satchel
side.
out
So
must
gives
kiya.
Carmine Core the go ahead. They know it's now fully cleared out. Straight bullet. Sassy.
Kill trap.
Set that one up.
ऐसे ही बोला
Rocket
किल आ गया
forwards.
सौसी भाई का.
Everybody narrowly avoiding, just dodging away from it. Fuse running out. Second.
Damage.
Big damage.
भाई दो मार दिए।
Regrouped and refound that angle. TP broken. No
मैं
get
मेरे बोलने का ही देर रहता है क्या?
In the backlines here, flash re-peek of Martin seeking to do some damage and take some risks, potentially tear away a couple of these players because they are disadvantaged. And this is Sen looking all the way now, set up for that 12th round. It's going to have to be hero moments. It's going to have to be.
क्या सौसी भाई यहाँ पे कुछ और करिश्मा करेंगे?
It's perfection. It clears them
Zultu
out
bhai,
in the
Zultus
open.
bhai.
One player left to stand. It's Shin.
सौसी भाई को फ्रैग दें, सौसी भाई को फ्रैग दें।
Absolutely no way he can
सौसी
hold
भाई को
on.
फ्रैग ही नहीं मिला।
The Sentinel's retake utility there was perfect. There is no other word to describe it. They put pressure over towards ramp, grab a kill. They back off. They dog out through heaven. They have this kill trip to be able to set up at the start too. They then have another paranoia to layer on top of it. As they blast pack into elbow, that catches onto Martin. So many waves of things. And KC's post-plant aggression cannot find any timing. They can't disrupt it, can't stop it. The war train keeps on going. 6 rounds in a row have taken Sen from losing to map point.
This is it. Showing our hands a little bit early, forcing out the nade second. The timing through the wall, Paladin spots him!
Nice one,
And it's
Zeki.
finished.
दो मार गया।
Drop
भाई
by
कुछ भी
Garen
मार रहा है
White,
Zeki।
anger in position of Sassy. As safety in numbers, and numbers are arriving!
अरे सौसी भाई गलत बोल दिया क्या आपको?
This man's in a class of his own when he's really on fire. And once more, poor Shin. Left alone with the things, but that is Sentinels leading the charge and
ऑपरेटर
leading
लिया है कुछ तो
this
करेंगे।
series.
ठोक दिया लास्ट। ठोक के दिया, ठोक भी दिया, ठोक के भी दिया। जी 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 जी। एक सेकंड गाइस, यार कुछ काम है मेरे को। Yeah, Baki, it's great, guys. It's great. Great, like it's freaking great. Guys, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. Rank डल कर ले, rank के sinks. Let's go, rank guessing time. आज कितनी रैंक्स अपन सही गेस कर दे सबसे पहले तो वो लेट्स गो। अगर तुम लोग को भी गेस करना है करो मेरे साथ।
सी मैं
See.
कॉम्स तो
Come on, come help.
एजेंट कॉम्स के बारे में वो हेलो 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 हेलो
Come on, let's go!
हेलो आयरन
Spike planted.
आयरन
Let me ace back, let me ace. Let me
तीन मारा उसमें ऐसे चिल्ला रहा है आयरन।
Don't kill.
Okay.
फर्स्ट
Cause I died anyway.
One enemy remaining.
What drop?
No way. No.
हियर
I feel it आयरन।
No way.
हेलो
Oh my god, no way.
it's iron no way चिल्ला रहा है वो एक एज पे जिसमें वो इतना टट्टी है। it's iron बोला था शैडो भाई। watching hacker bronze आपका गलत है मेरा सही है। लाए $100 लाए छोड़ो। नेक्स्ट क्लिप राउंड के इनिशियल स्टेज पीछे कोई मुड़ भी नहीं रहा है। हेलो वापस शूट करना होता है। हेलो रिपीट अबे यार ठीक है। ये क्या बंदे हैं, एक सेकेंड वापस दिखाओ। उसने सीधा बेस पे टिकी मारा, पीछे किसी ने मुड़ के भी नहीं देखा।
Spike down B.
वे बंदे क्या है? आई फील ये वापस ट्रिक करके आयरन तो नहीं डाल दिया है, बट एम के हिसाब से ब्रॉन्ज कर रहा है, थोड़ा बहुत शूट करना आ रहा है इसको। ये शूट सामने वाला भी शूट कर रहा है, ऐसा नहीं है। ब्रॉन्ज पक्का, मेरे को भी ब्रॉन्ज लग रहा है, मेरे को ब्रॉन्ज सिल्वर ब्रॉन्ज सिल्वर ब्रॉन्ज 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 हो सकता है। ये भी आयरन है, मैं बोला ना ट्रिक करने के लिए ये भी आयरन डाल देंगे। I just told you. कोई ना।
Spike down A.
Honestly, just rotate. Go to the
बॉल भी ठीक है, बॉल इज गुड। स्किन चाहिए थी इसके लिए बॉल थी क्या?
108.
Spike down A.
Took the spike.
try and get all.
Last player standing.
मार्शल चल रही है हेवी,
They heard you.
हेवी मार्शल्स। ठीक है, एम एडजस्ट किया। सिल्वर
One enemy remaining.
सिल्वर
Yeah, well.
नॉट मोर देन दैट।
Marshall.
1v1 में कभी अल्ट नहीं करते।
Oh,
सिल्वर।
David, clip that.
सिल्वर। बोला था आज तीनों के तीनों सही होते मेरे। लेट्स गो भाई, इतने प्ले देख लिए ना, रैंक तो समझ में आ जाता। ये 1% असेंडेंट वाला कौन है जरा बताना मेरे को। उसके घर पे है ना, ईडी का रेड मारूंगा। The game has not begun yet. Okay. और अब क्या कर सकते हैं गाइस, बताएं। रैंगल हो गया, और क्या हो गया guys? Make sure to hit that like and subscribe. हाई लो खेलें, हाई लो गेम इंस्टेंट, बिना सोचे समझे हाई लो सिलेक्ट करूंगा इसको। क्लासिक क्रिस्टियन डियोर 2,01,000। पैरासेंडिंग उससे लोअर ही होगा, अंडरस्टैंडेबल था। पैरासेंडिंग कौन सी, सिंगापुर ऊपर है, एनी डे सिंगापुर वुड बी हायर। स्टीफन स्पिलबर्ग ये कौन है, लोअर भाई मैं जानता ही नहीं। नेटफ्लिक्स ऑलवेज हायर 83 100। जेना मार्बल्स ये कौन है, हु इज जेना मार्बल्स? 8,31,00,000, इतना तो नहीं होगा जेना मार्बल्स का। आई वाज सेइंग इट, इतना नहीं होगा। हेरोइन ज्यादा ही होगा। ड्रग्स के बारे में पब्लिक सर्च करती रहती है, पता है। स्ट्रेंजर थिंग्स हायर, एनी डे इट वुड बी हायर देन हेरोइन। एक्चुअली यस, गोल्डन स्टेट वॉरियर्स ज्यादा ही होना चाहिए। गोल्डन स्टेट वॉरियर्स को सर्च नहीं किया लोगों ने। गोल्डन स्टेट वॉरियर्स को सर्च ही नहीं किया है लोगों ने. हाँ ऐसा मैच बिगन ये 2-0 जाने वाला है. ये 110% 2-0 जाने वाला है. बाय द वे गाइस कल हाँ मैं क्या बोल रहा था मैं भूल गया. तो मैं बोल रहा था कि हाँ इस पे कल गाइस एक सुपरमार्केट सिमुलेटर का जो गेम हम खेल रहे थे ऑन स्ट्रीम उस पे वी आर अपलोडिंग अ हाईलाइट. गाइस एडिटर बोल रहा है फोटो दूसरा चाहिए. आई वांट टू सर्च फोटोज नाउ. I have to search photos now, actually.
Half or even more than half of their 4v5s. It's having the right read and the right response and what the information that you gather, even when you're having one player down because of getting that information. The fact that they're so in sync into following onto the steps, into knowing everything that comes after, has to come into play also in Lotus. FPX showed some of the cracks that are already on that map the other day, and it was only because of that crazy performance that by Narrate that they managed to close that one out, because FPX, trust me, a 13-10 is not that much. And specifically, after seeing the retakes that we got from Sentinels and how we struggle on that on their attacking side, I'm worried.
We're going into Lotus right now, and here no big surprises here on the Asian composition. But Mimi, I think that definitely we're gonna have our eyes on each and every one of these players right now, and of course the Intense Omen again.
In this first half, what I'm watching is Sentinel's post-plant protocols. In their match against Heretics, what they did really well was in their post-plants, getting forward, playing into their opponent's smokes, playing little trap plays up towards heaven, disrupting those retakes. I think that's been the biggest focus for Sentinels coming into this event. It shut KC down on map 1. If they can do that again, they have a real chance to close out this series 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. And for K-Corp, we know how important for them is the aggression at the beginning of the round, how they're going to be fighting for A control time and time again. But I assume that Sentinels is going to be very ready for it.
Well, let's find out if this one makes it to a map number 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
All hope isn't lost, really, if you are a Carmine Core fan. Lotus is a map where they are highly specialized on. They have shown great success in the past on this one, but they are up against Sentinels, who, listen, there are no slouches on it either. It's the reason we were so excited about the map pool heading into this one between both of these teams. We're seeing an interesting beginning. Already, it looks like it's gearing up for a lot of aggression out towards the middle of the map.
Looks like we've got a set pistol round coming out here, especially from KC. Anytime you see the Killjoy player on defense not buying utility and just going straight for the Sheriff, you're expecting something a bit pacey. KC trying to take tempo right at the beginning of this round. Walking up with the paranoia prep, trying to take the fight to Sen.
Chalo, by the way, guys.
No signs of life, Joe.
Game bhi chalu ho gaya.
Oh, the timing there.
Now casting
If that had been a
points.
tad earlier, KC probably would have stayed to try to take the fight. But now they're anticipating that John's calling a reaction. And they've read it correctly. The desk. Sorry, the desk was talking a lot about mobility right now. I feel like that's going to be key on both of these attack sides. I think with mobility comes confidence. You have to be confident to be able to make that play. Trust the call, take the swing. And so far, that's been one big area where Sen are looking better.
Has been missing a little bit for Carmine Core. Maybe a symptom of, as we already mentioned, a new guard versus the old guard. Sentinels have got some experienced players. So do Carmine Core, don't get me wrong. Magnum himself was shut down his hopes and dreams in a Reykjavik 2021 Grand Finals by TenZ himself. So now we see it, a bit of an explosion. The pivot here over towards B.
Okay, narrate को एक HP किया, nade जाएगा.
Has to back away and respect the nade now.
And that's their star player.
Spike planted.
There's no heals online as well. No chances there for him to get top back up. Contact call by Carmine Core right behind them. That's three players looking to set their sights on the link. Distraction plays for Prowler. Is out wide. Probably too much in terms of the connection. Zaken taking the time here to reposition up towards Heaven. What a call made. Still nearsighted. Blinded up, but narrate. He will fall. That prior damage done. Clearing him out into the site. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dicey. A little bit all over the place here.
Nice one,
Damage
Zelsis.
just wandering right into him. Zelsis definitely doing it here with the players tickling down a wide face of Zelsis.
Nice
no
one.
time left whatsoever for Carmine Core. Struggles here, the opening.
And again, look at how mobile Sentinels are in these post-plant situations. They got into an uncomfortable spot, and immediately Zekken calls to push Heaven. TenZ smokes it. It's a weird smoke, one that they can dominate, not your standard smoke. They get inside of it very quickly and set up the dude on split to be able to win the post-plant and secure a pistol. So neutralizing that early round aggression and playing a dynamic post-plant that looked superb. You can only go for those plays if you're feeling really confident and very in sync with your teammates. I think that's been a clear difference today for Sen, and one to keep an eye on. I don't actually think that Martin can swing through this gap between the turret and the wall.
He can jump it.
Can he squeeze his little legs through?
Yeah, he's through, he's past it, but
and he's dead.
is watching, yeah. Very aware of it. Now the door opens wide, so this is Sen's protocol to clear through C. Oh my, okay, could have got dangerous. It's all good though. Nade. Thomasy out wide. Take your pick. Do you die to the nade or do you die to us? And now just Shin left standing. I feel like I've been saying that quite a bit, but it is the eco round and early days yet for Lotus. Still, 2 in a row now for Sen. They got the expected one with 4 players surviving.
We're expecting this to be a pretty attack-sided map. Sentinels versus Heretics, that's exactly what we saw. Right, Heretics got up to a really big lead. I think it was an 8-4 half, something like that. And Sen were able to bring it back. Incredible attack sides, and both of these teams have been good in that situation. So it's not over for KC if they can't build some momentum here in the first half, but it is going to be very difficult for morale for the way that they approach the map, for their confidence.
Today नहीं Zelsis वाले ने monument देखे Zelsis हो सकता है. मैं actually photo ढूंढ रहा हूँ guys. 2 मिनट दो मेरे को एडिटर को भेजना है. एडिटर मेरी जान खा जाएगा नहीं तो.
Some access to B main. The rest of the map not really being played. In fact, Carmine Core ones that have taken a few liberties out towards A rubble. John hoping to spot it out with the jump spots, but there's a lot to account for. Here's the jump spot. Yeah. Wow. John not even aware of the fact that they back up there. So first kill. That direction. Similar scenes for Sentinels here, just to try and clear through the front section of C Mound.
Look how deep TenZ is.
I mean, he's going walkabouts.
He could win this round for them despite being down 4v5.
Behind them, they don't seem to be aware of this at all.
Not even slightly.
There's been a gap in the defensive protocols, a need to force these players out wide. The damage being done to them. The raid looking to the side. TP.
He missed the teleport.
Missed the TP. Shin! He catches him. Judge.
Zeki.
Very second. To trade by every part of the definition. Prowler forwards, jumping, damage. The shot's going wide. Second.
अरे gun switch नहीं करता भाई.
I love the attempt though. I really respect it. It felt like there was serious danger in that round. The timing that TenZ found was extraordinary, and I think possibly one of the reasons why John got a misread on what was the defensive setup looked like and just ended up dying. That's the unfortunate play, though. Two of the players both got seized there towards the back of the site. Shin and Narrate, and TenZ, he just missed it. You can see the frustration there. I mean, he was absolutely dominant map 1, so he expects to be able to win those.
Always back up on either side. This time Karmine Corp more keen to find
एडिटर अलग जान खाएगा फोटो भी नहीं मिल रही है कल के थंबनेल के लिए फोटो भेजने का अभी क्लिक करने का टाइम नहीं
wide like that, there's no return of fire from Thomas. He can't take the fight and stand his ground, not with the Odin.
Oh, he's going to try and get in behind the showstopper engage here instead of being a vulnerable victim on site.
Could be the danger zone still. Showstopper, Tomsy can't hit it. Spraying through near sighted with the Prowler. Second Forcer just fired a rocket blindly. Two players down now for Karmine Corp. Do you really still choose to take this one, or do you choose to take the save? They're looking, hoping for a bit more. That's an odd one. Bouncing off the tile or something, but the orb still does the job. Cuts off that one sight line, and now it has to be the call, surely.
I think you got to save here.
Yeah, you have to. They look like they're still sticking around, though. They want to make a go of it.
The economy on Shin and Tomashi is just not good enough to be able to go for this one, I don't think.
No. Now they're backing away.
And that's a huge win for Sen here. Sen, by the way, getting into their very standard post-plant setups where they have Zekken up top. So they often tuck somebody in towards the box. They have a one-way smoke as well. And you can see here, that really is the crucial duel when Sassi is able to get that pick onto Tomashi.
Oh, yeah.
That's the real one that matters.
Astounding as well. I mean, the consistency with Zekken frying just builds up these ults like it's nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see that the clear game plan there from KC was, we're going to fight over ult orbs on both sides of the map. So they had a triple player over towards C, fighting very heavy for mount control, because that's where they expect Sen to start the round. And then they had a crossfire setup, but it just ended up with Magnum kind of wandering around in the open. He missed the timing, didn't tuck, couldn't play the cross with Tomashi properly. Ended up giving away his life a little too freely. And Zekken has started this map, much as he started the other one, dominating.
Just rolling. A fight to contest over the A rubble control. Sentinel's happy to concede it. So Karmine Corp going to just place Shin into that forward angle. He's going to be getting a lot of mid-round information for his team. Lots of juicy tidbits that Magnum could use for some potential calls.
These are the situations on defense where it's so difficult to get a read on where the attacking team is going to end, especially if they have a really competent IGL like John Cutie. So this is going to be a lineup to try to clear out Shin if he was playing behind Rubble or on top of it. But Shin is playing that jump spot angle a little further forwards. So he's not really going to get caught by this.
Might even get value.
I mean, he's in a very exposed spot.
Really pressing forwards, now has to respect it. I mean, he was just trying to get ahead of the wall.
अरे भाई एडिटर को 10 तरीके के इसमें
चाहिए. Few stray shots.
And this is where KC start to lack information. 45 seconds. They know that Sen might be pressuring A, but are they really there? Is it a fake commitment?
Crossfire. Not even quite. I mean, Martin's just trying to play, weaving in and out of this wall, see if he can get that time with the door.
It looks like a fake. I mean, Martin's seen that there's nobody really pushing off the back of this.
Yeah, it's not really going to be calling as well for the rotations here. Paranoia forwards. Martin can't do the same moves Zekken was doing, not in that last map. Can't get out of the
satchels.
Is this going to end B? Straight into Shin!
Chalo, trade.
With only 12 seconds left, they've really just got to get a move on into the site B. Plant, Magnum, forwards, pressing. Players, they're dropping all over the place. The time pressure maybe just getting to them nerves, getting frantic for Karmine Corp.
Those are the kind of confidence moments that I'm talking about, where it feels like Sen are very strong in those kind of spots. You see Zekken or TenZ in a situation like that, they're taking the swing, they're taking the fight. Feels a little more tentative from KC, and they're getting caught out. A half clearance by Magnum. It does look like that at the moment. You see Sen are fired up. They believe that they have had the most difficult run. I mean, their run through kickoff, through the play-ins, their run here, fighting against Heretics, then fighting against Karmine Corp. Two big, heavy hitters coming up from EMEA.
You've got to think as well, I mean, you've got two of those teams in the EMEA. It's only EMEA and Americas who are winning the titles.
Yep.
Two of the potential strongest teams at this event they've had to go up against early.
And Kaplan clearly not happy in the interview at the arrival at having to be last out, first in, and not having that prep time.
I saw him at breakfast. I don't think he got sleep.
No, I mean, he's come in here, and I feel like the whole team has just got an aggression about them.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, they're fired up. There's a certain rage about it with the way that they're carrying themselves in this one. They are determined. Doesn't matter how many obstacles you throw up in their face. Doesn't matter if you
finally mil gaya yaar.
2 seed VMEA. They don't care. They're on a warpath right now, and their goal is the playoffs.
And remember, this map tends to be attack-sided, so they need to be stacking up as many rounds as they possibly can. Karmakora, no slouches. Assuming that KC don't get mentally boomed here, they will still probably put up a good attack side themselves. So you can't let off the gas.
What is this cooking? Okay. Fast play, paranoia.
But Sen don't bite. They don't go for an aggressive reaction somewhere else around the map. They're playing it slowly. So many players from
Close कैसा check करना पड़ता है. एक crawler तो इधर ही बर्बाद. Cause ये पहले गए थे. बाद में सी जा रहे हो. One way smoke भी आया है.
Of course.
फोटो भेज दिया है गाइस. कल हाईलाइट आ जाएगा जन्मों के बाद.
Out on top of that.
Tens by with that river phantom. Yeah, मेरी favorite.
Sharp as anything.
The two players that were dominating the duels on split, Tens and Zekken, just continue. Anytime you see them in a duel, obviously here it's against the Sheriff. But it just
Saucy bhai ko to planter bana ke rakha hai.
You see them taking a fight, you expect them to win it. The way they're swinging it, you know they
Saucy
expect
bhai ko planter
to
bana
win
ke rakha hai. Bhai tu plant kar. Marne ka kam nahi kar.
There's none of that swinging into crouch spray, uncertainty with your aim, your own abilities. It's just decisiveness. It's all been but they expect to be winning every single fight. Look at it swarming. That's two remnants here of Karmakor, 5-1. I know we've already mentioned, listen, it's an attack side of map. Everything points towards it so far. All the data, doesn't matter what changes they made on Lotus, it still points into that direction. There are still chances, as much as that feels right now like this.
Let's just fucking go.
The question is just how many rounds they really need to get online on the defensive side.
Quite.
The crowd,
right? Sen,
the way the crowd screams is on next level actually.
We saw them play Lotus, but their players were still good enough in the game against Heretics to give them rounds every now and then, which was more than you saw on the other side. They're a very dangerous team. Even if they're getting outplayed in the macro, even if the map doesn't lend itself to, you know, one side or the other, they're still going to find those win conditions.
Total 6 votes हो गए guys, 10 votes.
Huge ults up for both teams. KC, eco swing round. They have to invest all of their ults to try to win this one.
He's happy to play close here because he's got the showstopper. There it is.
Beef on the movement?
Acknowledge, yeah, beef on the movement. Massive one, in fact. He sees Tethered to the spot, rooted down. Won't be getting value with that. In fact, the second one has taken a revive into this.
That's wild. That is wild.
ये क्या चल रहा है? इधर से नेड, उधर से नेड, इधर से सीज.
To disrupt that, and the seas came through afterwards as well.
इतनी utility भाई, इतनी utility हमारे इधर 4 राउंड में नहीं यूज होती.
Meant to be tucked into the corner.
तुम 4 सेकंड में करते
Amazing
हो.
reaction instantly from Sen to stop that from finding any value, and they've neutralized the threat again, slowed the round down, denied information for KC, and now they can go wherever they like.
9-4 through the site, that's one trigger onto it, so they're going to know that at least there's one player there. That's Thomasy! Time to shine, son! Time to step all the way up, and he certainly has done so. Still in control of Tree. Here's the pivot being called. Door broken, Haunt forwards, rotations abound. Breaking it through now with the paranoia to really set that one up. Shin giving them this space. Locked down. Going to be committed. Goes towards it with 15 seconds to spare. Is there any attempt by Karmakor? Do they want to be aggressive into it? Looks like they're going to give them that space, and now planning for a retake of their own.
This pit could allow, yeah, John Cuty's going to commit pit here, and this can allow them to get back into the site and help them flood, stop the lockdown from really finding too much value.
We'll see. Even Tens holding the TP as well, making sure they can get straight back into the fight. He's forward into the corner, barely expecting it, but it's traded almost rapidly on the approach of counter pit. Online, layers it forwards, and Karmakor have got the players, they've got the bodies, they just need to win, and they're going to get it. The round going their way, finally. It's been a bloody long time at that, but that second one is on the board for them. And they took a lot, don't get me wrong. A lot of ultimates had to be expended.
Yeah. Sen made it extremely expensive, and I think that's the silver lining to KC winning the round there if you're looking at it from the perspective of Sentinels. But a lot of ults being drained on both sides. This play, though, it just wins the round, right? They're hoping that Tomashi is going to be passive in this situation, is going to respect the Nightfall, worried about being pushed from the Nightfall, holds his ground, steps up when his team needs him.
जाएंगे ये एपिसोड से पहले डायमंड टच कर लेंगे बस. पर साला ऐसा वॉच पार्टी आते रहा तो डायमंड टच करना मुश्किल है क्योंकि ग्राइंड होने नहीं वाली फिर. दिन में 14 घंटा वॉच पार्टी करने के बाद खेलेगा कौन? आए तो कांट मुझसे निच के.
Bullet to the dome is all it takes, and yeah, that's the punishment of sticking that one. I suppose he thought it
was
the
door.
Opened up, rotating now, calling. Pivot, getting
कल मॉर्निंग में कॉल करना है. टीओ से बात हो रही है और अल्लाह इवेंट जो कास्ट करना है. इवेंट प्लान है, कास्टिंग घर से थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे है.
I felt like on split, their post-parent aggression was timed well. They played together.
But it's okay.
A little more sloppy for KC. Here we see John with a bit
5
of timing.
5-2, 5v4. No, okay. Trade ultimate done. Nice. Zilces, you could have got one more.
Grappling onto that one, a satchel forge just in case cuts it
3v4.
Now playing from Mount, a backwards position but smoked off. Immaculate stuff from Shin. Almost going down to the spray down here.
ठीक है. नहीं ठीक है.
And true for Karminko on the raid. Able to stick this half. 1v2, not sticking it out wide. And the patience played by Karminko will get the job done.
तो पहले कौन सा किया वॉच पार्टी? पहले किक ऑफ के किए ना थोड़े बहुत.
Coordinated on the retake. I was worried just for
थोड़े बहुत किए. किक ऑफ का एक्चुअली कैसा था ना? किक ऑफ में वो ये हो रहा था कि करूँ नहीं करूँ परमिशन आने के बाद भी करूँ नहीं करूँ हो रहा था. बस वो टाइम पे देखो कैसा था ना. दो किया. अभी 2 दिन तो किया. नहीं 2 दिन नहीं. थर्ड डे आज.
And the ults still nowhere
There's
near
a
for
third
Sentinels after that huge explosive round in round 7, where both teams utilized the entire war chest.
3 दिन से वॉच पार्टीज ही चल रही है. खेल 3 दिन से एक कॉम्पी नहीं खेला. इसके बाद ये गेम के बाद एक्चुअली देखेंगे, ट्रैकर देखेंगे मैं कब कॉम्पी खेला हूँ. कल मोस्टली दोपहर में होएगा वाला गेम प्ले. बिकॉज़ 2 बेस्ट ऑफ 3 थे वो रात को है तो टेंशन नहीं है. वैसे भी VCS से खत्म हो गया. ग्रे फॉक्स जीत गए 3-2 जीता.
Shin has got to be so worried about this.
That's why he's holding it. Paranoia, but still it's going to be coming from multiple angles and yeah, does have the TP forwards. What a call.
किक ऑफ में कितना किया था मेरे को भी याद नहीं है. 4-5 द राउंड हैज पिवटेड. लेट्स गो. Carmine Cop being Carmine Cop थोड़ा सा.
Exactly right, Josh. What you were calling for, that
confidence.
confidence. पिछला याद है. Boundless right now for Carmine Cop.
अभी की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Opportunism, looking to take the timings, even if they're not.
पिछले एक्ट की बात कौन कर रहा है? पिछले एक्ट तो प्लैग टू एंड किया था. पिछले एक्ट नहीं, पिछले एपिसोड.
KC find themselves in another 5v3, very similar to round 7.
पिछला एक्ट आगे जा ही नहीं पा रहा था. साला कितना भी मारो हारता ही हूँ.
To the floor, can't see his
nice
to watch his teammates back. He can be trusted with that at least, but will fall. Spike dropped out in the open. 2v4.
Short रे Martin.
No chance whatsoever here.
अरे ओ John cutie bye.
We've only 20 seconds left. Will be the save.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
KC finding that mid-round aggression.
रैंक से मिलता है एक्सपेक्ट. हाँ बात तो है. मैं नीचे से ऊपर आता है ना वापस. मैं देखो गोल्ड 3 से गोल्ड 1 जाता है, फिर गोल्ड 2 आता है, फिर गोल्ड 3 जाता है. ये देखो ये नाइट बॉट भी साला गले पे नमक छिड़क रहा है. बोलता है गोल्ड 3. घरा. चुप कर. नाइट बॉट चले. बहुत मारूंगा.
Deciding to take the swing through, using Shin almost as bait over towards C. It's pre-planned or called on the fly. Shin was completely alone on C. I mean, this team is big brain enough that they might have set that up as a bit of a fake there, like, oh look.
अबे इनका ये क्या है समझ ही नहीं आता. कभी ये करते रहते हैं.
Either way, lovely setup by KC. And you were asking a question earlier, bro. As we go into this Sentinels time.
बहुत मारूंगा नाइट बॉट. उड़ा दूंगा चैनल से उड़ा दूंगा. एक्चुअली बॉट्स लगवाने बहुत सारी चीजें मेरे को ऑन स्क्रीन अलर्ट्स बॉट सब डालना है.
Even if Sen take all the rest at minimum. A4 half, you can definitely come back from that on Lotus. You need things to go right for you, obviously. You need
By the way, Shadow Boy, Grumpy Boy को congratulate किए कि नहीं? He got his first payment from YouTube.
But there is actually reason to celebrate for the KC fans right now.
Not even watching a game. I mean, obviously there's not a game going on right now, but they're all facing away from the screens. I respect it, man.
They don't need to look.
They are the loudest ones in the building, and they are taking up probably 1/8, maybe that.
Yeah, the loudest per capita. But there's a lot of Sen fans here too.
There are.
Yeah, I mean, I like that the desk threw the KC versus Sentinels on the English broadcast, by the way. Just ruining the KC fans.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Oh, only 15% of you think KC is going to win. That's funny.
Do that Kamido's chat, see what happens. See what happens.
7-5 in the favor of Sentinels.
Zekken now has a judge. Does this mean we're getting into something a little more pacey?
He's got prowess with that double satchel plays, can really take the space quite rapidly. This time, again, a lot of players are calm and court. Grouped up behind Mound, looking to try and fight this one eager, in fact.
That one Prowler makes them think that it's going to be the split push again.
Open the door. They're trying to get proactive just in case to punish those players.
Yeah.
Nice idea as well. Shin using his second smoke, but here we go. Follow
Okay,
the
Kutta
fight.
Kata, flash bhi ho gaya, peek
Excellent, they're all grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
Nice one, Tens.
This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forward.
मुंह पे तो बैठ गया था और क्या करता?
Still, reinforcements are
Nice.
Can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
Ace.
The mobility, the confidence.
Ace.
He's on for the ace.
Give the people what they want. One left standing, the counterpart on the Omen. He knows Shin is around, he knows Shin is lurking.
Shin just tucking
Baba,
to
City
spoil the clip. 10-4. What a demon. You saw
He's
that
not
the
going
counterpart
for the ace,
there thrown
man.
from Shin pushed back the rest of Sentinels. Nobody else was able to get the punish in that kind of way. But then when Tens teleports up top, he's not been caught by it. Everybody else is blind.
Easy,
it is shooting fish in a barrel. And it really is terrifying what Tens is able to do on Omen. It's fit him like a glove, this new role.
Oh yeah. That's how you know he's different from 2021. Not just the agents being played, man, but he didn't play for the clip. Didn't have that option.
Very true.
Keep the rifle going.
Now in that round there was still a little bit of danger, right? I mean, Shin got the pick onto Tens.
एक और मिलेगा
Narrate had been able to punish Tens too. Oh, sorry. Shin got the pick onto Zekken. If Narrate had been able to punish Tens, maybe KC could have come out with something.
2 more rounds.
एक मिलेगा अभी यहाँ पे Sentinels को फिर एक coming
Cacophony is building here in the Madrid arena.
Let's go guys, 5 लोग देख रहे हो. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe.
Control, something they have not been doing very much of. Zelsis quite far away.
ये जो पोल डाला हुआ है उसकी एक कंडीशन भी है, वो कंडीशन मैंने
They could
मेंशन
also
नहीं
save
की
it for post, as Zekken now had Showstopper online too. Narrate with a swing.
The condition is simple.
See what he ended up using.
10 votes अगर yes पे होंगे तो ही membership giveaway होगा, वरना नहीं होगा.
Decided not to use the ult though, just taking space on
Let's
side.
do it then. 10 votes for yes.
Everyone setting up from Carmen Core side. Backwards, spots ahead, vulnerable.
You should run.
Look how nicely though they've saved all of this utility for the post plant here. Sure, the spike isn't down just yet, but they're anticipating the fact that KC are going to be playing retake because of the ults, and the threat is more dangerous than the action.
Fine time off the clock. Second, here's it. Footsteps. Satchel. Oh, no way, Magnum.
Shoot,
nasty business. Here, will fall.
Perfect.
Magnum through the back now, and the site control gained here, close to the corner. Shin, instantaneous with the trade, sticking now. Thomasy onto it, but destroyed.
Nice one, John Cutie.
2 players caught. Surely that's the fuser now. Another tap from Magnum, but it's just him. 1v1. Him versus Zelsis, sticking. Have on it all the way through the defuse.
Let's go.
Puts him to bed.
Shoot हुआ, hug this. मेरे को दिखा ही नहीं.
Little bit of danger again there as KC started to get that retake working. Really lovely the follow-up on the paranoia and Martin's entry through, but Sen stay solid. So many of these post plants are set up with 2 layers from Sentinels. A few players playing further forward to draw all of that utility, and then a few players further back, playing the spam game. You know, that we see the same thing when it's planted over towards C. You have Tens in a more advanced position on top of the box, a few players playing out towards
-47 पड़ा था.
It works all across their map pool, and we're straight back into things. No early fight over towards Rubble, though. KC dominate that area early on, open the door, and that is going to tell John right at the beginning that it was heavy Rubble control.
But they didn't use a nade. There was no signs of life.
अब ये round Carmine Cop का है. Let's go.
I think it's only 2.
अगर मेरे स्क्रिप्ट के हिसाब से चल रहे हैं तो ये राउंड Carmine Cop का है.
On either side, you can see it, the territory being.
थोड़ा सा पिक्सल लग जैसे तो केजे मिल जाता. वही ना. और -47 का है.
The rest of his team's got ready. That's Nightfall online.
Here it is. Through with a Nightfall, Prowlers. Chin the targets, a few of them, but broken in time here. Potential for the retake.
Plant आएगा.
Danger with a showstopper in the back pocket. No way.
यहाँ Tens मर जाएगा.
Great. Finding it onto Tens. Beautiful first kill for them, and this is going bad to worse really for Sentinels here. They still can't get a safe plant down. Util flying through along with the rocket. Martin. Unfortunate really not to get that one. Satchel through into the back, pushing his teammates right into forwards. Magnum is
nice.
Collapsing, colliding, spraying them all through.
It for easy.
He's got so much to deal with.
Agaso.
Unbelievable click, but everyone's there to collect.
बोला था, मैंने बोला था 7-5 in favor of Sentinel.
Very happy.
Final score predict करूँ.
Powered by those retakes. I mean, don't let the technicality fool you. They flooded back in there using their same retake setups, and the timing.
चलो final score predict
for
कर
Magnum
दो.
to swing around the side when the rest are putting pressure up on top, it all worked really well.
Signs of life from Carmine Court. Really excellent stuff on their retakes all around here. Still a steady lead for Sentinels.
अपनी आवाज अपनी भूंड में रख.
Let's send it down to the floor with an interview with some special guests.
Game से तो आगते मुझे ना gameplay.
Down on the floor, and I'm joined by Mama Zekin and Mama Tens. Give it up for the.
ओए Tens की बॉम्ब पहली बार आई है शायद. Zekin की बॉम्ब तो देखा है.
Mama Zekin, we saw you in Americas cheering on your son. Now you're here in Madrid cheering on your son. How does it feel to be able to travel the world and support your son as he pursues his dream?
I feel like I'm the happiest mom in the world. Woo!
अरे आंटी जी.
Amen to that, sister.
आंटी जी एकदम.
I found out this is the first time that you've ever watched your son play on stage. How has the experience been?
मैं बोला ना पहली बार आई है.
It's been amazing, incredible. It's a dream come true. I met so many amazing fans of his. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Guys, give it up, give it up.
आंटी जी इमोशनल हो गई भाई टेंस का फैन फॉलोइंग देख के.
Yes, it's beautiful here. First time to Europe.
First time to Europe. First time to Europe, everybody. Wow.
आंटी जी इमोशनल हो गई टेंस के फैंस देख के.
How has the Madrid experience been for you as well?
Mi amor en Madrid.
I mean, she's the best hype man in the biz right here, baby. Let's just send it back to the cats and get this party rolling.
Zekin की मम्मी को तो है. Zekin की मम्मी जी को तो है.
Oh my. That is one hell of a way to get the crowd on your side.
Do we need to pick her up for the broadcast?
Yeah.
Broadcast के लिए उठा लो.
Oh my,
Golden boy off. I want to see grand finals. Mama Zekin out there hyping up the crowd because I mean I'm loving.
अगर ये पहुंचे ना तो ब्रॉडकास्ट के लिए उठा लेंगे Zekin की मम्मी को. क्या आइए आप भी आइए ब्रॉडकास्ट टीम पे. Final score 13-8 Sentinels.
The second half of Lotus doesn't mean they're going to win. Doesn't mean they're even favored. But when you look at what's on the board, 5 rounds on defense. Normally KC very good on attack. You've got to be feeling good.
13-8 in the favor of Sentinels. Let's go.
Stay in the series.
Pistol goes to.
Players are grouped up and they're meeting side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Prowler will it afford anything? Right into the faces. There's a satchel. Martin, not even with a shorty, but he will go down. And Anna Swarm's tearing him to shreds.
And KC
Pistol will go to Sentinels. Let's go.
Surprised by how deep KC got before the trap play was
India क्या फेलूंगा?
But there are a lot of
अगर prediction सही हुई
That noise re-hit the danger.
तो आप कुछ नहीं बोलोगे. Mockin?
Players anchoring into the seaside. Zekin holding into the corner. What a peek. It's a Carmine Court classic, and they've just got it. Look at themselves. Dodging and weaving out of the woodwork is what it feels like.
Really nice. All of that fundamental
Gaya
prowess that we
pistol.
saw from KC being
Gaya
demonstrated here.
pistol.
Certainly warming up into the tournament.
गाली पड़ेगी मेरे को.
Starting to showcase the strengths what made them a team to be feared.
Boom. 1, 2,
This
3.
pistol round was a great call coming out from Magnum. As long as they can secure things. And John Cudy's denied the miracle. They'll be feeling, again, really good about their chances.
Doesn't have the tools for it. I mean, a lot of players weak.
हैगा यार मैं क्या करूं 10 था उधर कॉर्नर में जाके चपक गया मैं क्या करूं
Should, you know, as long as things go correctly, end up being that 7-7 equalization.
Yeah, and that's Magnum that actually gets the kill there. But there's so many little set plays that we saw from KC when they were playing.
आ जाओ वैसे इंडिया भी आ जाओ चलेगा
Doubling up,
उल्टा ये तो सही रहेगा
you know, maybe a high-low
भाई अपने
setup
देश
or
तो
a jump
आओगे
peek and the second player swings in. Now we see Magnum picking up the Outlaw, actually. Nobody on Sen buying armor, of course. Not going for that force buy.
Few pieces of util.
And how many times have we seen this in the series? No real possibility for the team that lost the pistol to do anything because both teams just kind of rotate around each other.
Let's go,
I
let's
feel
go.
like every time a team's won the pistol, we've seen this in the series so far. Dodging that variance.
Roaming around the map like a pack of wild animals.
Now Sentinels might not give a single frag actually.
Yeah, and a great
They'll
plan.
just
And now,
die to
once
the
you get the plan
detonation
down
of the
this
spike.
easily,
Let's go.
you have the mental bandwidth to start thinking about how do we optimize.
Oh, 5
our
Sentinels
ults.
ki classics.
Right, so do we want
Buy
to
the
try
Sen
to
bundle,
prioritize
man.
Because he's already halfway. We want to try to prioritize Martin, perhaps. These kind of things you can really start to ponder. But there is still pressure here onto Tomashi.
In fact, Sen are committing utility into this. Things they really did purchase and buy. They've squeezed the players out towards map. Time ticking away, running short. Re-clearance called by Carmen Core. So right through the back there, and Sentinels realise that there's really no chance of this. They're making.
Frankly speaking, 10 by uta liya frag.
And I think just looking to try to die to Spike here. But Sassy is going to take a little bit of a timing.
Players are caught out in the open. They're going to be able to die to the Spike.
Bhai maro sab maro.
So really successful.
Paisa needed.
To be honest, from Sentinels, not allowing KC to get close to any of the large ultimates. And that's very important. Lotus, I think, more than any map in the pool right now, is so ult cycle dependent. Especially when with it being attack-sided and both orbs being accessible to the attackers.
Second game ka kya hoga mere
It's
ko
a
wo bhi nahi
mixed
pata.
bag of a buy, though, for KC. They've come into this bonus with some unusual weaponry. I'm interested to see if Magnum can get anything done with his Outlaw. He's the sole player holding back the A push, and Sen have committed 4 players to dominating that fight.
Yeah. 4 players with light armor too.
Yeah, that's a great point. Great point. 4 players that would die in 1 shot to Magnum.
There's that extra danger. So you can see the decision making being used here by Carmen Core. This smoke setup as well, just allows them to hide plate. Not quite an anti-flash position, but at least hiding from the initial
Let's go for the match 2 या फिर match 1 के बाद
when
GG.
the orb is tapped.
क्या करना चाहिए? Shadow भाई आप बताओ क्या करना चाहिए? Match 2 करना चाहिए या match 1 के बाद GG?
Nightfall gets online.
You can see the pings over towards Rubble, pointing out the 3
If you say
positions
you
that somebody
should do
like
it, I'll
Tanks
do
would be
it.
playing
If
if they got him
you
posted up
say
in
you
an
should take
aggressive
rest, I'll
spot.
take rest.
So they're going to go through the motions there, making sure that they clear all of these angles. There is nobody home whatsoever on A.
It's a weird one. Look at this. I mean, back and forth as the call's going for Carmen Core. Looks like there's a lot of uncertainty.
I mean, Sen are basically just playing rotate through spawn right now. They're not trying to, you know, anticipate this so much as just rotate.
No way. I don't know what gave that one away. Still, it's a kill. All Sentinels. First kill going their way.
They've anticipated this pivot.
Yeah, they're looking for it and expecting it. Out towards B. Smoke still up into heaven. What's the call going to be here? With only 15 seconds left, the chance really to try and fight them aggressively. Haunt broken, Boombot now, 11 seconds plan. Finally going down, but what is the fight? Yeah, right through. Sees
Nice
no
one,
connection.
Tekken. Nice one, Tekken.
Oh, the hopes and dreams torn away in this round. Shin wrapped and
Bye.
caught. Cheeky flank timing.
Destroyed.
Not getting away with that.
That was a really bizarre round, though. Sen were rotating through spawn.
Let's go.
Off noise cues, off reads, and just trying to stack the correct position where KC would end. They're not worried about leaving holes because they're just trying to be hypermobile around the map. That can really bite you. If you're planning to play defense like that, sometimes if the attacking team just cuts noise, you're just running around having no idea where things are going to end. But the reads there from Sen were perfect. They got the right call on where KC were going every time.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
No damage on that bonus.
Yep. Really good job, boys.
No damage, but a healthy buy on either side. Vibes Merchant making sure everything is in order. Go TP forwards, dashing across here, sees nade, everything being combined. Shin surely goes down. He gets a kill on second.
How's that happened?
How has he managed that?
He was caught dead to rights inside the C's nade.
To almost single digits, evacuation called. Tens backs away. So listen, call up the cartographer. Power lines being redrawn, but giving up space entirely of rubble. Not even posting a player up deep onto A. Court giving it up.
Certainly very willing to rotate around the map themselves on the attack side. And Sen now a bit frozen in place, expecting this to be an A re-hit. Even when Sassy doesn't really spot anything over towards Rubble. Zelsis has all the utility here, but he is just one man.
He's caught here still with the Odin. It's a very big gun and a lot of targets to really choose, and be down spotted. But the mollies into the back, he had no clue about it. Snake bite. Everything being utilized on top of it. Ruins his day there, but still getting to the position he was in. Pretty miraculous. He's made it an even job for Sentinels on this retake. 4 position of Magnum.
Okay.
Maybe even a cheap one. One-way smoke.
Flashes out.
So Magnum, he's done his job. Pulling out that util early. Now backs away with the rest of his team so he can play side by side. Shoulder to shoulder. Sentinels. This is Core. Comes down to the fundamentals. Comes down to the aim. The battle.
Nice one, Tens. John Cutie. Ek number.
A 3v3 post plant where KC, in theory, could have planted anywhere, could have positioned anywhere, and Sen still got the site so easily. Bundling up the KC post planters into a tiny corner and landing that snakebite onto them after Tens TP'd in behind the orb. This, amazing that Zelsis gets 2 out of that situation, but it basically just equalized part of the luck with Jin, I think, getting away with it at the start of the round. There, with Tens being able to swing on top of it, it just looks really claustrophobic from KC in the post plant.
सांस ही नहीं आ रही थी, इतना क्लॉस्ट्रोफोबिक हो गया था.
To do whatever they wanted. But that is 2 huge rounds in a row from Sen. One to make sure that they didn't take any damage from the bonus round, and the other to knock the economy of KC. If we're talking about Lotus being attack side, being momentum based, well, Sen have just stolen all of the wind out of KC's sails.
Let's see.
Essentially back-to-back gun rounds being won from the retake protocols. Not just that, I mean, they've earned themselves up to some pretty serious
15 seconds.
Utility and kit looking nice and clean for Sen. They've got a showstopper. Zekin's not having a world-class game, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's sitting at 9 and 12, but he's doing his job and he's doing it well.
Yeah, I feel like though Tens has been that guy. From map 1 to map 2, Tens' performance has been amazing. When they need him to get aggressive, like for example in that retake, John Cutie survives on the other side of the map. There's a Viper orb up in the middle of sight. They pop it up. That allows Tens to only focus on one angle, teleports forward, takes the one fight. Again, fighting off the back of John's utility.
I'm freaking full body is paining.
He can do it all.
इस गेम के बाद डिनर करके आऊंगा.
Call me up. That's Tens, man.
वैसे भी 10-15 मिनट का ब्रेक आएगा ना.
He really is.
Fight over C early.
मैं डिनर करके आएगा.
Same smoke, but it is that weaker by a calming core.
And you either need a really good set play to be able to push this one across the line, or you're looking to try and, do damage to the economy and draw out ultimates. Certainly B is the best site to fight with these more close-range weapons, like Magnum's Stinger and Martine's Judge. They haven't cleared Martine.
Tens घूम के मारा. भाई ये Tens आज एक नंबर एम चल रहा है Tens का.
10-7.
I mean, that was wild. Martine was just stuck in the corner with a Judge there.
He is 18 and 8.
And I don't think he realized that people were pushing through the door on him. He probably had a couple freebies, but great adjustment from the Phantom Tens. They completely
shot, yaar.
This very reminiscent, actually, of one of the earlier rounds that we saw from KC, where Martine and Max pushed out through B, trying to find that timing. And here, Sentinels on defense, being proactive, clearing out that area in the mid-round, catching KC.
भाई 2 घंटे स्ट्रीम पे हूँ.
decoy him into win that fight out, but they don't actually have anything planned for the Horns.
2 घंटे से तो मैं हिला भी रही हूँ.
Lots of pings to a variety of players. Carmen called out. Not dissuaded. Now with a nightfall. It's going to scatter.
Ulti आते ही मौली खुली.
Zelts is getting tagged. Same with John QT. They're not going to know how close these players.
Alarm bot फटा.
The alarm bot being broken. Sees into the back of the site. They really don't have a clue. Zelts is spraying away.
गए नहीं alarm bot फटा तो.
Just hoping that the reinforcements arrive, but he backs himself into a deeper position, tucked to the back. Still danger. Vulnerable. No way in hell. Second showstopper, but this player's right behind him.
At least one. भाई कहीं भी शूट कर देता है ये. ये गधा किधर भी शूट करता है.
And the Ray is still struggling to get the plant down.
Some of these fights, the way it goes, I mean, flip a coin, you have a better chance of guessing. Still, up onto the ropes, that's Shin. Forwards. Do Sen expect it? Do Sen expect it? Do they expect it? They do not, John.
That's the example.
Brought down. Angles watched. Forwards now. Sassy.
2v3.
Keen to trade it out. Through the box, though. Couple of straight bullets, and Sassy's dropped down.
Ah, NT.
Eventually, the adjustments are there.
NT.
For Carmen Core, but they come out on top. Magnum's
चलो
position in pit.
अब तीनों राउंड सेंटिनल्स के and the map is closed.
But there were moments all throughout that round where things could have flipped in either direction. So much of it coming down to timings that they find on one another. This for
ये अल्टी अगर कनेक्ट होता ढंग से. ज़ेकिया भाई पता नहीं क्या देख रहे.
Great aim from Magnum there. Big readjustment. Pulls KC back within 2. And they can start here to work some of their ults and start to build a bit of an economic cushion.
Be the win con.
8 is to 10.
That's the rocket. Prowler, Boombot. Let's wait for Util to dissuade it with the Nana Swarms. Both of them being deaded, and Celsius
भाई
putting the Odin's good
मैं
work.
शायद guys match number 2.
Timing. Both double swinging through, but they're vulnerable up now. The nade goes flying forward.
Nade से ही फट गया.
Celsius couldn't withstand it. With the lockdown as well, you have to respect it. Sassy's overstaying his welcome, praying that somebody would open himself up into that sight line.
The plant for Mount this time instead
plant
of
हुआ. चलो post
the
plant खेलने.
on site allows KC to play 2 layers of this.
चलें अब post plant खेलने.
Surely they win it. Well, it's incredibly favoured. At least with the ults. Horns. What's the back? Sentinels are already in. Showstopper. No one to break it. Couldn't let loose with the
पूरा टाइम बाय हो रहा
burning away.
शॉट लिया बट ओडिन से कैसा बचोगे.
What other util do they really have? They've got to play it side by side. Time working against them. Paranoia. Tens waiting for the timing. He flips the switch and now moves forward for Sodu Carmen Core. Sodu Carmen Core.
भाई एम विफ करोगे तो कैसा चलेगा.
Decision is made for him. John QT.
मेरा प्रेडिक्शन गलत करा दिया ना एम विफ करके. I know ये सब साजिश है.
Adapting to what Tens was trying to go for.
ये साजिश है. मेरे को सिर्फ हेट दिलाने की साजिश
We're
है.
expecting KC to have already fallen back to Mound. They thought that they had the site roughly for free as soon as Martin got picked off after using his showstopper. That was not the case. Both teams really messing with expectations. And it's Celsius, a headshot through the wall there that actually sets up the nade kill. Little unfortunate.
Let's go, let's go.
But both of these teams are looking sharp.
I guess guys,
mind games on mind games in these retake post-plant situations.
Doubtful है यार. Second actually doubtful है
has
भाई.
been left alone over towards C.
आंखें जल रही है.
Like 5 hungry wolves staring towards a snack on the C
सोने
side.
मिला ही नहीं ना दोपहर में. वरना कैसा रहता है ना कि अगर ऐसा डबल वॉच पार्टी रहता है 1 घंटे का ब्रेक रहता है बीच में. इधर तो 15 मिनट का ब्रेक था. इसमें भी प्रोजेक्ट किया मैंने.
Managed to take rubble over towards 8. So they've got 10s posted.
We haven't actually seen Tens in this position before. We know that KC have got protocols to clear this out. We just haven't seen the fight actually occur. Oh, do they believe that
क्या यहाँ पे वो क्लियर करेंगे?
they've seen Zekken?
Now can use a volley to clear it. One way.
अभी तक तो नहीं किया है.
They do not like what they've seen. No. They're happy to return back over to Magnum. He knows that there hasn't been any re-aggression on C.
See, Magnum did not give that one up already. Through, forwards, well.
Ah, nice.
Altigicho. Closer to pillar here, now sets down a Viper's Pit. This is a difficult one.
भगा दो यहाँ से.
What chances do they have? What is the call to be made out forwards in front of it? Lucky to be alive. Still smokes on smokes. Who knows which direction this one's going to go into with a nightfall now. They don't know anything. Adjusting Magnum!
Magnum!
It's disgusting. Pretends he's forwards and through, eventually
Do we
removing
do?
that pesky problem that is the IGL. 2 players, forwards.
Nice shot!
Last alive!
Nice!
QT, miraculous with the movement.
And Sen somehow get that one through, despite the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 3.
Way.
अभी कौन सा copyright लगा भाई?
That opening kill from John QD to be able to get his pit online. I'm amazed, frankly, that KC.
ये copyright पे copyright देते जाओ भाई. एक तो गाने use करते हैं ये VCT वाले.
Pit used, Nightfall used as well. That is excellent awareness.
Regular copyright पढ़ते हैं regular.
Smoke to be able to get into the C site, and John QD just reads that for the first kill. And a little whiffy towards the end from Narrate and Shin. Otherwise, Magnum had given them an opportunity. Devastation for Zeish. So 2 rounds ahead again. Maintaining the lead are Sentinels.
और वो copyright mute भी नहीं हो सकता. The major reason for not muting it is they said कि वीडियो लंबा है तो म्यूट नहीं करेंगे. भाई साहब.
It's a good one. Both the IGLs going to be working overtime to try and get that edge.
9-11.
Into C again.
Celsius. Really deep off angle. There was a chance he could have been punished, but safety for now at least. But the snake bite fades. And here's the
Close right check. Spam. भाई यार ये गलत है. साला गन 3200 की और किधर गन 950 की.
John QT is. John needs some help. John needs some help here. Swinging wide. Sassy.
Saucy bye.
Punished for it. Casualty. Line of fire and a line of action here. It is a bit futile, is what it feels like. Only just getting ground underneath them. Plans, paranoia, that forces it out.
Flash जाएगा. Odin 4 ले गया.
Oh, he's on one right now. On for the ace. One more. We'll do it.
No ace, please, no ace.
Spotted.
1v3. Spotted and shut
NT.
down.
That's a wild situation.
Just 2 more rounds, guys. Chill out.
Realize that Tomashi is 1 away from being able to get his pit online, so they can't just allow him to go for the plant. They're forced to go aggressive. This entry, excellent from Martin, and wasn't really expected in this spot.
अलग-अलग rounds के अलग-अलग problems हैं actually. अगर देखा जाए तो Sentinels के लिए अब भी कभी retake का issue आ रहा है, कभी next health cycle बन रही है. एम फाइट जीतनी पड़ेगी. एक टाइम और ले लिया. जैसे मैं बोलने आ रहा था एक टाइम आउट. They have to get
coming to this round with a sheriff.
Sheriff and half armor. Guardians. I mean, a few rifles. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's.
I'm gonna need someone to drop him a gun.
At least.
I mean, I know that he can get work done with the sheriff, but you want to put your players that are in the aggressive positions in the best position possible. And here we see Sentinel's coaching staff taking the time out, because this is crunch time. They have a chance here of being able to close out the series against the #1 seed from EMEA. Book their spot into playoffs, set themselves up potentially as tournament favorites if they make it through Heretics and KC playing like this. Other teams will certainly be having words about that.
Close out kare 2-0.
Little to doubt if they could close things out here.
Most people ahead of this tournament, Common Core Sentinels penned in as most likely finalists, really. The 2 teams that look the strongest coming into this event.
Been a banger of a game so far.
Yeah, so back and forth.
But I think you kind of have to favour KC's chances of being able to pull this round across the line. Now, C's fade combo, C's nade combo, very possible here.
Not using it. Horn though, again, have to deal with that one. Not sure what that lineup
क्या
is.
यहाँ पे C's nade आएगा?
It's a different lineup actually. Sassy was throwing it previously from B, now throwing it from A. Still not getting broken.
पता नहीं भाई.
Happy to follow that
Re-entry.
Noise. They've stacked it with a lot of their players. Prowler forwards, Martin. Satcheled in to clear that space and take
ये Prowler से clear किया, Boombot से भी clear हुआ.
It might still be so. Sees nade. Wrong timing taken for it. Guess what? They want to go.
Nice.
Second. That's a snake bite that takes him down.
There's so many.
वापस आने ही नहीं मिलता ना भाई लेकिन वो.
First wave of util, second with the paranoia and with the satchel. That has really Put Sentinels in the driving seat.
But Magnum broke the alarm bot on B. No response from anybody there, so he's calling to narrate that B may be clear. Oh, is Tomashi going to try to fake this with a pit or something? What are KC cooking? They had a free B site to go for, and they're still going A.
Spinning in, Ten just walks forwards for the information.
बुला रहा है क्या वो? B खाली है फिर भी ये फाइट करनी है.
What is it called? Double face.
बोला ना B खाली है फिर भी ये फाइट करनी है अब.
Parts on either side here. One left standing. It's narrate.
इनको क्या कॉलिंग क्या पता नहीं क्या खेली कर माइन को.
Avoid his team being put on map point, on series point.
He's worried about Zelsis, but Zelsis is still tethered to his
कुछ नहीं है
turret.
boys.
15 seconds less, 10. Just no chance, surely.
12 is to 10.
Even taps it, hoping that a few of these players will be out wide and open. Unbelievable! This time!
Unbelievable!
ये क्या किया?
Zelsis is miles away. The Nightfall going to confirm that he's not playing towards Rubble.
Narrate, 9 below.
भाई ये क्या किया? राउंड थ्रो कर दी.
Ridiculous!
राउंड थ्रो कर दिया.
Important clutches that we've seen in the tournament so far. Narrate somehow saving his team. How does he line this one up? Unreal.
Get out of here.
ये छोड़ो वहाँ उसने अल्टी खींचा.
On the timer or what? I don't even know.
Everything stacked against him.
No way. I mean, barely containing the edge, just like, okay. I'll be the stoic one.
Somehow, Eng expects that, apparently.
Yeah, not shocked.
None of us did.
11.
Magnum is buying an outlaw here to get his team up to map point, knowing that Sentinels are
Pistols पे
on an
होंगे.
And the ults are all in favor of KC, really. There are still ults over on the side of Sen too. Do they choose to use them?
They're hard stacking. There's 5 players. I don't know what gives this read away. It just seems to be a gamble. Zelsis forwards.
Tens is set up for a paranoia. Are they going to try to clear this?
Yes, they're going to be trying to fight this one. Paranoia, forwards. Haunt, broken. Tags it in the smoke, forward. Sancho's backwards, about a second. He let the rocket loose. Sentinels, no way. From the jaws of defeat, they're trying to take it back. Magnum has taken so much damage in the mix of things. 3 HP. Spike, retrieved.
You guys are trying to convert this round.
Down, and Sentinels.
Let's go, Thrifty.
You're joking.
ये कैसा राउंड था?
That is utterly ridiculous. The 5-player gamble stack just at the perfect time. And not just that.
They just turned on the smoke. एक pit.
I mean, look at the way that Martin is playing that. They find the exact moment that KC were about to commit. All of them with utility in their hands, ready to exit.
भाई साहब टाइमिंग पकड़ा.
The aggression pays off big time. They could not have found a bigger moment to slam the pressure back into KC.
Slam dunk मार दिया
We're
भाई.
into this, the final round of regulation. It's already here. Shambolic buy for KC.
Close it, man, close it.
It's bottom of the barrel. It's all they're working with. It's desperation.
No OT needed, please.
Individuals need to step up to even stand a chance of staying in this series.
Emotional roller coaster doesn't even begin for the players there on stage. You go from elation to devastation.
बाकी नहीं कि HP बचे.
Backing away from
Martin is surviving 1 HP.
Gives them that space freely. Carmen Cordo, Spike in a different direction. Now Shin does have his ult. There's a chance he can pivot.
Martin has the showstopper, but he took 124 at the beginning of the round. He took a long-range phantom headshot.
Fake. Lockdown being used here to try and make it feel like this. I mean, it's a good call. Sentinels have been playing super reactive off the time cues, but the lockdown's broken just from the minor amount of util. Now the showstopper forwards Martin. He'll go down to the turret. He'll go down to the turret. He has to send it flying. Poor Timmy.
Turret तोड़ने के लिए ulti use
30
किया.
seconds. Spike can't be planted. That's desperation. It's frantic in nature, but eventually going to be sticking it. Shin backing away. Pit will stay up, and this retake is happening at a blistering pace. Forwards, Zelsis. Dominating the angles. One tap to force out the util, but this could be it.
भाई साहब.
All on the line for Carmen Court. And the calls are being made here, fighting up close.
Zelsis gets 1, 2.
Zelsis! The hopes and dreams ripped to pieces. Shin, desperate.
10, hello? भाई ये spam खाली spam round है ये.
Anything, Thomas no chance.
They just won through spam.
The number Sen City here to play.
They just want to spam. What the fuck? Last round.
Oh, this might have been a 2-0. This match
Bhai,
still
Celsius,
lives.
pagal
Those
hai.
final moments are just bonkers. Sen being able to take
This guy is fucking
with
mad.
a player gamble stack over towards C that takes.
This guy is seriously mad. Oh, bhai sahab.
Kickoff.
चलो यू गाइस एंजॉय. मैं थोड़ा सा डिनर करके आता हूँ. 10 मिनट दो मेरे को. सुबह से भी भाई स्ट्रीम पे डिनर किया था. भूख लगी है मेरे को. हेवी भूख लग रही है. I'll come after my dinner happens. 10 मिनट में मैं डिनर करके आ जाऊंगा. By the Sin Bundle man.
Been gaining grey hairs at a rapid pace. They haven't had a break, man. They haven't had a break, but finally a bit of peace and quiet time to prepare. Sentinels are first team in the playoffs.
And you've got to be thinking, they're looking like one of the favorites to be able to take the entire thing. Because chewing through, and listen, they had some close maps, some close games, but chewing through both of those EMEA teams who were looking so hot in their regional matches, Sen are looking excellent here. And with all of that time to be able to prep, certainly they're going to be looking at all of the other teams, seeing like who looks dangerous as they head forwards to playoffs.
Potentially even more dangerous as well. I mean, of course, can't out Carmen Core. They're not out of the tournament just yet. It's the Swiss stage. Listen, they're going to get that chance of redemption, that chance of playoffs.
But against
still.
who?
Against who?
Against who?
I mean, there's too many unknowns, man. There's too many unknowns and too many other good teams. I mean, we're barely any way into this tournament, and we're just seeing such a high quality of play. It's just insane. It's insanity.
It really is. It's also just incredible individual ability being brought to the big stage by these Sen players. They've worked so hard to increase that fundamental stuff. The retakes, the discipline, the coordination between the team, the IGLing that John Cudy's brought in. But throughout it all, the backbone that's standing up and winning them games here against teams like Heretics and KCU, no slouches individually. One of the big things that's powering through are those individual performances coming out from players like Tens. You know, Zekken on map 1 as well was just unbelievable. And John up towards the top of the scoreboard here for the second map too, whilst also calling an amazing game too.
Yeah, the battle of the IGLs was something to behold, honestly, as well. Those macro calls. I mean, just the gamble in that second to last round.
How'd they get the read?
Making a difference.
How'd they get the read?
You're joking.
It couldn't have been better. The timing too. The timing on the horn, the break, the paranoia, the run into the smoke. I mean, these are what dreams are made of for Sentinels, but also KC, that is going to be going through your head over and over. Very difficult, actually, to get those kind of moments away from you.
Yeah, I'm taking a gander, trying to see if the interview's ready right now. Will be, I hope so.
Yeah.
At some point, and yes, it is. I've got the cue. Go straight to the interview.
What's up, everybody? Let's give it up for Sentinels one more time! Yes! I'm here joined by QT, and we're going to have a little bit of we want to hear the feelings after this matchup. Estoy aquí con John QT, vamos a hacerle unas cuantas preguntas sobre este partido. First of all, after failing to win Ascension, getting back to with your coach, getting here, making it to the big stage. Now you're on to playoffs. I assume that you're feeling amazing and crazy, but how different is actually IGLing and preparing for Americas compared to this?
It's not much different. We just have our process that we follow. We just trust our protocols. We're approaching the games the same as we approach them in Americas, pretty much. Just making sure we understand how the other teams play and how we want to play, and just trust ourselves, pretty much.
Le he preguntado sobre, obviamente, se tiene que estar sintiendo encima de una nube por toda la trayectoria que ha tenido y estar ahora aquí, ser además el primer equipo que se clasifica a los playoffs. Le he preguntado cómo es de diferente prepararse para América que prepararse para aquí. Y dicen que básicamente hay que confiar en sus protocolos, en lo que tienen preparado y que la diferencia realmente es mínima. Okay, you say that the difference is not really there, right? But coming into today's matchup, knowing that you barely had any time to rest, how was the preparation, if there was any, especially, you know, with the maps and everything that we saw?
The preparation wasn't that long, to be honest, because we had no time. We just made sure to trust ourselves, discuss the veto, and the coaches watched the games. I also watched the game, and we pretty much just predicted the veto. I watched their Lotusens play. I was very aware of how they played, and they didn't change much, so it wasn't that hard.
What was the hardest thing to adapt within the game for you?
The hardest thing was just to make sure we're not nervous. I think yesterday we definitely played bad and we still won, but we were very shaky, making stupid mistakes, stuff that we're not used to do. So I just made sure that everyone stayed comfortable and played well.
Le he preguntado que también cómo se ha preparado con tan poco tiempo, ¿no? Después de que ayer fueran el último partido y hoy el primero. Dice que tampoco ha habido mucha diferencia entre lo que Carmine Corp ha hecho en días anteriores y lo que han hecho hoy. Con lo que más dificultad han tenido, sí que ha dicho que es con mantener las energías y no cometer los mismos errores pequeños que cometieron en el día de ayer. Well, thank you very much, Young KT. Let's hear it one more time for Sentinels as they make it to playoffs. Nos vamos a ir a un cortito descanso, pero no os preocupéis porque tenemos más partidos. Don't go anywhere. We have another matchup coming up next. GENG versus EDG.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to day 3 of Masters Madrid. It is time for our second match of the day. China's #1 seed Edward Gaming versus Pacific's #1 seed GENG. I'm Mika Fabs, back on the desk once again with Mimi and Kakuka. I hope you ladies are ready for another banger match today.
I was hoping for more from that first one.
I know. We wanted a map 3.
But this series is going to be so exciting as well. I feel like it's been a long time coming for the best of these two regions in kind of their new form, with GENG taking over that crown in Pacific to have a match.
Yeah, exactly. And especially after EDG getting the final win against PaperX, I feel like everything is coming to fruition. Sometimes when we talk about the placements from the teams coming into the tournament, I think that both these teams really deserve that top 1. GENG proved it the other day, and so did EDG.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of big surprises that happened the other day, and that's how these teams came to this point, right? But there was also a lot of trash talk about this match, and I just love it. Here's what Munchkin had to say about this match. Are you ready, Kang Kang?
Not like full trash, like recycling talk maybe, but both these players.
A little light.
That's a saying now, Bea, and you can't stop that.
Yeah, I won't stop you. I'm never. From the beginning of LCQs, many Japanese fans call me the god of operator, but now I want them to know I'm the god of duelist.
Every Kang Kang quote is so hard.
It's so like, metal.
I mean,
it's
they
so
chew
metal.
the bones to like pieces, or how was it? Like,
yeah, I'm gonna chew my opponent's bones to dust, I think.
Something like that.
He's crazy.
You know what? If ever Valorant has like a heavy metal kind of theme, and the lyrics of like the opening song should be like Kang Kang's quotes. Yes. I feel like that's what.
I feel also like in the past he was more about the teams. I like the fact that he's humbling a little bit more. You know, I think that he's taking a step back.
He's focused on himself.
Yes.
I think that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
No. Yeah, I think it's great. I think that the evolution that we're seeing within the players themselves and the personalities coming into emerging with the rest of the community that we already have is perfect.
Well, I guess, you know, when you talk about EDG, you usually talk about Kang Kang, but there's so many other players that are really delivering.
There's actually nobody else to talk about.
There's nobody else to talk about, really. Well, let's send it over to Golden Boy and hear from EDG's Nobody.
Nobody, come here real fast, my friend. Hello. Good to see you. How you doing? Oh, stand right here for me if you don't mind. Yesterday, you guys overcame a massive challenge by defeating PaperX. And now, today, you enter a new era here where you have an opportunity to overcome new challenges. Is the next challenge to win the tournament, or are there more in the way?
那其实，在昨天的比赛，你们也是完成了一个属于自己的挑战，打败了 PRX。那你觉得接下来会不会有更多的挑战在等着你们？或许是赢下这整个所有的比赛，又或者说还有其他的挑战，你觉得在等待着你们去完成的？
我觉得今天的对手来说，对我们的话是一个挑战吧。如果今天能够顺利拿下的话，我觉得我们后面的旅程将会一帆风顺。
I think today our opponent is definitely another challenge for us. If we can overcome this, maybe after this we can do everything well.
Right, well, I think a lot of people would love to see that. Good luck to you, my friend. Back to you guys.
Well, it looks like they're just about ready for every single challenge. And I mean, EDG got revenge on PaperX. So I think after that history and finally managing to overcome your demons at international tournaments, right? I think like you'd be ready for just about anything.
Yeah, I mean, they've played this team 3 times before at global events, have lost every single time. But in this one, it felt to me like the final evolution of EDG's style. When we first saw them at global, they were this chaotic team who was so focused on individuals, a lot like what kind of FPX is now. But in this match, they were so slow. slow and controlled. They were very focused, especially on the attack side, of playing these really patient mid-rounds, waiting for PaperX to mess up, and then finding the gap.
Yeah, and actually that is something that you can expect from PaperX, right? Not the messing up, but actually, you know, they're going for the aggression. They're doing a little bit of those funky plays. I think that adaptation also is going to help them throughout the rest of the tournament, because the opponents and the teams look more like PaperX than the conventional teams, especially with how the meta is shaping and how the regions are advancing and moving forward. So good to know that they can get that revenge, but is it going to be enough when put up against different kind of playstyles? Like, for example, GENG being more traditional.
I mean, I feel like both these teams actually have really comparable styles, right?
Yes.
They're both now playing that super slow, mid-round heavy style, trying to embed lurks, but both have these like really ridiculous kind of levels of players to step up in the late round and win clutches, which I think makes this a very interesting style match.
Speaking of players that really step up and make it into clutches, we have to talk about Haodong, because I have to tell, there's almost something eerie about the way he plays. There's always something uncanny. He's always at the right place, at the right time, every single round.
Yeah, exactly, and that is something that made the difference completely on the previous matchup. Seeing the way that he was finding the space, that he was finding the right time, and that he was giving the right information to the rest of the team. I think that we highlight so many IGLs around the world, and it is time that EDG evolves, moves away from that tag of, yeah, we have Kankan, he is good on the operator, haha, we do duels, to actually thinking of them as a very high contending team.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, his evolution has really, I think, mirrored the team. As the team has gotten IGLing, I think we've really seen him learn from the teams they played global event after global event. Well, this is the time he's ready to rock up and teach some people, because his lurks were perfect yesterday against PaperX. When we talk about exploiting that gap, getting in these mid-rounds, it's all this guy. It's all this guy.
Yeah, it's again, as I say, it's eerie, it's uncanny, it makes my spider senses tingle.
Well, Boo's not on this team, so I don't see why it would be eerie.
Well, that's true. No need to be shocked or anything. But I feel like, you know, when you talk about EDG, again, you talk about Kankan, it's great to see, by the way, that he is also evolving, because, you know, you usually lock him onto the duelist role and the super opper of EDG, but now you see him actually flexing onto different roles. He brought out the KO, for example, a while ago, and he is no stranger at all to events like these. And I believe, Mimi, you did sit down with the EDG duelist. Now maybe flex to talk about his return to the big stage.
I'm joined here by Kong and our translator, DJ. Kong, welcome to Madrid. I wanted to start off by asking you, this is the first event now that you as EDG has been representing the CN International League. How has it changed from previous events to now playing in the league?
那其实对于我们是代表着我们 CN 联赛建赛制以来第一次参加这个世界性的赛事，那你觉得和之前相比的话，来到这次马德里大师赛有没有什么不一样？
我觉得这次参加马德里可能更多的是背负 VCT CN 的一些荣誉吧，所以说我要先为兄弟们登上这座山，然后为兄弟们插枝面旗。
I think like we kind of like take the pride of our CN League for all of my brothers from CN. I kind of like I want to climb this mountain for them.
Yeah, well, you're already kind of starting on that quest. I want to ask about some of your games that you played in CN. For EDG, it feels like sometimes when we watch you play, you see kind of different versions of this team. When you played against a team like Case, it's a very like put together team, and when you play against FPX, sometimes it gets a little bit more chaotic. Do you think EDG as a team plays to the level of the opponent they're against?
其实我们会发现 EDG 在面对不一样的对手的时候，其实你们的打法风格会有改变。比如说你们在面对 KC， 可能你们会更团队一些的要求，但是在面对 PRX 的时候，你们又会可能也会打得比较冲啊，比较有是那种打得比较有侵略性那种。那你们会根据队伍的不同来改变你们的打法风格吗？
我觉得这是以前我们的一个弊端吧。然后我觉得我们现在要做的就是。在他们像 PX 他们可能会打得很混乱的时候，然后我们做到，不要被他们的节奏所影响到自己需要打什么的东西。对，我觉得我们现在应该做的是做好自己。对。
I feel like if we change our play style, depends on who is our opponent. It's kind of like a disadvantage of us because we want to like play our own thing, no matter who is our opponent. For example, if it's PRX, we don't want if they play chaotic. If we discipline and do our things, I think that will be better.
Okay, very interesting. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but thank you very much for joining me, Kong.
Yeah.
Well, Kang Kang talking about scaling mountains, and the next challenge, the next mountain that they have to scale will be GENG. This was their first global qualification, and right out of the gate, they took down Loud of all of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, GENG's debut showed that Pacific was not a fluke. It wasn't just a one-off to go out there and beat a team like Paper X. This squad was here to play. Loud came out playing some funky comps. They went back. They changed onto a Yoru on their Ascend. They did a lot of stuff that I think would be really hard to deal with as a team, seeing it for the first time. And GENG adapted to it incredibly well. Again, comparable to EDG. This team does a great job at slowing down these rounds, not letting themselves get dragged into the chaos, and instead setting up to find the right mid-round idea and adapt to even these weirder comps very well.
And we've been so excited to see, faces coming back and new faces. Lakia is one of them. I think that he had a good day. The fact that we're seeing Texture in such a good form coming into the international stage. Those are the kind of players that will make a difference, right? The one that has to be the explosive player, and also the one that has to bring all the knowledge and all that calmness onto the stage.
Yeah, and I feel like, you mentioned Texture, right? He was a player that was already one of the best duelists to come out of Pacific, and you set him up in a team that complements his playstyle perfectly, and suddenly you have one of the most dominant duelist showings in an entire tournament. That was Pacific Kickoff.
I was honestly kind of disappointed watching him play all of last year and be tossed around on all these.
Wants more. Okay.
भर दिया global को.
Think about how many different agents he was playing, how often his role was being switched around. No, he gets on this team, he's playing Jet, he's playing Duelist, he's playing what he's good at, and he's damn good at it.
And he's probably one of the reasons
भर दिया भाई, global को भरा, global को भर दिया.
To get this miracle run that GENG had in Pacific, and I think the fact that he's able to translate it here, and by the way, I do not think that he's still 100%. It's amazing, and will probably take Pacific very far.
Well, let's see if we have more from GENG with Golden Boy and Munchkin.
Munchkin, come here, buddy. Oh, man, it's been so long. We got to get the awkward hugs out of the way. Buddy, it's been a minute. I saw your post online to Kang Kang. You had asked him if he was ready for today. Is it safe to say that you're excited for this match, and why is that?
Just T1 Munchkin lost to EDG, but GENG Munchkin will not.
Oh, GENG Munchkin will not. Good to see you, buddy. Always a pleasure. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome to Map Select.
Mavitos.
This is match 2 of the day, and we'll go ahead and get started. EDG, do you want Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B.
Team B. So GENG, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
Ben Bind.
Bind. EDG, your ban.
Ben Lotus.
Lotus.
Yeah.
And map number 1 from GENG.
We pick Icebox.
Icebox.
Icebox to be played.
Attack.
Attack to be played.
Number 2 from EDG.
By EDG.
Split.
Split side on split.
Kang Kang on that race.
Attack. Okay, next set of bands starting with GENG, you have Ascent, Breeze, and Sunset.
Ascent. Ascento. वीटो में एक्चुअली टाइम लग जाता है. अपने को लगता है वीटो इजी होएगा, बट वीटो विल नेवर बी फकिंग इजी. भाई अगर तुमको जो मैप खेलना है वो टीम ने अगर पहले ही बैन कर दिया, तुम्हारे लग जाएंगे. तुमको तुम्हारा प्लान बी देखना पड़ेगा.
Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Ban
your
Ascent.
ban, you have Ascent and Breeze.
Breeze खेल लो भाई.
Ascent.
Okay.
Breeze खेल लो.
So map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze. GENG side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
लाइक एम्स मारे, सब्सक्राइब एम्स मारे.
No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora primero.
म्यूजिक बहुत कड़क है, बट कॉपीराइट पड़ेगा.
Vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la
Copyright. Come on.
A battle for that sure spot into playoffs.
Everybody just captured it in their phone. Bhai sahab.
It's EDG versus GENG, and we've seen, Mimi, just how hard these teams can punch, even against the best of them all.
They absolutely can. EDG has been a team on a long rise, climbing mountain after mountain. But their next opponent, the new Kings of Pacific, GENG, have been impressing everyone on the run-up to Masters Madrid. And this is their chance to lock in playoffs early.
And it wouldn't be the first time that we see a miracle run in a Masters tournament. And I think that not only making it into playoffs will be
She's also happy.
She should be hungry for more after defeating a world champion in Loud.
But think about for EDG as well. Yeah. Every international tournament they've attended, they've gotten better. The placement has increased. They ended at a crescendo last year at Champions with a new CN League in place with them on top again. There's definitely that pressure to succeed, to make it international, to represent China the best they can.
I love that you brought that up because, like, you know, you're just reminding everybody that EDG kind of had a later start than all of these teams, right? And now we're seeing them here dominating so many others, and it's going to be a memorable performance for them for sure, especially since, as you mentioned, we're seeing them getting better and better and better.
They're the only team at Masters Madrid who didn't make a roster change into 2024.
That's right.
They are really the last old guard team that is fully intact.
How did we get here where they are the old guard?
Match चालू करें फटाक से.
And outrageous. And also, if we think about the map veto that we just saw, knowing that GENG is the team that has played one of them that has played every single map that is out there in the map pool, is very interesting to see where EDG wants to be taking things, and also if GENG is going to be changing things around.
Yeah, we're starting out on Icebox for this series, and I think this is an interesting matchup because GENG have been so damn good on this map. They're yet to lose it in 2024. 5-win streak. The last name they took down was Loud, who a lot of people considered one of the kings of Icebox through the history of that team. They play the Gecko KO composition, playing around those dizzy flash combos, and they're so good at it.
And it's perfect, right, to play against EDG. They
फिर
don't
से वही है.
have that much into it, and we've seen the agents already.
Yeah, and no changes here. EDG have been playing this comp at home in China. The comparison is playing into that Sova versus that KO. Both these comps play pretty similar when they're on the attacking side. They don't have that Sage wall, they don't have the Harbor utility, so on their B hits, they have to be fighting forward, going for
100%
space. So what I'm looking at in this series is Kung and Texture, two Jet players that we know are incredible, and how well they can be set up to take space forward and allow that plant to come down, or to win the retake.
Something else. I want to see the Gecko making and being the difference. I want to not give them the space that they want, and actually finding not only the lurkins but the right timings to go into execute.
Well, we're all set for our second match of the day. Let's send it over to our casters. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Mika. I'm very excited for this one, Tom. It looks like we've got a pretty juicy series in front of us. You want to throw out a favorite before we go into it? Any predictions?
Oh, that's brutal.
Throwing under the bus today.
No predictions, baby.
I think I'm slightly leading the way of GENG. I think they've been in slightly better form, but EDG are one of those teams that they're on the war path, is the way I want to put it. They are slowly improving better and better, and their game versus Payprex showed they could weather the storm. Well, they've got slightly different weather conditions as we kick off on Icebox, and that's not the greatest start with T2 already going down.
Munchkin got the first one.
A lot of space behind them's now wide open for GENG to take. So they've got to be a little quicker or
भाई साहब सीधा dash in site के अंदर.
Instead, it's going to be
But
much
what
faster.
if
They look
Frag
to fight on the
doesn't
site. Meteor good for one at least, keeping numbers in
get-
favor. But Haodong, this man was impressive, able to constantly get behind.
Haodong को 3 मिल
But this
गए.
time, he's taking them head on. 3 kills already, and EDG are back in the round. A 4th just around the corner with Munchkin so desperately
Nice shot,
low.
Texture.
Texture putting
मुंह
up
पे
one
से
hell
dash
of a
मारा.
fight. Connections,
एक और last.
and nobody 68 HP. Texture's gonna find it hard to get him dropped with 2 bullets left. He needs to be precise, and he has no idea where nobody has snuck off to. Texture creates some space to pop the reload, back to 6 bullets. A bit more spam ability,
right.
and he's right in the corner.
55.
And he needed both to land. That is 1-0 for EDG.
Yeah, a real back and forth in the initial pistol, and already seeing a a little bit of what this man Texture can do.
55.
Definitely fearsome opposition. But I do like this, sort of a slightly more direct approach initially from that side of EDG, just looking to take their way straight in towards the side, and even Texture can bail them out of this one.
Zoop.
Of course, just looking at this map in general,
I want GENG to get
we've already
this.
seen the actually very, very good attack sides coming out of the side of GENG. So they're starting on the weaker half, and for EDG, they really struggled, but we've only seen them play it versus FPX, who, I'll be honest with you, that's not a litmus test of how you play a map, because FPX are playing the double duelist, Reina, Jet, aggro, crazy style of play. So I don't think that it's something to really worry about too much in terms of that match going down poorly. And for EDG, obviously getting off to those good starts, being able to build the economy up a little bit is a good place to be.
Well, Tom, we've seen the famous words pop up on the screen. Of course, we're in a technical pause here after just the first round. Best time for it. You know, realistically, if you're halfway through a series, that can really break momentum for any team. But right off the bat of the pistol, it's going to give more time to Concon, for example, who had already decided to purchase an
guys, I don't know,
this
man.
Is something I am
How
thrilled
would I
to
continue?
see. I look back at one of their previous Icebox games, didn't see them purchasing the Outlaw, and got very sad because Concon is one of the strongest snipers we see floating around the international scene. And I just think he can maximize the potential of this weapon. So super excited to see if he keeps that, what he can do with it. But for now, we're going to be sitting in this tech pause while GENG get their gear fixed up.
Yeah, I think this is a match filled with storylines as well. Like, you're looking at Lakia looking to make his way back to a playoffs after a career that hasn't been where it should be. I think that's the best way to put it. He peaked in new term and now has been on his way back through the entirety of his previous losses. For GENG as an organization, this is a real opportunity for them to get into the playoffs. A team that last year started strong but then underperformed, now have an opportunity to do it at a Masters. For the side of EDG, this is a story of, can we now see China overtake Pacific? Because that's the thing. They've been pretty close a couple of times. They've battled versus Paper X many a time and finally beat them just yesterday. Now they have an opportunity to take down both Pacific teams and become, well, they're basically the kings of Asia. That's what we're looking at here. So it really is an important matchup for either side. GENG to finally sort of prove themselves. Even just sort of what we saw from Munchkin earlier, the sort of like, okay, I lost to them on T1, but I'm not losing to them here. Maybe just feeling that little bit extra confidence with his new roster, with his new team.
Well, Tom, it looks like we're back. We got to see actually pretty cool over the shoulder.
Everything fixed.
It there at the
We
end.
are into
Mouse
the
is
game.
back online. Game's running smooth, and so the game is running right back into things with EDG 1-0 up. As we can see, Concon didn't decide to take the Outlaw. He's gone instead for the Guardian. Different uses, different ideas. This attack side, nice and slow, little bit of A control. They had the recon go up, but it was contested by the side of GENG. They've refocused and they look towards the B site. Drone clearing out a ton, and a Viper wall that they can easily push towards the site with. You don't imagine GENG will be playing ahead of that with their pistols.
Normally in these sort of rounds, you expect GENG to, like, they'll have utility to deny these plants. Like, you're talking about nano swarms, snake pipes, you're talking about the mosh.
नहीं था दो टीचू के पास थे यहाँ पे एक भी नहीं था if they hit one or two nasty shots I would say chance
with this sort of composition being run by EDG they have to take a lot more control
I would just say chance है
in this sort of round
पर नहीं कांग भैया 3 मार गए नोबडी भैया 1 मार गए मीटियोर ने 2 हेडशॉट्स कनेक्ट करवाए फिर भी
still makes it a little bit costly.
Trying to see if we're going to have Chichu pick up a weapon. He did make it just about. So 3 rifles carried forward for EDG altogether, decently successful.
Kind of 10 rifles.
Concon finds so many kills and the death. This might be able to cancel out some of the economic disadvantages that could be coming after this round. For now, they'll play it as a bonus with some.
Guys, and one more thing. अगर मेरे को चेयर पे बैठे-बैठे थोड़ी सी झपकी आ जाए, I'm really sorry for that.
Might be baiting me.
हल्की सी झपकी अगर आ गई.
Scope in his hand. The weapon dropped over, Tom. We're going to get it. Let's see what he can do. Attack side outlaw on this man.
He has to get kills here because he basically needs the Blazestorm for the
major problem यही थी.
Chichu does actually have extra credits, so maybe they could drop an extra one, but
that watch party में अगर चलते-चलते भाई हल्का सा भी नील आ गया दिक्कत है. Short है मुश्किल. Okay, कांग मारा है.
Execute onto that A site, but yeah, it also can't come just himself.
This is the thing, you've got Karen and Lakia both now terrified because they've got half shields. So that outlaw rings out and you realize we're in a bit of trouble. I wonder if even an element of that is looking at previous iceboxes and
Texture
seeing
gets
this wasn't a preferred weapon. With Kong down, that rifle can still be retrieved and used later on. And really, you got to think about damage. You got to think about the game damage. That's the name of the game here.
Mara.
Either way, we are going to see them building up.
और अगर यहाँ पे Chinese team जीत जाती है तो I want कि EDG जीत ही जाए फिर. I don't want mapping that.
To at least be able to find one. And in this 2v4 situation,
frankly speaking, I don't want
mapping that. Not looking
really
needs to get something. Really needs to get something here. And now Caron is the only one remaining.
Planting Smoggy.
Try and turn this. They planted in
Plant denied.
Spot. I guess expecting him to come around on the flank. This man has been a real showstopper when it comes to GENG's success, and he might be able to get a second player planting. Definitely got a little bit tight for a second there. Looking to try and isolate one of these duels, faking out the sound, but now know exactly where he is. Needs to try and drop one of them, and
Howdon got Gen Caron, and GENG lost the third one as well.
Well, we've seen these leads fumbled before the 3-0 and the immediate bite back, but this one,
मैं guys तुम लोगों को पहले बोल रहा हूँ थोड़ी सी झपकी लग गई अगर मेरे को प्लीज बेयर करना मैच एंजॉय करना
floating around that 5K mark. In fact, coming out of that round, you've got players close to 9K, but big reinvestments being made, big upgrades too.
I seriously यार भाई मेरे को नहीं पता actually मेरे को नींद के जैसा लग रहा है
and a Viper's pit
and I don't want to go.
Most likely in this round.
मेरे को तुम लोग को ये मैच दिखाना है anyhow.
That's a different question, but these are huge pieces of utility and abilities to have. Where GENG now find themselves trailing.
जल्दी जिस हिसाब से खेल रही है तो GENG उतना ही हिसाब से बैकअप होने वाला है GENG का. Howdon का nice shot रे कांका.
Composition for the side of EDG really relies upon is
using
these
new
A-side
skin
hits, because again it can be quite difficult without having a straight up blockade of something like a cove, or even like having those extra flashes that you might see coming out of Gecko.
बात तो है.
But now at least though, already shutting down the players in
nice
mid,
shot.
and they are just winning every single battle.
Nice shot.
Indeed.
Well, Bladestorm even going to come out here to try and close
why.
out this round.
I'm
not sure this was needed, but you know.
Either a misclick or he's just like, I'm going to get 5 kills next round anyways.
Audacious play if it's the latter. I would side towards a misclick, but maybe it's just asserting the dominance. Oh, first shot, not gonna lie, he's up in the window!
Munchkin!
You deserve,
absolutely. Economic damage now looking pretty good for GENG. Already 2 rifles dropped. Let's see how many more. Again, there's so much money on the other side, but Munchkin was really starting to dice them up.
I don't know. Munchkin ने 2 head मारे. तीसरे को भी lock किया.
We go for EDG, and now the buy comes through from GENG. But the thing is, the attackers have quite a lot to work with, not just on the credit side. Like we said, the Viper's Pit now is online.
145 and he got hit. यहाँ पे तो भाई right click miss किया, एक body एक head और बंदा खत्म.
And he only actually got 1 kill from headshots because of some of the players so far away. I'm looking at that operator though. This is where Texture can bridge the gap a little bit. You can see that gamble already beginning. 3 players over. They're going to look to try and pressure, but this is why they have 3 players on the other side of the map. The reliance on Texture. No escape available at this stage, so he's just going to have to run. There's been a catch in mid.
Yeah, this is a big kill. Losing their utility, they're going to filter back in very quickly
to
take that space, but the cost is massive. 2 kills and a big player taken down. If GENG decide, or if EDG, pardon me, try to switch directions, GENG would be blind to it. Up close here, Texture's already used his dash. There's no
Texture, you missed it, man. Nobody is not missing anything.
Again, Lakia, the last man standing. Once
he's just hitting everybody.
This region, it was all we heard about again and again. Oh, wait till he steps on the international stage. Well,
भाई साहब 5-0 Howdon.
So we'll give him a chance. 5-0.
Doesn't he only play Bind?
Yeah, I think they messed up their roster on this one. Oh, that was it.
अब यहाँ पे मैं switch कर सकता हूँ.
मेरे
को अगर guys वैसा अगर एकदम ही नहीं सही लग रहा होगा ना तभी एकदम dead सी feel हो रही होगी. I'll go after map.
This is a map that they played once in the season in China.
I'll take rest. I'll go after map 1.
In the final, And on the other side of
मैप
things,
तुम लोग enjoy करना,
5-0
अगर मैप 3 जाता है तो मैप 3 भी enjoy
RRQ
करना,
twice,
but I'll
Team Secret
leave
Zeta,
after map
and
1.
of course
Simple.
Loud, which we saw within this tournament. So you're talking
I'll go and
about a
sleep.
GENG in
Actually,
massive
I'll go and
form on
sleep.
this map,
Then-
and an EDG that have barely played it and lost. And right now they're winning 5-0.
All the signs
barely
of the audience
opening
might
my
be
eyes
spot
right now.
on. Op
Straining
long,
my eyes.
and right
Simple.
here they've given an op over to Kankan.
I haven't slept
Opportunity
like
for EDG to
from
further
morning
extend
7
that score line. Their
and
opponents
working since
not having a
10:30.
lot of credits. They're going to be coming in with a couple rifles, maybe a
13
big
घंटे हो
iron
गए
on a
काम
couple
करते हुए.
players' hips. But for the most part, it's not going to be pretty. Tom, this is a flying start for EDG on
No
the
travel,
attack side.
nothing. यहाँ
Do
से
we
उतना नहीं
expect
करना
GENG
नहीं कुछ
to
खाली खा के
turn
आ
it
जाओ वो भी
around
10
on
मिनट
the
के ब्रेक
next?
पे.
It's
What's
possible.
their minimum, their benchmark?
I'm looking at this round purely because Texture is a Bladestorm.
Okay.
He is one of the OGs when it comes to the Korean Jet, and if he starts hitting his shot, that's why they've actually invested a decent amount. Like Munchkin's bought a rifle, along Karan has as well, but I genuinely think they believe they can win this round when Texture has a Bladestorm. He is that good.
Well, he's had a tough time when it came to the operator up on B.
Now,
and one of the other things
the
is
thing
the consistent
is 3,
knife coming out
2,
of Smoggy early
1.
on sort of
Molly.
deters that early aggression. You're never really going to have a chance.
But Molly
to
doesn't work
actually
out.
use it
एक को spot किया, close left take ले भाई.
I've heard that Bladestorm popped.
He's lost it.
And he's gone for a moment. It will be back, and there's no pressure immediately applied. But they are keeping 3 players towards the B site, and this is exactly what EDG
B2A
want.
पे
The
wait.
rotates just now started for GENG, but EDG are already knocking on the door of A. It's all about pace here. How soon they're going to actually commit to this? It looks like not soon enough. Texture has rotated in, and in fact, Karen's on the way to help out. It's going to be a stacked
Okay,
site.
good trade.
Munchkin at least grabs one. This is what we needed to see, and Texture now cancelled out completely.
Texture misses.
Second time he's lost it, but he was given an opportunity.
Meteor,
Nice
good
shot
shot,
from
man.
Meteor though. Gonna go back in
But
with the sheriff.
nobody
Still just means a 1-for-1 trade, but
is just
Karan
connecting
decided to step
everything
up.
today.
This is like to look doable as he gets a second off the back of the Guardian.
1v2.
And now that Bladestorm, at least a couple of knives should be online. Smoggy just waiting patiently. Little bro is going to give his position away, and eventually, finally, that knife comes through.
Massacre का आवाज अच्छा है.
Will give GENG their first round.
Yeah, Texture waited quite a while to get to use that. A funny round from them, but the early contact on B, I guess from EDG, the fact that they didn't follow it up, you have the drone go through, the knife fall, and then they immediately move towards that A site, but shifting the whole way. It allowed them to rotate in on the side of GENG on time. They were ready for this play. And they obviously held back until you saw those knives come back online. Good crunch, and 5-1 on the board. This was
Actually
not a
nice
round
play.
that most people would have expected them to take. And if they did, probably off a massive play from Texture.
I thought they'd win it, but yeah.
You just expected the 1 kill from the Bladestorm, did you, Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, that adds up.
Let's just not play back any of the audio of what I said.
Yeah, no, we can replay it later. It's okay. The op again on Texture. He has another opportunity. And
He has
dash
a lot
still
of
online.
support as well.
Oh,
That's
they've been
the main
spotted.
thing.
Yeah, that recon just saw the player in the corner. This would have been a great bait, firing the op, running back, telling them like, oh, I'm scared, and then easily mowed down by
Looking at the
Lakia.
aggressive position as well. Like,
Oh.
Munchkin has pushed up. Nice shot from Meteor as well. He's won that battle versus Chichu for the first time. Now this position becomes a little bit more audacious because you already have the man advantage. You don't really need to be in such an aggressive position anymore, but there isn't a safe way out. This needs to be at least a 1-for-1 trade, and I think he's going to get maybe even more than that. The only thing is the timing. There's that
मार देता भाई.
the hard check.
Really saved the day with that one. Nobody's going to recon out after dropping Texture, making it up top, but
Karen
Karan
gets
spotting it.
1.
And for EDG, the spike is now down. They've got plenty of control. The B side is theirs. But what are they going to do with it? Nothing without that spike. It's Kankan, 1 versus 3, 20 seconds left. And it seems like this round is already over. No, the angle's a little off on Timmy. So he's sneaking his way through, but now he's being spotted. And with 12 seconds left, there is no chance to plant. They're just going to send one player. Well, actually, they're going to scatter in every direction, ensuring no matter what, he can't get all 3 kills.
Yeah, if it was anyone else, I think maybe there'd be a bit of confidence. You're going, do we want to face into Kankan? No, not really. They are going to hit the steps, though.
That's why.
That's the exact reason why. So clean with it. But I'm liking the adaptations we're already seeing from GENG. That was the exact thing I was saying in the early rounds is, are they going to now adapt to stack up that A side? Because, as said, with all the utility that's there for EDG and without having something to help them get the plant on that B site, it becomes a lot easier to fall back into the same sort of traits of going in towards that A site and looking for that afterplan. So they've just started stacking up players. You've had aggressive positioning from Munchkin, and then they've gambled in the early round. Okay, let's see if they push B. If they don't, we'll quickly rotate. And it's worked for them so far.
Well, GENG certainly starting to find their footing on this defensive side. The 5-0 was worrying, concerning.
Every freaking buddy,
but it's still very much alive. Even in the last series, thinking about the Lotus game, you saw Sentinels flying into the lead, and it's much closer at the halftime. It's fairly common. Teams to need that little bit of time to see how your opponents are playing.
To what you were saying earlier, I think for minimum 5 rounds, I think GENG are fine. They've shown that they have normally about 6 to 8 rounds every single time they play their attack side, so it's definitely their favored of the lot. Looking to now set up in towards this B-take, but again, the read from GENG, they've got that early rotation, they've set texture up over on the A side, and actually we're going to see a Hunter's Fury popped. They're going to try and get that opener, and they might
they went Karan over there, let's go.
I can't
को 26 का damage
there are
करके ले
still
दिया
multiple players here, and the hold on mid to make sure they can't rotate back.
Well, that hold's just now given up, but they're aware it could still be online. Instead, they're going to commit towards the B side rather than going to A, and it's worked out fantastically. Just Munchkin left. He's got some support on the way. Meteor just making it through the halls, but look who's right behind them. Nobody snuck his way in, and he's grabbed a quick double. The lead now convincingly in their favor.
Nice one.
Chichu, the final nails in the coffin for that round. 6-2. EDG back on the board.
That was just gorgeous. The way they isolated each of the fights, okay, I'd say the Hunter's Fury had a little bit of risk to it, but you could normally gamble, especially after seeing the snake bite. You know that he's on yellow, so either you clear yellow or you have at least a kill. And then on the other side of things, just lovely little interplay. The pot flash coming out of Smoggy, he's already racking up the assists, and well, you're going to bank on if you blind an opponent, Concon's getting that kill.
I think I'd be pretty confident with that one. So long as he's on the same side of the map, that player's dropping now. Concon wants to get greedy. He heard the orb be tapped, but there were players covering it from far back. Lots of big irons in play for Sheriffs, and a classic for Lakia. But the real danger here is when it comes to ultimates. Retake with a Viper's Pit, even the pistols can be deadly inside of that, and a Thrash online as well. There's definitely potential for GENG to play retakes with some success. Although again, it would be risky. Really, if we see them commit anything big, I imagine it's going to be on the back of a couple kills first. They need to find those. Texture, a good candidate for it, but they're going to be forced back by this lockdown.
I think that's been the problem, because some of these ults have been online for a little while now, but they just haven't really found any opportunities to actually be able to use them. And a lot of that is because they've stacked the right sites most times. At least the lockdown and other stuff is very good for retaking. Again, they do a little bit of damage, but ultimately, Mitch, not really much to write home about.
No, and I think certainly not with the amount of credits that are in play for most of the EDG players. Even the reinvestments will keep them with a 2-round buffer. So for GENG, coming towards the latter stage of this half with just a couple rounds left to compete for, yeah, it's not ideal. They have those 2 rounds 6 and 7 under their belt. Things were looking good, but we do need to see them build the rest of those foundations fairly soon.
Penguins!
And, well, Tom, you've just pointed at my screen, and I almost just don't want to bring it up. But, yeah, I said Lackey has had a tough time.
It's
He's
the
still
no
having a tough
assists
time.
as well. Like, it means that so far there's been almost literally no impact, which is a pretty scary prospect. I've loved the way that they've used this combination of Gecko and KO in the past. So far, it's just not really been there. Oh, Kankan has definitely
Chichu.
a little bit of extra sound. I don't think
Actually, they are just exploring mid. Chichu को मिल जाता है mid explore करने के लिए, and that is a very good thing for him. हर बार mid पे एक ना एक pick मिलता है.
This battle between him and Meteor has been a regular occurrence, but this time it looks like it might go amiss.
Chichu's at least been spotted.
No!
A free kill for him, but not the follow-up. Meteor's at least able to keep this control, as the lockdown now is a big threat for EDG. They're going to give up the site control. Spams on the way as they retreat. Concon keeping their back secure. Viper's Pit to stop them from getting back into the site, to stop them from keeping their Viper's Pit online. EDG completely shut out of the A site. Now they've got to go looking elsewhere, but in fact, they've already gone looking elsewhere. They've pushed up mid, made it through the tube. They'll be spotted immediately by the turret, but with 5 HP here, a big threat for Texture. He's got an op that can one-hit them. If they've got anything, they can one-hit him back.
Yeah, they still have the spike over on A, though. They are still going in this direction. Howdong needs to find something here, and he does. It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in, though. Karon might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do. 3 kills, a good reaction initially off the back of the Viper's pit, but also a solid hold as he was the last point of defense.
And just a really good read from him as well, that if he sits inside that pit, they'll push in. If they go through the pit, probably he gets them both, but there's a rope right up top, and it's dangerous. Instead, he just waits for them, lets them try to jump straight through to get the plant. The time was what was putting the pressure on them. Yeah. 7-3. GENG found another round. Economy's good. Thrash online. They committed a couple ultis to the previous, but they also managed to deny Howdong's Viper's pit. This is an incredibly aggressive push coming out of Munchkin. No flash on the corner. Looks like he just wants to hold it, but soon you have to imagine he goes for that peak. He's out in no man's land, backed up by Karan, but now the real trouble comes into play. Where can he go from here?
Oh, they haven't actually pressured. I guess at this point they expect that there's an operator on the angle. So they're not going to go pushing around that corner.
I'm really sorry for that.
Little do they know, Texture actually isn't there at all. He's on the other side of the map, and again has a little bit of aggressive support from Lakia.
कल भी कितना 4 बजे के आसपास
होता था
from
EDG, and this is what works for them. They've been very good at pulling those rotations. The calls from Howdong have been fantastic.
20-22 घंटे हो गए 3 घंटों की
like a similar setup to what we've seen before. Now Karan has to be careful. He got isolated last time. In fact, he's playing anti-flash, ready for it. Will even pick off that first kill.
He's done extremely well. They know he's here, but the backup is covering him until he swings into Kankan. A dangerous play for anyone to make. One that, well, was punished that time, but the trade is good. 2 versus 4. And Meteor extremely low after that engagement. But what can really be done by just a lone gun of Smoggy? 15 seconds or so to get that spike on the ground, and it looks like it will make it to the ground. Unfortunately not planted. 7-4. GENG, well, they've certainly recovered this one after a shaky start.
I promise you, 2 maps करूँगा. 2-0 हुआ तो भी ठीक, 1-1 हुआ तो भी ठीक. Third map नहीं करेंगे.
Yeah, and as I said, that's not bad. Like that will be workable for them. I do think they're going to have to be careful because, as you've already mentioned, the sniper of Kankan on the other side is always going to be a prospect.
Because it will be one around.
They made this one look doable after what was a blitz of a first 5 rounds. Even still, though,
Lakia is 0 and 9.
EDG are not going to be too worried whatsoever. Looking to again build up in towards that A site. The real threat, as always, is going to be Texture. They're already going to clear the close angles. It almost seems like a direct counter to just the position that Munchkin was playing earlier.
Well, here comes the null command, and assumably the rest of the EDG squad will be following up with it. A full play towards the A site. Lakia seems to be point of contact. It's nobody to find one with Texture down. Munchkin soon to follow, but EDG find a roadblock. Lakia just the one before he falls as the defensive side is now locked out. 2 versus 3. Meteor, okay, he's caught nobody up top. The spike's still not planted, but Smoggy finds both kills.
They were right plant करने का जरूरत किसको है?
8-4 at the halftime, a significant lead for EDG. But GENG, they recovered it a little bit towards the end. They certainly seem hotter now, moving on to their attack.
Yeah, Lakia got his first kill in that round, so there you go. He's at least on the board, but it definitely was a rough half for him. Meteor is the one that we're really going to be singing about, but no, I think the side of EDG are going to be very, very happy.
And Lakia finally got a kill.
Fantastic start for them, but also just continuously adapting.
Lakia just finally got a frag.
Slowing down a lot of the rounds and just playing with their opponents for the majority of this half.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, on the side of GENG, they've gotten warmed up, but I want to hear what Chichu had to say earlier on in an interview. Let's see.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的球球，我在
队里担任自由人
的位置。 我觉得赢下 PaperX 的感受是
beating PaperX helped us a long. I mean, I just knew how to defeat them.
他们的方法的，但是我们一直因为我们的心态
But our mentally wasn't open though.
操作很变形
Enough
吧，
to
因为
operate
我们
next
在赛
week.
前的时候有
We watched the previous game tape before this game, and we found out that they have
而且我们在赛前
also
有
done
很
a
多的
research
研
about
究
how to
去
deal
如
with
何应对
them.
他这个。我觉得今天浩东是今天潜伏的最好的。
भाई bind
他
पे
今
जो
天
लड़
在初
किया
二
है
的时候扮演的对我们的帮助很大很大，工作了，我觉得对我们今天掰平比分很重要，对。然后图3的话，我觉得就是我们整体的一个协同跟练习的这么一个战术的一个展现吧。
Managed to get one. The Boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but he's still in the corner. They haven't spotted him. Still just surviving now. Chi-Chu's found another as well. I don't know how these rounds are going down in the fashion they are. Howdong still alive. How has no one cleared this match?
我觉得我们的信心就在
Our confidence originates from our coaches.
两位教练组
coach
他对我们，他们两位对我们的赛前的，就是如何针对对面做出了很多他们各自的想法吧，然后去帮助我们去在赛前的训练的时候去练习，然后去适应可能会遇到的情况，种种的变化吧，这就是我们现在临场比较厉害的一个点吧。我想对这些黑子来说，我知道我们一直以来我们队伍的争议很大吧，我不在乎黑子们说什么，我只知道我们的团队潜力很足。
Where obviously we could talk about the interview there with Chi-Chu and how well Howdong did on bind. First map removed in the veto. Not really surprised by that one. I wouldn't want to play against that man either, but the fact is he's had a decent first half, but it's mainly been a team effort. And I do feel like a couple of the pieces were missing in that first half. Now, the thing that works with this comp for GENG is those executes around that double flash. The dizzy flash combo that you can throw out with KO is fantastic. So hopefully they're going to be able to get off the mark here. Otherwise, they're going to have to head into split, which has been an amazing match for EDG.
I am taking this. मैं आंखें बंद करके I just take a break. मेरे को थोड़ा सा वैसा है कि स्क्रीन से दूर रहना पड़ेगा. Oh, nice shot.
As start as you could get for the poor guy. He's got the 1 kill, no assists on the back of it, but his teammates going to pick up the pieces here in the pistol. Already finding a lot of value is Meteor, and he's got backup. Even if they take him down now that he's super low or hear his steps running away, they should not assume that there's another player around here. It's free for Texture. He's also not been off to a great start. A lot of
Smoggy right, man. Smoggy's right, man.
Couldn't get any easier. There you go. Smoggy down, nobody left. 1v3, Meteor low, but everyone else is healthy. And the time is on GENG's side. This will be a impressive clutch, to say the least.
Nice.
First already, okay, maybe there is a chance. A Meteor down below quickly shuts it down. Big round for GENG to get on the board.
Yeah, you can take the man off the duelist, but you can't take the duelist out of the man. Meteor has been
guys,
clean so far in this game. 17 and 10, really putting up a lot of numbers individually, but also just finding space. That was basically what he did this round. Just while the rest of the action was going down elsewhere on B long, just manages to get through that mid position and find that initial fight. It's going to put them at least, well, if they convert this round within touching distance. And as said, that's all they really need. Like a lot of the games that we've seen from them, they've managed 8 rounds over on this attacking side. So they can easily get this over the line. And, wow, what a start to have already. Kankan down, one of the main danger players. Because you have to bear in mind, EDG have been unbelievable with their pistols. Even when they have nothing, they've managed to do a lot.
Oh yeah, they were a very scary team when it came to those ecos, and what we're seeing right here for EDG, 4 players stacked up and ready to go. Flash out, kill not coming in onto the little guy. So the plant has been secured. EDG numbers thinned out. And that defensive side doesn't stand a chance at this stage, you have to imagine. Chi-Chu 35 HP in a 1v3 with a Sheriff in hand. And 2 of his opponents have rifles with a double peek setup. I don't know how he hit that shot, but thank God Texture was up top to cover.
Yeah, they've made that one really costly, though. 3 players go down, so it's definitely not ideal. And I believe they lost at least a Guardian in that round. So it's not like you had a load of pistol players alongside them. So I think they could be very happy with that, especially when, for the majority, that was them fighting up against an afterplot. So I think that EDG have done well to make that one as costly as possible, and because of that, well, Lucky is only going to have himself a pistol. We'll see though. These A-side takes is where I've really enjoyed watching this squad
and we
play.
are
I think EDG know that.
okay for map number 3 as well now. Done scene.
Early control.
5 लोग देख रहे हो guys. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe.
Put an alarm bot to cover the walk up. I mean, that's a very aggressive stance. I don't think we saw that from EDG on their attack side at all. No turret to cover their back either.
Nothing to do with it.
It must have been destroyed early. And for EDG, you said 3 players on A. They're still there. But the drone clearing out some space might cause that rotate to come through. I just wonder if GENG are planning to go back here with Meteor still being so far up, or if he's trying to sneak behind them, which it looks like that was the idea. Not very successful.
Kung Kung.
Now you're going to have Lakia looking to try and lead the charge. There was a snake bite down. I don't know if that's actually going to deny it. No, it isn't. Managed to reposition, so that's something at least.
45.
Already though with that man advantage and GG.
Flank, baby, flank.
Bear in mind, because they lost Meteor, they don't actually have any flank watch. He is just walking up behind them. This is looking like some of the freest kills he's ever
Hey.
Manages the first, but now he's just a nuisance.
He just went for the second one as well.
A flawless round coming out of the side of EDG to put themselves back on the board.
Yeah, this is a
guys, those who are new, make sure you hit that like and subscribe.
Realization the push wasn't coming in there from the drone earlier, from the lack of footsteps and follow-ups and the lack of entry. There was no dash in, there was nobody taking the space, no flashes, just a guy sneaking up. That's clearly a lurk. Immediately the decision is made to go on that flank, and it was the right call. The value found absolutely massive. But it was one of those rounds for GENG where you're not going to be happy to give it away, but it's somewhat expected. You don't get a lot of damage. I do think they'll be a bit upset that they got none.
Yeah, no, for sure. It means that now the economy can really build.
Lakia is fucking 1 and 13 now.
In terms of ults, getting that a little bit closer. Now there is already one
Actually,
online.
it's all
that no command
right
available.
now. It's all Lakia.
I like the audacity of Kankan to play this spot again. He got a kill from that in the last round, so you'd think it's going to be immediately checked, and I think it may have been. I don't know if Munchkin caught the angle, but Kankan definitely saw him, and here comes that double flash, but he's managed to avoid.
Nice one, Kankan.
Kankan, you can't allow him to survive in these sort of positions.
Whoa, same position.
Karon, the only one left. He does still have the spike. He's going to try and get the reps.
भाई कहाँ चढ़ रहा है उसको रेस देने के लिए मार्क क्यों नहीं होगे तुम लोग?
It's fair to say he expected that. Very nice crosshair placement from him. I assume that wasn't just a reactive shot, because that would be a little bit ridiculous. Double digits for EDG on the back of that round. And you know, just looking at this, it's so smart. Kankan falls back, allows the contact to be taken by nobody, and then goes back out into heavy traffic. Yeah, you can see he was thinking about it. He tried to equalize things into a 2v2, at least use the res as a bait to force a fight. But it's not worked out. 10 rounds for EDG. Economy absolutely stacked. GENG going to be in trouble.
Turret's broken.
He is no more. Nice early utility. This is just making them very paranoid about middle, and you can see there's a lot of bodies looking around this area.
Yeah, the thing is, the only real danger, wow. This man is always a danger, but I mean the only real danger in this round for EDG is that Viper's Pit. Like if they can get that into a position where the weaponry can actually become valuable, that's so filthy. They've used it to force them back.
भाई पीछे भगाया है ताकि कांग मारेगा.
They're looking to just feed him frags. That's such a disgusting use of an ultimate. Just like, here you go, Kankan, farm.
Yeah, it's not even a time thing. There's still 50 seconds left on the clock. It's just really locking them into a box. Fish in a barrel for Kankan on the first, as GENG now look to take the site, but no matter well, I was gonna say where they go, they don't even get a chance to. Sprayed through the smoke immediately.
Nice
Two players
one.
holding
Nice
the
one.
fight, and Kankan clean. The final one comes through.
It is done
and
for
again,
6 to
we're not
11.
gonna see
Flawless
damage
round.
dealt. A flawless round for EDG. And if you're on this attacking side, it feels like they're just running headfirst into a brick wall. This is an opportunity as they get the rifles out, but Tom, it could be their last real opportunity. Some ultis online, some rifles in hand, and EDG 2 rounds away from taking it.
I'll be honest with you, the way this match is going so far, this could be a statement from EDG. Because they played versus Paperex, a team they've never been able to beat. They beat them in a long fought-out series. They come in here, this is a map 5-0 for the side of GENG, and they're going into Split next, which is their best map. If they just demolish GENG here, I think we have to start switching our expectations. And for the side of GENG, well, we heard from Munchkin earlier, this was going to be the time that he manages to get his revenge. It is not looking likely right now.
This drone's going to get so much information as well. Here comes the dash, and the dash Con as well. He is positioning and caught, falling out of the sky. Smoggy's
नहीं मिला, कूद रहा है वो उधर.
Goes down trying to kill him.
Oh no.
He's just jumping like anything.
Counter flash, but it shouldn't matter too much. The HP is so much in favor of their opponents. I don't know how EDG are going to find a gap in here. Oh, Tex just kind of got lost a little bit. No cover either. Somehow we're back in a 3v3.
Yeah, the EDG have managed to create their own opportunities. The real problem, though, is the time on the clock and the amount of GENG players tucked away. EDG make the call. They go aggressive to try and root these players out of post-plant positions, but Meteor's got an angle, and up top, they've spotted that there's not one but two players ready to pounce. A good response from GENG. The gap is only 4. It's obtainable, but this road is filled with peril.
Yeah, I'm not sure I feel like I believe at this point. There hasn't been too many convincing rounds, even when GENG have been winning it. We've had multiple flawless rounds already from EDG in this half. Like, look, they're buying in with an operator and can still comfortably buy this round and the next. So this is already where the game changes. They also had to use the Thrash to actually be able to take the space. They're not going to have that one in this round, but they are one away from a lockdown. Already, a lot of information garnered by the side of EDG. That initial knife has spotted the majority of players. Viper's Pit could be thrown in here. Carrot's actually rotated in very early, and they've got such an aggressive mid position that they can actually hold this spot and keep 3 players within the site. And similarly to what they did with the lockdown, if they throw Viper's Pit in here, it may just be used to deter. I don't know if that will have connected. I don't think it did.
Doesn't look like it. Player slightly out of the circle, especially with the height of it. Flash in deep, but he already saw him. Well handled to find the first. The numbers sit towards GENG with the site under their control, and now the actual advantage, 4 versus 3. EDG on the fight back. They've got a flank underway. They've managed to sneak their way up pretty close with that turret down. And they've got a lot of control, but GENG have to be aware of this. And even as the turret comes back up for a moment, it's too late. They've already gotten past, and it's Con, the danger man. Now operator in hand, dash online, Bladestorm in the back pocket, and he's making his way forward. He's making noise while the rest of his team come in to fill the gaps. And the players spotted up top. That's an ambitious way to try and take that fight. Munchkin's actually got an opportunity.
Mad. The team is just gone mad.
The day for EDG. That could have been a way back through for the attacking side. Instead, it's 12-7. EDG on map point on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, this is the thing that's now become peculiar, because although Meteor has probably been the best player individually for GENG, that's a couple of times now where I feel like they've been boxed in either from him dying and just not realizing his util gone, or in that case, him being so far forward that his util goes offline. Now that's a mistake that you just can't have. You're in a man advantage. He doesn't need to be that far forward, and if he is, somebody else needs to be aware of it. Those are mistakes that if you give those over to EDG, you're done. You can't allow Concon that much space.
This is it. It was a small window, and I think obviously a lot of this impact coming out of Smoggy popping the ult. This just delayed GENG's info, allowed that gap for Concon to sneak up behind. 5 opportunities to close out this map and send us to split, where EDG will look to close
map
the door.
2 se pehle we'll play some market simulator.
This is a scary time. The GENG, they looked very, very good regionally, but wow, it's a big challenge.
They also beat Loud.
That's true. Yeah,
like, that's
absolutely.
The thing. Is, like, they look good regionally. They beat Paperex, they beat Loud, they beat DRX. Like, these are all teams that in the past would have beaten them, all 3.
3 out of 3 times in the case of Paperex.
So they have been massively improving, but the fact is, right now GENG look a little bit flat, and they're making errors that I just didn't really expect to see on their map choice on one of their best maps. It is not what you want to be seeing, and as said, there are a few maps that I would heavily hand over to the side of EDG, and one of them is split. Funnily enough, the other one is actually Breeze. I've not enjoyed, like, GENG have had some rough games of Breeze, so they lose this map, and well, EDG have 2 opportunities on maps that I favor them on to close out this series.
Well, you know, 4 ultimates is usually a very strong position, but
12.
more so for EDG.
This might
if they
be
had
the
4,
last
they could
round.
dump them all into a round and just claim 1 round win. Move
I
on
guess
to the next
Spectre
round. For Gen G, they have to
Munchkin
be
को
a
नहीं
bit more
Spectre
conscious
Munchkin को
of
देके
how they
texture
use
के हाथ
this.
में जज
So
रखनी
obviously
चाहिए
off rip,
जज
you're going to
इसको.
see the Blade Storm pop to make up for the economic disadvantages. Munchkin also using his ultimate, the null command, I mean, robbing them of their abilities if they're close enough, and a Viper's Pick committed. So I said they need to reserve them. They have dumped them into this round, with a lockdown being the only thing they'll carry through to the next.
I don't know if they will.
That's the thing, if they keep it.
Yeah, the Judge investment, I like it from Munchkin. He's going to play a close corner within this Viper's Pit. I feel like they almost need this one just to keep their economy strong.
Nice shot,
utility
Texture.
Dumping. Already Texture's going to pick off one, but so much util thrown in to clear him out. It's easier said than done, though, as he takes out Chi-Chu along with it. Nobody trying to clear this backline.
Hello.
They may not get to use that ultimate at all because they're being picked apart. It's left all on to Karon, but the time is ticking low. If he gets this kill, it's surely done.
बच गए.
But he's going to go down with it. That was meant to be an economy builder as they spam all their ultimates bar one.
Membership लाए सैन जीता. Membership कहाँ से लाए आपने? जो मैंने चीज कही थी वो अभी तक हुई नहीं है. वोट्स अभी तक 8 है. Total 10 वोट yes में चाहिए.
This is going to be a really tough position to play from because, like we said, there's almost 2 ways to look at it. Save the ultis and try to use 1, maybe 2 incrementally.
तभी मिलेगी जब 10 वोट yes में आएंगे stream end होने तक.
Or dump them and build that economy. So you've got rifles. This is the worst of both.
मुझे totally 8 वोट आए हैं.
That's all you really need to know.
Votes.
So now they've got to do it.
Clutched by the spike.
I also, worth mentioning, I like EDG's approach to just not play heads up
अभी
into
तक तो
the
totally
Viper's
8
Pit to move
votes आए
around
हैं.
the back and try to contend for the backside all the way down that laneway.
Where are the votes?
And you can see it very nearly worked for them. I think if Gen G had
खराब
slightly
लगा.
less ultimates pop, the round would have fallen away. This man's crazy. He hasn't even popped his dash yet.
क्या कर सकते हैं
He
यार?
also doesn't know that someone's already crossed to the other side. So this really is a very ordained.
ओए क्या shot है ये?
He's definitely dead. I don't know if that was maybe slight misinformation, but even still a filthy shot to open. The take in the meantime has come in onto the B site.
Okay. Finals वाले दिन तो ऐसे ही कर देंगे
The Chi-Chu just ruins his opponent. They're not even going to get the spike down, and now this is a problem.
खत्म हो गया भाई 3v2.
The spam through from nobody is so clean. And now
इनके spams कैसे connect होते हैं भाई? हमारे spam में तो हमको ही चप्पल पड़ती है.
throughout this tournament so far. He's got to find 3 to try and
इनके
save
spam
the
हर बार
spike
connect
is
होते हैं.
down. Nobody has already spotted him on the angle. There is no hope. EDG
GG.
through with a dominant victory when it comes to map number 1.
जी. हम चले मार्केट सिमुलेटर खेलने for some time. हम चले मार्केट सिमुलेटर खेलने. Let us go for market simulator. Let's turn on display capture for you guys. एक बार रुको गाइस मैं 1 सेकंड आया. अरे नहीं 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 नहीं, एक्चुअली शैडो भाई मॉम को कुछ काम था, जस्ट वेंट उनके काम के लिए। आई जस्ट वेंट उनके काम के लिए, कोई ना। हाँ I'm having some plans for this actually. I'm having some plans for this actually. ये पास्ता सास्ता जो भी है ना, एक बार के लिए स्टॉक क्लियरेंस में डालूंगा। ये सब नहीं यार, ये कौन सा पास्ता है? नॉर्मल पास्ता वास्ता है। कितना है इसमें? मैं अभी पूरा वो स्टॉक क्लियरेंस वाले मूड में आ गया हूँ। माफ करो। नहीं नहीं नहीं, चलेगा चलेगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। इट्स ओके। I don't want to reveal this right now what is happening, but yeah, I will reveal it soon. अभी रिवील नहीं करूँगा, थोड़ा टाइम में रिवील करूँगा। ये आप हाँ, till the time we are enjoying it simple. और क्या कर सकता हूँ मैं इसको और सेटअप करने के लिए? फटाफट चिल करना। उठा किसने? पतेंगे। ठीक है। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, टेंशन ना लो। डिश वॉशर आए। कहाँ है भाई? एक्स्ट्रा सामान लाएं, इधर फेंक दें। अभी क्या एक्चुअली ये है कि सेटअप थोड़ा सा कैजुअल है, क्लीनिश। चल भाई, ये कंट्रोवर्शियल स्टेटमेंट है, कुछ बोलेंगे तो विवाद हो जाएगा। कुछ सेटअप परफेक्ट। तो अभी तक होने तो डरते हैं क्या? नहीं नहीं, इतना विवाद करना नहीं है ना। इसको बराबर बराबर सेट करो गाइस। 6 लोग देख रहे हो। अपन अभी अपना सामान सिर्फ सेट कर रहे हैं, दैट्स इट। अभी तो क्या क्या 4 वो मंगाने हैं ना। हेलो, मंगाया जाए। इसको अभी ऊपर यहाँ सेट करता हूँ एक बार के लिए। यहाँ से इनको चिपकाएं। एक बार के लिए सिर्फ चटकाएं। चौकी पिक की बारी। ये आएंगे नहीं, ये नखरे हैं भाई। हाँ पूरा का पूरा एक्चुअली यहाँ पे एक तो माल सेट करना है। मेरे स्टॉपिक आगे कर रहे हैं, नहीं बताऊंगा मैं ये किसी को। अरे नहीं ये वही चीज़ है यार, मैंने सिर्फ एक जगह नहीं 10 जगह देख लिया। एवरीबडी इज डूइंग दिस ओनली, मतलब बड़े से बड़ा वाईटी क्रिएटर या फिर कैजुअल प्लेयर, एवरीबडी इज डूइंग दिस। एक बार के लिए यहाँ जाएं, आप कचरे में जाएं, आप मेरे पास आए। गाइस मैच स्टार्ट हुआ कि नहीं मेरे को जरूर बताओ यार, बिकॉज इंपॉर्टेंट वही चीज है। और ये इसमें नहीं जाएगा, ये भी नहीं जाएगा, तेल भी नहीं जाएगा, ये भी नहीं जाएगा, ठीक है। नो क्रेडिट्स सब कर मेरी एज, नो क्रेडिट। आप विवाद कर लो इस चीज में, मैं तो बोलता हूँ सही में। हाँ एक ऑयल मंगा, 4 ऑयल भी मंगा ही देता हूँ। क्या 3 फ्ला अबे ऑयल मंगाने थे ना, 4 ऑयल और 4 पास्ता। पैसा है, प्रोडक्ट्स मंगवा सकते हैं। गाइस लाइक सब्सक्राइब करें। ये देखो सबसे पहले तो ऑयल को यहाँ चिपका दें, टेंशन नहीं। 1 मिनट के लिए यहाँ छोड़ दें। ऑयल का डब्बा यहीं रखें। The chalky pick is here। भागो। ये चौकी पिक का फुल डब्बा जो बचा है वो जाएगा इधर। अब ब्रेड लाएं। ब्रेड के 2 डब्बे थे क्या थे? ब्रेड के 2 डब्बे, इजी शिट नहीं चाहिए। इजी। गाइस मैच के बारे में मेरे को बता देना, ऐसा नहीं हो लफड़ा हो जाए। ये हो गया। एक्चुअली ये प्लेसमेंट यहाँ पे इसकी देखनी पड़ेगी। उससे पहले जो फ्लावर आया है वो नीचे वाले में डाल सकता हूँ ना। पास्ता रुक जा भाई, तेल भी रुक जा। एक सेकेंड, हमने वीट मंगाया ही नहीं है ना। रुके, हाँ देखो ये मंगाया ही नहीं हमने, मंगा के रखें। और क्या, शिपिंग चार्ज ज़्यादा लगेगा, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, और क्या ही होगा, बहुत पैसा है। अब एक्चुअली एक हैंड वॉश मंगा के हैंड वॉश का सेटिंग कर लेता हूँ। कोई ना बता रहा है, वो खुद देख ले। यो ऐसा वही करना पड़ रहा है। वेयर इज हैंड वॉश? भाई हैंड वॉश आया कहाँ है? ये तो पास। अरे हैंड वॉश किधर आया है भाई? एक बार के लिए हैंड वॉश को इधर टिकाएं, यहाँ से सामान उठाएं, हैंड वॉश को बाहर दूसरे यहाँ पे भी टिकाएं। सिंगर एक बार के लिए हैंड वॉश की सेटिंग हो गई। मतलब हैंड वॉश वाली साइज के डब्बे में तेल भी आ जाएगा। अरे तू यहाँ जाना भाई। शिक शैक शाक तेल का भी काम हो गया समझो। अब एक मंगाऊंगा क्लींजर, उसकी सेटिंग करेंगे। क्या क्या मैच चालू हो गया गाइस? यार ये चीटिंग है, लोग बताते नहीं हो मैच चालू हो गया। सेव करो भाई इसको, सेव कर दिया। क्विट टू डेस्कटॉप। 2-0 हो गया।
Left, and as of right now, GENG have no control. They're only just making their way into mid. Like this is such a slow attempted take. It's getting very, very scary for them, and they even still had a nade on the other side to deter them even more.
बट ये भी यहाँ पे मेरे को 2-0 जाते हुए देख रहे हैं। ओए टीपी कर लिया। नहीं 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 नहीं। नाइस। कांगकांग गेट 3।
Like for like, nade down. It's not going to be planted anytime soon, and time is running out. Just 6 seconds left with nobody, all alone. He's not able to deny.
Quarantine HP है.
But he knows where both players are, at least roughly. Snuck his way past around the back of the site.
मुंडी ऐसा नीचे डाल के खेल रहा है.
But I like the idea to group up together and
बचा
counter before the heal even comes through.
बोनस बचा.
Closes the round out. 2-1, costly. Good damage from EDG and great potential for them to have won that.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest prospect is Kankan's name
bonus bachaya.
Could have finished it, but GENG
Are you expecting 2 or 2-1?
This time.
जीतना तो EDG को है, that's for sure.
Because as mentioned, that was a bonus. That was Bulldogs and a Stinger. Now they come in with the full rifles, one off a Showstopper as well. So Ultimate's definitely closer to coming online, and those duelists are still yet to show up over on the GENG side. It's early days, but it can't go on for too much longer.
Again, that's the anti-bonus round coming out from GENG. 2 players left standing. Their economy is going to be chipped away at, as we can see. There's 3 players very low on credits, and the big problem being that EDG close to very valuable to find an orb or a kill. And he's been pretty consistently finding at least the one in some rounds. So
if he could have continued the spray
later on. GENG early challenge, good damage on the one player that can't be healed back up, and they're happy with that. Yeah, they've deterred some aggressive control and started to move towards middle. The only thing, Tom, is that
भाई लोग ऐसा चिपी ऐसा जाते हैं ना भाई, माँ कसम क्या लगते हैं धीरे धीरे शिफ्ट करके बता मुझे क्या, मैं तो बता
and with the Tiger not being heard by GENG, they don't know how much of a read EDG have on their current play.
They've been so good at this. Similarly on Icebox, just being able to get so much information and then just play off of it. They're going to have 2 players watching into mid, 2 players on the B site, looking at how long as what. Look, they've even got the stun at the back, 2 flashes, a paranoia. Like, they have so much utility for this take-in already.
Meteor got 1.
Meteor, even while blinded by the paranoia, is going to be able to find 1, and he gets the second as well.
ठीक है, कांगकांग भाई, जब तक कांगकांग जिंदा है ना, मैं आपको सही में कुछ नहीं बोल सकते.
20 seconds left. Any time that could be ball, could be paramount. It's done so
much
damage.
20 HP.
21. And well, now the HP healing back up onto Charon. He's going to TP to the other side of the map, but look how close nobody is. A flash just to try and catch him. He's going to be able to hunt him, but look at where the rest of the players are. They've got to go sprinting to try and get back in here. It is...
Haga Munchkin pe Chichu.
There's nothing they can do to stop this. It's a very
Bhai
peculiar
Chichu,
round,
hello.
and it ends with a Red Bull clutch.
Shibal. This is not good. This is any day not good.
Well, Tom, this has unfortunately swung back the way that we feared it would. EDG finding the round in a very unusual manner.
जाके प्लांट करने का मतलब ही क्या बनता है? साइट क्लियर नहीं है, कुछ क्लियर नहीं है, वहां से अगर एक भी यूटिल आई फटेगा और मर जाएगा, और वही हुआ.
The thing is, they're not baiting out any of the utility. Like, I'll be honest, what Meteor got away with there while being paranoid is a lot more than I was expecting. They still had all of Breach's kit, all of Howdong's kit on Omen as well. I think all that was used was nobody's utility. And sure, it doesn't come back anymore, but that you need to be getting rid of some of that util at some point in the round before you go running in with 30 seconds left. This is disgusting.
Yeah, no way you expect this. Reacting to it.
Ooh,
Well,
shit.
apparently is easy enough.
All right.
Whiff
Dexter
killer.
just tanked a shotgun to the
Close
face.
it.
Chinchu's got a
Chichu.
50-50 if he checks left. Oh, no!
Munchkin?
Munchkin! A chance for more as well. The shots didn't land, but well, this has been a bit of an unusual start to things. EDG have the advantage in rounds, but not in this one. The
nobody?
was to GENG. Now it's just right about even with a rifle recovered by Lakia and movement towards this A site, but TP in. Howdong's in position to stop them from easily walking into this A site, and he's checking heaven. Lakia needs to win this fight on the way out. In fact, timing will be a key factor for him. The flash goes towards the elbow. It seems like he's safe to cross with EDG too far away to do anything at this point with Smoggy still in spawn.
Retake killing it 2v2.
Again, the time getting a little bit low, but
they'll play retake 2v2. Simple.
Before
Doggy check करेगा क्या?
Oh, he is going to be able to spot the man in the corner. Howdong though not stunned up. It doesn't matter.
Smoggy
1v1. Smoggy with his full belt of utility still online, hasn't had to use any.
Flash.
Instead, he's going to potentially just go walking through.
Buddy, flash! 2 flashes, you have 2 flashes, man!
On the last map speaks loud in this round as GENG get their second.
Bhai, 2 flashes!
Denying the control and then closing out the round as well. This is what we wanted to see. Lakia waking up, finding his form, finding his footing. As it's 3-2, a 1-round gap between them. Looking at how some of these rounds have gone down, you know, in the previous map, it was feeling pretty much favored to EDG from the get-go. After the the first 5 rounds, essentially, they didn't really take their hands off the reins. Here, though, GENG are already punching back.
Yeah, they managed to do it with a low buy as well. The pistols finding a lot of value, and that success could make all the difference. They've already realized that nobody's close, and while having that judge, you really don't want to pressure into this man just yet. Interestingly, workout from Meteor on the other side. It does seem like EDG are fairly happy to just sit passive. And that's the thing, as I said, I don't feel like GENG have done a fantastic job of baiting out any of the utility from the side of EDG in these early rounds. This time, though, Paranoia not online, but they still have all of Viper's util, and in this case, the wrong read.
Yeah, even though the bird just went up from nobody and caught those players outside B, again, the problem's always going to be it could just be one player, one person lurking.
किधर का हिल लाइनअप बताओ?
Flash and running straight to A, but
this lineup is
it can do a hell of a lot of damage up close like this, but the smoke is suspicious. They know there's
भाई सब कुछ फेंका.
dealt with it perfectly well.
वो जज को काउंटर करने के लिए सब कुछ फेंक दिया.
In this round dealt with already.
Yeah, when you put out a smoke like that, there's going to be a part of you that's thinking, okay, there has to be someone within it. And I like the fact that GENG play it safe. Boombot and Seekers gives everything away. They know that the site is clear. And that's the thing. They haven't had a lot of rounds, even throughout the series thus far, that have been particularly clean. Now, though, what can be found from EDG on the way back in? Probably not a lot. Smoggy will be able to find one, drop an extra weapon, but other than that, expectations desperately low. Karen's taken a little bit of damage, but he'll fade out of there before his life is lost. Smoggy now, the value might actually come from going down to the spike.
3-3.
that's definitely the game plan for him. As another round swings to GENG. And again, I like their usage of their ultimate. Lakia puts out the Seekers just to confirm there's a player close in that smoke. They have a boom bot following it up. It allowed them the perfect timing to swing in on the back of that utility and catch a player repositioning around the corner. At 3-3, it really is anyone's game. And that was my worry, was that we'd come into this map after the first being pretty dominant in favor of EDG, and we would see this be a very quick evening. I think at the very least we're owed a close map between these two teams, if not a third one.
Well, normally EDG are stellar when it comes to this defensive side, so... And as said, GENG had some rough times when it came to their attack, so this is already a pretty decent start from them. If they can keep things even throughout, I think they'll be quite content.
Gunfights are real.
Has been great throughout the series on an individual level. That's a
गलती
little
किया ना, खुद ही
audacious
के मौली में कौन कूदता है भाई?
Trade out with the showstopper will keep it in their favor, and Kanka just goes through. The movement's sublime. And now just looks.
मेरे को लेकिन एक बात बताओ ना, खुद के मौली में कौन कूदता है भाई?
Texture completely stunned up, but he hasn't been.
Stun में चिपका दिया.
Bullet is all he needs, but Kankan's there again. A third kill for him already, and he needs the ace. He's going to look to try and get it hard, but he's completely blinded. Already baiting them out. A second flash, and there is no hope. I've seen that one before, Mitch, but it won't happen this time.
Yeah, thankfully not. Second flash, immediate peek, and you can see he just had nothing to do unless the spray landed on heads.
I don't want
right
Bapri, man.
It was done and dusted.
Somewhere someone from Giant X is going, no, no, don't peek him.
Well, considering a 4-3 scoreline and 3 ultis online, Viper's Pit to play with as well. This was a big round for GENG because they've left their opponents with no money, no credits to buy back up. It's going to be a scrappy buy for the defensive side. And so far, we've seen GENG be very clinical with dealing with these lower buys. They've not been giving away too much. They have a healthy economy because of it. They'll look to farm up an even better one right here and now.
Okay then.
You get that?
There's the Meteor we know and love. A lot of the time we don't see him
What
get to
say you
play that
like here?
star duelist anymore, but with this 1-2 punch of him and Texture on this map, they are really starting to come alive. We mentioned him and Texture as clinical pieces to this puzzle. Carol though already just mowing down 2 of the remainder. Howdong not particularly close to the angle and the action. Again, it just comes down to can he make this one costly, but the fact is the economy now of GENG is
nice
off the
shot.
charts. You win an eco and then have a couple of cleaner rounds.
Two nice
Actually killed
shots.
the player behind through the other. It's a couple of guns lost, but ultimately for the side of GENG, it doesn't matter. They are stacked for cash.
Yeah, and even one of the players we saw there before we cut to the replay was Meteor. He had a judge, but he managed to upgrade to a rifle, and, well, with the economy that they have in play, there's not really going to be too much bother.
No,
it's unsurprising. In the previous map, we had GENG called both of their timeouts last towards the end of the game before things ticked over into EDG's favor. This time, it's EDG getting off to an early start. They want to have a chat with the coaching staff on how they want to run this next round, because again, they're going to be buying down to their last credits, and that's going to put GENG in a very advantageous position if they find this one. Facing into an eco, it could be 7 rounds already.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at what's online for your opponent, you don't want to allow them to get into an afterplan. Having that Viper's Pit online for Munchkin is going to make things desperately more difficult if you're unable to deny. And also you have a showstopper onto Kankan, so you can go for some of those set plays, put him into position. He has been thriving still, at least on an individual level, but over the last few rounds, I feel like GENG have just been a little bit quicker in the pace. They've not allowed them to hold util to the late rounds. They've been taking control. And also they're just looking a bit more confident in what they're doing. Like, you can see Meteor committing to these early fights and everybody following him in. That seems to be what's working, at least for now. Let's see where the response lies. By the looks of it, they might be about to go for another fairly aggressive piece as they've got no luck. That's something we've consistently seen for GENG, as they now look to take some early control towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they have no control anywhere else, so there's not much of a backup plan here. The showstopper.
Connect nahi hua.
Worked out. Those players slowed down, sure, split, but they've already got players towards the site. Meteor's in position.
Nice shot, how long?
Rally alongside him, and the retake attempt from EDG. It's
not they are ripping so hard, man.
GENG, trade after trade, and a 3 for Lakia. 4
Bye.
But there's not exactly
Production का तरीका थोड़ा सा
कीजिए.
कीजिए.
If he's hit him in those corners, maybe Chichu needs a miracle snake bite to land. And it could come in off the back of the plant. It's Lakia attempting the plant. But they don't know just how low he is. Viper's pit activated, and that's going to even the playing field a little bit.
Pam का जगह perfect था.
To taking him down, but now Meteor in the right
ये
place.
फुकट में दूसरा गया है.
He's going to clear out.
Allowed नहीं है ऐसा.
The direct approach. Just working out perfectly for GENG. Unable to slow them down, unable to stop them. I want to say as well, I think there was some gorgeous movement in there from Texture. I don't think there was a lot else in that round, but the showstoppers fired towards him, and he just backs out of there immediately off a blast pack, just flies backwards into the corner, and it hits nobody. That's the perfect thing for the side of GENG. They dodged the showstopper, and that's the one thing that was really dangerous. Kankan in the right place at the right time. He was there. He got nothing.
That's it. But hey, that ain't going to happen too many more times from what we've seen. I think they're looking stars as we go 6-3. GENG doubling up on the scoreline now. Look at, oh no, never mind. Look at this aggression coming out of Texture. He's running. He certainly chased Kankan to the other side of the map.
Kankan को भगा दिया.
Impressive pace change.
बोलता है भाग जा इधर से.
And now they've got full mid control.
Again, it seems like EDG have their players position well, and these are some of the rounds that worked out better for them. These slower paced rounds from GENG, it's been the quick moves in towards the site.
अगर ये 7-5 एंड करते हैं ना EDG तो मजा आएगा, मतलब 5-7.
Not a whole lot online either. A Viper's pit for Chichu, but where to place it.
In the favor of EDG, अगर ये 5-7 होता है, then it would be
starting to throw
much
out
great.
some utility in towards this B site, but I can only assume with where their players currently sit, this is a ruse, and it's worked. It's pulled at least Kankan.
Brijender Rai, thank you so much for the 20.
Now they'll have an extra player into support. Nobody already watching, but he doesn't get either.
Thank you so much for the 20.
And so is Chichu. Good shot.
What the hell?
And a follow-up. That's sublime.
Chichu?
51 HP left. He's in danger, but he's got 2 players close to back him
up. He might get one more. Actually, he might get one more.
That spike planted for GENG. The last
oh yeah, hug diya.
Chichu down. But still 3 more, 15 seconds left. And surely this plant cannot be
hug
acquired.
diya,
Let's have it
bhai.
first to try and fade into a fight. That doesn't go his way. 4 rounds for EDG. It's a resurgence. It's another foot in the door. But GENG have been looking good, and because of the rounds they've won, there's not going to be
20 में you can't chat.
For
For chatting you must have at least 40. But normally आप chat में कुछ लिख देते तो भी मैं read कर लेता.
Play these slower rounds. A lot of the time it ends up biting them in the back. I think just
7 votes हुए हैं. 3 vote बचे हैं.
Been one of the major sort of benefits for them.
Guys, 10 में से 3 votes बचे हैं. Yes के लिए.
Props need to be given to Smoggy. The stun there was just completely game changing.
Chat ही लिखा.
Viper's pit though immediately put down.
मैं कब कह रहा है इसी में. मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ.
Tough executes for them to deal with on that side of the map.
सिर्फ गाइस 3 वोट बचे हैं. अगर 5 मेंबरशिप्स गिव अवे चाहिए आप बिफोर द स्ट्रीम एंड्स तो 3 वोट्स और कराएं. वो भी यस में कराएं. किसी ने नो में किया तो नहीं मिलेगी.
I'm excited to see it. It looks like they want to end towards the A site. And okay, pings go back towards Heaven. Instead, that's going to be the play. Split Heaven, put pressure on this A site, and have your lurker, this time it's Meteor, to pick them up as they start to rotate back. It's a nice idea.
वापस से अल्टी का अल्टी. Seekers पे Seekers आएंगे.
Seekers confirming the players are here. You can easily see those rotates come through. That's the idea that Meteor is playing off of.
पर mid से rotation आएगा.
They're ready to reunite, but Meteor can't go down. He has to maintain this control. Thought about walking into spawn. Instead, it's the sight on the back of a flash. A dash now up close to the pit, and as Chichu thinks about going outside of it, that could be the end of his life if he did. It's all about the timing. He's won the first, but that's all he gets.
Yeah, really nice trades. Lakia was well aware, and in fact, Meteor almost
kills him. Nice, one more.
Can't give this man that much space. Quickly takes 2.
Spam the freaking shit.
But can't quite connect onto him. The Tyke's gonna go through, but he runs.
I was telling you, spam the freaking shit, but no man, the Kankan show.
Deal with this man again and again. He pulls off rounds that he shouldn't.
भाई कुछ भी मारता है ये बंदा.
Do get ever closer.
A sensational play by
This guy
Texture.
is just
That
insane.
almost won them the round, just blitzing through the
should
smoke.
have won them the
It should have. It absolutely should have, if not for this man. That's gorgeous, and the return was straight through the smoke.
One enemy
That's
remaining.
just okay.
This
Running
guy
through the
is
smoke,
just
that's even
fucking
worse.
insane,
But it works,
man.
And if it works, it works. 6-5, EDG in prime position to equalize coming out of this. That's what we like to see, getting heated down there. Showstopper online for both sides. This should be an interesting one. It's right off rip, both are used!
Texture?
A double kill!
I was checking the chat, but Texture just got everything.
Texture's round. Yeah.
Both the races, भाई ये रेस की फाइट है. मैं बोला ना 5-7 जाएगा. हाँ ना, आप तो बराबर प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं.
Now, well, for the remaining players, what do you even do? You've just lost the entirety of your B defense. Everybody was here waiting for this play to come through. Counter utility
Half
used
is
to
perfectly
deny
predicted.
anything.
Like
That was the thing. The aftershock cleared a player out of position. It didn't matter. The
it
paranoia
is
wasn't
getting
even
predicted
utilised in
perfectly.
that initial take. To find any space here is going to almost rely on a mistake.
ओए यार कूद गया स्मोगी. तू? Texture get the ace.
And he will end it. Texture one-ups his opposing raise.
हाँ, क्या मैप चल रहा है ये इधर से उधर इधर पेंडुलम की मैप है.
Only one got to be fired.
Boom.
That is absolutely gorgeous for Texture, disrupting the plan of his opponents and getting ahead by just an inch, just a second. That's all
भाई कभी
he
इधर
needed.
जाता है, कभी
And
इधर
a
जाता है.
gorgeous ace to add to GENG's momentum. Now 7 rounds at the half. They're leading.
Nice.
Moving over
भाई
to
थोड़ा
their
chill कर ले.
defense. I'm excited to see what they've
इतना
got in store for
excited,
us. But what
big
we've got in
excitement
store
लग रही है,
for
sorry.
you is a halftime analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Whoa,
7-5 in favor
शादी
of
में
Gen G this
फूफा
time.
कर
And you
देना
can clearly see the
ये.
team waking up. You can see their energy rising as well, which is great because it is time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think map number 1, GENG, bitch. They weren't really awake.
Guys,
they were
make sure to
getting
hit
ran
that like
over.
and
But
subscribe,
coming
man.
into this map, they look reinvigorated. Their players in particular, like Meteor in this
तेरी
map,
शादी में
were
भी
looking
करेंगे
so
तेरे
much
मेरे-
better. And also
मेरे-
just their
मेरे
approach to
फूफा
the
बहुत
game. They're again
understanding
playing
है.
slow, very proper mid-rounds on the
और
attack
मेरी
side.
शादी
But
को
I think
बहुत
they did a
time है
good
अभी.
job at finding the
यार.
opportunities against
It is
EDG.
around
And these
5
double
to
dive
6 years
X-Sex
at
were
least.
tearing EDG up.
Exactly, and we saw it especially on the last round with that ace. I think that, of course, for GENG is not going to be easy now moving on to the defense. We're seeing a lot of aggression. We're seeing a lot of mistakes and a lot of punishments coming from both of the teams. But I think that it's so based on individuality and some BS rounds, like the one where Can just gets the kill across the smoke after a brilliant
क्या हुआ
play.
निक भाई आपको क्यों नहीं है मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है.
Kind of concerning, right, that this is what is going to come to.
आपको वेनम आर्मी का रोल है, लाइव एक्सेस का रोल दे दिया मैंने.
Back into this. They're playing
And
this
you?
double initiator that is built around enabling Kung Kung on the dive. We saw
And he's
earlier
vibing.
Zekken playing on this map, absolutely eating up on Raze. This gun plays pretty similarly, where there's a lot of tools being put into
और
one
मेरी
player
शादी के पीछे
succeeding
पड़े हुए
into
shadow
getting
भाई.
space on those sites. And if GENG are making some of
आपने
those same
बहुत लोग
mistakes
पड़े
on
हुए, मेरे को
Xbox on
समझ
their
ही नहीं आ रहा है यार,
defense,
20
giving
साल
these
का हुआ.
early opportunities to EDG, it could go a similar direction.
EDG, they're one half away from making it again into those playoffs. They have to make us dream, Mika.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to start dreaming. Let's get the second half underway. Back over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk for what could be one last time. As EDG on their attack side look to close out this series up against GENG, it's their map pick. You know they're going to be comfortable on the attack. Remember, that means that GENG chose to start on their attack side. Maybe it's the best of what they've got planned already behind them.
Hello guys, let's get that shit on.
I'm stuck on something.
I'm stuck on nobody.
Help me step. Wait, what? Either way, we are going to have.
We'll just breeze right past that one, I
Spams,
suppose.
the spams.
The flash
Close में कोई नहीं है.
coming in. Nobody looking to take the space. Been a little bit quieter this time around.
And not as pacey, that's for sure. EDG still just toying with that map control.
Smoggy
It
gets
looks like they'll
one.
be taking the fight eventually.
Kang
but it's
Kang
Kang
gets
and Smoggy
second.
to find the openings. Heaven completely under their control.
Fnatic का use कर
So
रहा है
there-
Kang Kang.
There
सही
is a
है
fill
भाई.
back in by Meteor,
जब रेस
but
खेलता है तब
well,
Fnatic
doesn't look like EDG have
जब
decided
कोई
on
और
where they're
एजेंट
going.
खेलता है तो
Their
उस
spike is
हिसाब
still
से
in
कलर
smoke,
मैच
checking
करता है.
for a flank. And they're just waiting for GENG to make that move to re-clear
Yeah.
the face. Player spotted up close, stun is good.
थोड़ा सा late हो गया.
He's only bought himself a second as that
Short
smoke
rate
fades. Chichu lands this shot. Texture on
45 HP.
in a lot of trouble. Emerging from the smoke.
But 45 HP में 3 ले गया भाई.
How has he gotten all 3? He was 45, now 15 HP with nobody, all alone. The frenzy up close in heaven.
Smoke हटा.
The needle beautifully for that.
कोहरा छटा और भागो.
15 HP. To be honest, after what I just saw, it's anyone's game. But 14 seconds left. Nobody has to be
अभी
so
तक
quick.
2 और
And look
बचे
at Texture.
हैं.
He's
अभी
already
तक
here.
2
This
votes
could
और
decide
बचे
it.
हैं.
If he can speed his
और
way
अगर
through
ये
heaven, he might get
2-0
the
हो गया,
angle just after the
मैच
plant.
खत्म हो गया
It all
कहीं.
depends on where nobody's looking in the wrong way.
Texture जो fucking got this round. भाई अकेले बंदे ने 45 HP पे गेम हिला दिया.
I've had a lot. There've been a lot of plays the last couple of days on this map in particular.
भाई
that
साहब
left me
क्या
speechless.
है?
I have no
इसके
idea
शॉट्स देखो
how
अभी
he
खाली.
manages
1, 2,
3
3.
kills here.
भाई ये एम लैब्स कर रहा था.
2 especially. Like that's better than anything you could ever dream to get from that
4
position.
bullets, Tom. 4 bullets and he gets 3 kills on 45 HP.
Bye.
Give it to him.
Bye. Have a great time.
We are in for a treat. The 2 Rays players in this match at the moment have basically been competing. for who can
कभी-कभी
make
ऐसे
the
राउंड
most
खाली
audacious play
गेम
of the
दिलवा
day.
देते हैं. With the momentum.
Well, that was a round that should have been for EDG, but for that man.
Matter of momentum हो जाता है कि
him and Meteor
गेम नहीं सीधा राउंड जाते हैं. राउंड नहीं सीधा गेम जाते हो.
This
Sorry.
double duelist coming into this map. If they were going to win this, if they were going to compete, they had to be fantastic. And you know what?
हेलो
हो गया माइक सही?
हाँ अरे दूसरा हेडफोन लगाना पड़ा.
कहाँ चाहिए?
Right is an understatement.
अरे मेरे पास
What we've
2
seen so far.
हेडफोन है मतलब इन ईयर वाले. ईयरफोन से सॉरी.
That's a bar that I think only
एक में ऐसे ही रफ एंड टफ यूज है.
with 9 to
दूसरा
5
वाला
on the
जरा.
board, GENG may well have that third
ठीक
map
जैसे.
locked and loaded for us. Breeze.
तो रफ एंड टफ वाले में से आवाज नहीं आ रहा है.
दूसरा यूज कर लो.
अच्छा वाला लिया.
जो महंगा वाला यूज कर लो.
4-round gap. It's
वही
recoverable on the side of EDG.
Richness.
एक सेकंड आया गेट पे.
Definitely a long road back.
I think not helped by the fact that Texture got so
भाई
many
रिचेस
kills
हो
and
गई
is
है.
now 1 away
अरे
from
भाई रिच
showstopper.
के ये
And also
एक
the
भाई के
other
ऑफिस
kills
के
all went
ईयरफोन्स
to
है.
Meteor, which puts him a few away from a Blade Storm. So even if this goes
इधर एक
badly,
एयरपोर्ट.
if he gets 1 or 2 kills and
अरे भाई शर्म
dies,
आता है.
that could be enough. They've actually got a great read as well.
हाँ
3
शर्म
players
भाई.
set up, Tiger through. Now there is a challenge coming out from Card. The push through on the other side, but the trades have come in.
साचल बॉडी पे लगा है.
They don't expect Meteor to be here. Why would you? Another man
Short
pushing
रे
into
Karen.
mid. Karen's there alongside him. GENG could give themselves a massive boost if they could take this round away. And well, Smoggy, he has now got some serious weight to carry. 3 players. Spike in mid. And they have a decent idea of where he's coming from. And his opponent's picked up a
Yes भाई yes.
Yeah, picked up a judge and is sitting inside a smoke.
हाँ ये मैप तरी जाएगा.
Best of luck to Smoggy here. Blind sprays.
क्या सेंटिनल्स तो ऐसे ही है ना?
नहीं नहीं सेंटिनल्स वाला हो गया. 2-0 जीत गया.
He doesn't want to give it away. It's a contact play into a judge.
अरे हाँ
He got
राइट
the contact he was looking for. 10 to 5. Double digits for GENG.
इसके बाद क्या सीन है खेलना है कि नहीं खेलना?
अबे एक एयरपोर्ट दूंगा क्या करूं?
And 3 rounds needed.
जान बचेगी तो खेलते. ये कितने बजे खत्म होएगा देखते.
बाकी लोग को बोलना पड़ेगा.
आएंगे?
Towards the defensive side right now.
क्या पता?
I'll be honest.
मेरे को देना ये तो मेरे को मेरे हिसाब से नबील तो नहीं आएगा.
Expecting it to go. And yet it has been
पर
incredible.
मैसेज करके देखते हैं.
आईफोन तो आ
You
सकता
did say you expected a map 3, but
not in this order.
Yeah, the other way around.
The journeys look. The journey
देखो
hasn't
भाई
gone as
2-0
planned.
होएगा कि एक और मैप आएगा अभी वो भी डाउट है.
Somehow, we've taken
Just like you and your scooter.
एक सेकंड रुक मैं रिस्टार्ट मार के आता हूं.
आराम से
Sometimes the GPS doesn't work. Nice shot by
Meteor, hello.
on as well.
अबे एक एयरपोर्ट घूम गया क्या करूं?
Putting in work in this round to control middle. For EDG,
मतलब सिंगल पीस
this
की
is somewhere
एक
they
पूरा
have been
पेयर.
dangerous before. We said it in the last map when they've got pistols, they were able to upset a lot of opposition. But GENG seemed to have a real handle on it. Never letting these disadvantageous rounds slip out of their control.
मेरे को बताओ सिंगल पीस घूमा है कि पेयर घूमा है क्या घूमा है समझा ही नहीं मेरे को.
Scoreboard between Texture and Meteor. Kankan is still like in a close third place, but those two have started
नहीं वो
to
सिंगल कान में
completely
लगा के
run
घूमो
away
ऐसा.
with this one.
वो जब फोन आता है ना वो ऐसा वाला.
He's always terrifying.
Gun gets him a first down. He's actually a couple away. One more kill, even if he goes down. He's so quick with it. A single bullet is all he needs. He's actually going to give him a showstopper, but he has to try and fall back from it. And actually, the defenders are going to use their own one. Karkash just found another one. Finally, it takes a bazooka to take him out. He's given some essence.
Nice! Ah, flash में मारा.
He was blinded. I don't even think he knew that he'd killed him.
I expected to come out of this round and compliment
इधर मेरे पास पता है क्या है?
And even better decision making. He made the realization of good
कॉपी माल आता है इसका
Apple
का कॉपी माल आता है U&I करके कंपनी है मैं उसका वापर रहा हूँ समझ रहे हो?
Nice. That crosshair didn't stop moving either. It went past him. He just clicked it at the right time. You love to see this guy. You see those arcade games with the boxes that go left to right? You gotta stack them all the way on top of each other.
He'll get back.
HyperX जो डाला है?
He's out of the arcade.
2000 का HyperX है.
They'll just go.
मेरे को 2000 में पड़ा तभी लेके आया मैं.
Hey, that used to happen to me down at the arcade. The coin machines, they'd come over, unplug it. Oh, it's out of order. Oh, sorry about that. Some of those machines, you can game the system, and that's exactly what this guy's been doing here. Texter's 21-12.
Yeah.
I mean, he like I said, he struggled last map. It didn't look too comfortable.
अभी बोलता 200 का है तो.
Well, a completely different face
coming
out of him.
Yeah. It is a 3-horse race for top of the board, but he's definitely leading the way. That round from Kankan could have gone down as one of the best. Unfortunately for him, he did get bazooka. So that's one way to put him down. It seems to be the only way at this stage. 11-5. He seems like maybe the only player that could cause any issues here for GENG, because they now have 6 rounds to the good. Operator on the board for Meteor as well, who has also had a real step up. Bit of a slow start to this game, but that has quickly diminished. Now looking to just almost
40 होता है ना वो POV ERTY
up onto this B side. EDG spread. Trying to play this one in a bit of a slower default. Problem is they've even used ults of their own in the last round. Kankan, I didn't actually notice it. He used his showstopper too, so that's now gone.
Must have been dropped.
ये shot अगर connect हो जाता.
I think he got showstoppered as he popped his.
Yeah, I mean, he did actually.
Right देखे, right देखे.
Wrong way. Wasn't looking into the oncoming traffic. That's 3 players swinging out on B main. He doesn't even get the info that there's 3 in there. It's the worst part. Gets shot in the back.
मेरा हो गया.
And you got 2 more players coming through.
इतना ऐसा कैसा खेल रहे भाई. पहला मैप इतना अच्छा खेले, दूसरा मैप इतना गंदा. अकेला कोंग मार रहा है भाई.
Now you might start to think it's a B play, although they've just heard them on the ropes. Yeah, now you're sticking around. Meteor's here. He's ready to fight, although they'll give up control up top. It's that. Not only the scope, but the brainstorm backing it up that's been activated in Heaven and EDG. I mean, look, they're playing blind no matter where they go, but as we can see, it might be the wrong decision. Meteor's already considering the rotate.
सोच लो गाइस अभी तक भी नहीं हुए वो चाहिए वो नहीं हुए
He's been stellar, and that's already the star they were looking for, leading the way.
भाई ये वन वे निकाल देते हैं
will be taken out, but
और इसको थोड़ी बहुत हेल्प चाहिए होती है वो स्मोकी निकाल के दे देता है.
Meteor blade storm out, maybe trying to deny any sort of plant, but hasn't been able to. The rotation coming around from Munchkin, you'd think he maybe wait a moment. He just
right click ही चिपका Meteor ने बोला हो गया भाई.
Almost disrespectful to his opponents. It's risky, but it works for Meteor.
It absolutely does. He found that space perfectly. And now that's a 12th round with this defuse coming through. It's going to be given to Munchkin.
I thought for a second, I was like, bro, you've just used your
unexpected, but
at this stage, I don't know that either of those ultis are going to be online by the end of the game. GENG have been snowballing. We said it was a dominant scoreline on the previous map for EDG. That was here on their map pick. It could be 13-5, and there's a lot of weaknesses coming into this round for EDG.
Well, I think you can just clearly see a
kind of no weaknesses, but Chichu or nobody 6 or 8 पे है तो weaknesses ही है.
2v2. You wouldn't be surprised for thinking it was a 1v2 because Munchkin was still making the wraparound all the way through spawn. He's like, don't worry, bro, I've won the round. Let's go next. Oh, you on the defuse? Oh, hello. That's a bit problematic for Munchkin, but he is going to be able to get out there with not too much.
By the way, Nick bhai, hello.
Immediate. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
हाँ बोलो ना.
He has Lakia
क्या
in
मैसेज किए ग्रुप पे?
to help him out.
नहीं नहीं किया, तू कर रहा है।
Smokes could
कर
be
दे
फोन
तो
चार्ज पे है।
because this man
एक
is
मिनट
just
मैं ये मैच के बाद करता हूँ। मैच वैसे भी मैच ये राउंड के बाद खत्म हो रहा है, रुक मैं
both
करता हूँ।
players have been unstoppable.
बट मैं ये मैप के बाद अगर कर भी दूंगा तो वो लोग आ जाएंगे और मेरा एक मैप बचा है।
पूछ ले खेल ले।
बट बहुत लेट हो जाएगा रे, 2 बज जाएगा।
To fight their way back into a 7-round in a row.
इससे बेटर मैं बताऊँ तेरे को एक।
7-round deficit. Yeah.
दोनों सुपरमार्केट खेलते।
दोनों कैसे खेलेंगे?
Really slow play through middle to try to find a gap. They've not seen anyone in vents move
वो
towards.
भी है तकलीफ है भाई। एक कांग हर राउंड में मार रहा है, बाकी टीम क्या कर रही है?
It's Meteor's up that's come through with a dash still online and a player sitting down below. That's Lakia, who seems to be destined to close this round out.
खत्म भाई।
Not just the round, but the map with it.
They just winded it up आराम से। आई?
Lakia? They were down and out on map 1, but now we're going all the way to Breeze.
Oh, Lakia is definitely having a great time.
लाकिया मजे ले रहा है। मुझसे भी। चलो भाई लोग, अपन फिर से मार्केट सिमुलेटर जाते। अपना अब अपन अपना स्टोर सेटअप करते। क्या कर रहे थे मैं भूल गया। अच्छा वो क्या मंगाने का था वो जालवेल इधर है भाई। ज़ाज़ा वेवेल एक ही मंगाऊंगा अभी राइट नाउ, क्योंकि उधर से वो हटाने का है खाली। इतना बड़ा डब्बा आता है एक तो। इतना बड़ा डब्बा किधर एडजस्ट करूँ भाई? थोड़ी देर के लिए इधर जा, थोड़ी देर के लिए इधर बैठ जा। क्या क्या लगा रहे थे अपन? ऑयल और फ्लावर लगा रहे थे। फ्लावर तो लग गया। ऑयल के डब्बे आए हैं ना। ऑयल भी लगा दिया। मोटा सा डब्बा किधर फेंकूं भाई इसको? एक बार के लिए इसके बाद अपन क्या सेट करने वाले थे? शेल्फ्स में 3-4 चीज हो गई। पास्ता सुना पास्ता का क्या सीन है भाई?
पास्ता जल्दी खत्म हो जाता है।
पास्ता मेरे इसमें नहीं होता इतना जल्दी।
लोग उठा दे कि मजाक वही नहीं समझता।
तेरे इसमें होता रहेगा पता नहीं, मेरे इसमें नहीं आता। एक ही मंगाऊंगा, पूरा सेटअप करने का है उस हिसाब से। पर इसके लिए अब शेल्फ मंगानी पड़ेगी काइंड ऑफ, नहीं तो हगासे हो जाएंगे। आजा भाई। एक बार के लिए इस डब्बे को यहाँ फेंकें। एंड द पास्ता, वेयर इज द पास्ता? ये रहा। जल्दी जल्दी पास्ता लगाएं। ये वाला भी खत्म। एक बार जो एक्स्ट्रा मंगाया है दो कोई पास्ता का 5 का पैक बचा है और कहीं है पास्ता जो बचा है? खाली डब्बा है, एक बार के लिए रखो। तो फराइन फ्लावर है, फराइन फ्लावर है। पास्ता का पूरा एक डब्बा बचा पड़ा था। एक्स्ट्रा स्टॉक दर्द नहीं देगा थोड़े टाइम के लिए। जब तक पैसा है तब तक तो बिल्कुल दर्द नहीं देगा। हाँ, शुगर पाउडर
बाद में ब्राउन शुगर भी आती है, पता है?
सब कुछ आएगा धीरे धीरे। शुगर पाउडर अगर ये डब्बे में जाने नहीं दिया ना तो मैं तकलीफ थी। नया एक एक्स्ट्रा डब्बे के लिए मेरे को पूरा सामान मंगाना पड़ता है, एक्स्ट्रा एक्स्ट्रा। और शुगर पाउडर और कहीं आ ही नहीं रहा
है।
एक मंगा देते हैं, देखते हैं। ऊपर जाएं। कितना 2 और मंगाना है ना? मैं ये शॉपिंग मार्केट वाले को मस्त शिपिंग चार्ज अच्छा देता हूँ, थोड़ा थोड़ा मंगाता हूँ ना। दो $2 का शिपिंग चार्ज मस्त लगता है, वो एंजॉय करता है। तो बहुत पैसे की टेंशन ही नहीं है। अबे नीचे वाली शेल्फ में 9 क्यों आ रहे हैं सिर्फ? अच्छा नीचे 12 आ गए हैं, ये थर्ड शेल्फ में 11 हुए हैं। ठीक है, एक बार के लिए 11 बहुत है। नेक्स्ट कॉफी, 1 कॉफी मंगा के रखिए। अरे तो टॉयलेट पेपर के बक्से का साइज क्या है? ये रहा।
बहुत जाड़ा वाला है
कुछ भी भाई। पूरा का पूरा मार्केट सेट करने में इतना झमेले भर का टाइम जाता है भाई। 3 कॉफी मंगानी है, पहले अंदर कॉफी चेक कर लेते हैं। नहीं है फिर मंगाएंगे कॉफी, क्योंकि ये इम्पोर्टेंट है। जितना स्टॉक है पहले वो फुलफिल किया जाए। एक कॉफी और 2 चाय ऑर्डर की जाए। चाय का एक और डब्बा, 2 डब्बे है ना? अच्छा, एक चाय का है, एक कॉफी का डब्बा है। सो चाय का डब्बा तो हो गया सेट। नाउ टाइम फॉर कॉफी। कॉफी का
घेऊन दिला मम्मीकडे दिला जा।
कॉफी का एक डब्बा मंगाए। आगे अभी मेरे को शेल्स बाय करनी पड़ेगी लग रहा है। जिस हिसाब से मेरे प्रोडक्ट सेटअप हो रहे हैं, मेरे को शेल्स भी बाय करनी पड़ेगी। एक चाय बचा था और पीनट बटर मंगाने हैं ना, तो पीनट बटर मंगा लेते हैं। एक चाय मंगा लेते हैं। चाय किधर है? आई नहीं, आइए। Hell is tea, man. These are 4 peanut butters. Where the hell is tea? You didn't send me tea? I ordered one tea. I didn't order one tea. As I said. Now it's peanut butter time. Now it's peanut butter time.
रेगुलर गार्ड।
हाँ
अरे तेरे को सॉरी सॉरी।
अच्छा
चालू है क्या?
नहीं, मेरे को लगा क्या हो गया भाई?
नहीं मैं काम कर रहा था थोड़ा।
अरे आराम से नो टेंशन। Now the peanut butter should be placed. अरे चाय किधर उठाई है भाई? Peanut butters. एक सेकेंड, लेकिन इसका एक खाली डब्बा मैंने में रखा था। अरे यार ये जज्जे चावल ठीक है भाई, एक डब्बा और मंगा देता हूँ, बस टेंशन मत लो। क्या मेहनत लग रही है भाई। अलग मेहनत है। मैप नहीं चालू हो जाए और कुछ नहीं।
ग्राइंड तो है
साले। कोई ना, सेव करो, मैप चालू हो गया।
बहुत जल्दी चालू होता है।
यही तो बोल रहा हूँ, सेव कर लिया बेटर। ये दो मैप, 2 राउंड जीत गया पिस्टल, और उसके बाद भी
Quite a bit of information. Both duelists being spotted outside of that A site.
आज नहीं मिलने वाली, आज मेंबरशिप्स नहीं मिलने वाली।
Considering that this is a bonus round, it has some real legs to it.
आज तुम लोगों ने टारगेट ही कंप्लीट नहीं किया भाई, लोग क्या ही कर सकते हैं।
Especially in post plan
पहले
for
बोला था।
GENG. If they can muscle their way into a site. We're going to have the Outlaw leading the charge to take opening fights. Everybody on the side of EDG has got... be in a lot of trouble, but the poison orb's up, and that should keep them back.
Yeah, they've got the information that they are still
But
here. It's the split into middle that could definitely make things a little bit more interesting. Trying to almost bait with the shots. Ow, and they haven't actually seen it. Already first duel going their way, but nice work from Howdong. Smoggy as well, combining. Desperately low on HP, but they managed to weather the storm, hold them back that little bit longer. Leaving just 2 players remaining. Making one, it is a clean sweep. Only nobody lost, which sounds mental as a sentence.
Yeah.
And EDG, well, after a single kill in the first 2 rounds, they do quite well in the first buy.
Yep, a very well held push on the side. I mean, this is what I'm saying for GENG actually breaking through. I think is the problem in this round, short of any over peaks out of the side of EDG, but they were patient. They took their time, and they certainly managed to reap the rewards for that. Now, coming into round number 4, I'm a little concerned. Meteor has an ulti online, and it's going to be pulled right away. Into another dimension he goes. He's got to fall back, so he's left his gate crash towards A main, clearing out this like a recon.
Look how far back they've gone.
And yeah, I mean, they've made the right call rather than being blitzed on. Karen has such a good angle for the rotate through. There's no way
Yeah, it's the orchestrator, the conductor from the back of the gun barrel spotted.
Texture.
The start from Texture.
मेरे को लगा ही खराब क्यों लग रही है क्वालिटी. अरे यार जैसे ही क्वालिटी ठीक की ये लोडिंग का के लिए आ गया.
It's going to make it so much more problematic. Clearing out these players from the back line is going to...
ये क्यों है इतना लैगी? स्ट्रीम का दिक्कत है कि क्या मेरा दिक्कत है? मेरी स्ट्रीम तो अटक नहीं रही.
Lineups, they could use a gravity well, but I don't think they're even going to need it.
I'm switching to Twitch, man. I'm switching to Twitch.
Picking this team apart, Smoggy at least has found...
यहाँ पे हग लो तुम. यहाँ ऐड दे देना 10 मिनट की.
Thing to work with, just some pistol.
इधर भी भाई क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
इंटरनेट प्रॉब्लम.
अरे स्ट्रीम तो बराबर चल रही है.
I see the clock frozen on the top.
स्ट्रीम तो बराबर चल रही है. 5000 5,500 इस पे चल रही है बिट रेट पे.
I have to almost think this is a timeout from EDG. This
हट यार क्या है भाई?
early on, you don't want GENG to be just...
क्या दिक्कत है भाई?
हम पे तो है ही नो.
मेरे को अभी गुस्सा आ रहा है भाई. इतना मेहनत करो.
Crazy aggressive lunatic in Texture, and then you've got 2 guys going. I mean, it's like, you know, the guy that's sweating, you know, the sweaty guy. Yeah. I mean, you've just got Texture going. I'm in a fight. I killed one, and just the others chilling, just having a nice time. It's a disgusting sort of matchup to try and play against, and you almost have to play into that aggressive nature. You have to try and, well, as GB would say, punch him in the face. You have to get up close and personal, and GENG are just so good at denying that.
Well, this is it. We've seen...
हाँ क्या
round with 4.
हेलो गाइस. लगता है मेरा इंटरनेट क्या लग रहा है मेरे को. आई एम फीलिंग इट.
ऐसा नहीं होता.
अरे नहीं वो इस पे 0 दिखा रहा है रे इसके लिए.
Players alive. There's been barely anything to talk about in terms of EDG.
वही नेट इश्यूज.
मेरा इंटरनेट गया शायद. फ्रेम्स ड्रॉप हो रहा है हेवी. मेरा इंटरनेट गया काइंड ऑफ.
Finances already off the charts for GENG if they wanted to throw in a
yaar, why is it happening?
They could comfortably on pretty much every single player. And this now has to be a response.
Internet
because
kaise
right
ja
now
raha hai
this is
lekin?
looking like a deflated EDG. This is not the team that we were singing the praises about in map 1. Even
I'm going live, everything is good. Even my OBS is working fine. Now तो my OBS is working fine as well. ये initially जो drops है वो drops सब cancel out हो रहे हैं.
Perfect comms again.
Trying to keep a couple of players, but right now it's still split. A solo defender in the form of Howdong, and just look at his HP. He's already low. He's about to come under some serious pressure, and at least support has begun to rotate in. Smoggy actually pushing into his own util to try and just get anything there, and it's so easy.
I guess
they are making this look like a walk in the park, or maybe a walk along the beach.
I guess
finally there's been a response, but just look at where the players are. And the afterplant will again ensue.
कोई ना guys, we are back. थोड़ा सा यार miscommunication. यार क्या है इस इंटरनेट को?
This is a very strange position to find ourselves in.
बार-बार जा रहा है यार.
Considering how we started this series out, Tom, I thought we were in for a quick day. And
guys, I'll wait for 5 more minutes.
It might be 3 maps, but with the way things are going, it could be in the runtime of 2. 13
अगर ठीक हो जाता है तो we'll continue. वरना यार तुम लोग enjoy करो match. I don't want you guys to
carry through to the next round. Already
suffer because of my internet.
And there's the crunch.
वैसे भी 1-4 हो गया, 5 round चले गए, 6 round चले गए. It will be 1-5 now.
They're willing to commit. They're boxing him in. Chichu knows his only chance is to come out swinging to try and take the fight before they pincer him. Unfortunately,
तो ये सोच एक प्लेयर का पूरा गेम कैसे पलट जाता है. टेक्सचर पिछले साल जी में था.
That's in the bin. It should also be their mental. This is a really tough position.
Yeah, they're so prepared for everything that they want to do.
जैसे ही जेट खेलने मिला, फोड़ने लग गया. I think so, guys.
By his own teammates' flash.
I think so, guys. Internet का GG है.
Unable to find anything on the peak.
मेरा भी इधर बता है.
The push into middle. Also, they're just waiting. They're ready. And the second he's dead, it does just look like okay. Now they can go for their executes.
पता ही नहीं चल रहा है.
Couple of marshals to play with in this round, though.
पता ही नहीं चल रहा है. I'm unable to enjoy the game as well.
Damage, but that's all the optimism I have left.
I mean, a little bit of damage. Look at their economy on GENG. Yeah. It's not going to do anything like short of them being able to completely break open this attacking side in the coming rounds.
Okay,
good shot
nice
by Smoggy. That's texture down already. Some economy damage. But we need to see a lot of rifles dropped, and really, we're looking for a round win for EDG. This
could be big.
Time they run it. Nice position. Oh no!
He puts his gun away, and instead
Run out पकड़ा गया भाई.
labor, but it still works out for Karen. There was a chance. Plant. And do I believe there's any hope in the upfront? Maybe. They've at least eliminated one of the players, but I don't think they realize just yet where everything's going down.
Yeah, just look up in the sky, see that cosmic divide. That'll give it away. But they were looking to clear out any lurkers around. No one to be found. Rifles potentially retrievable.
ठीक है, एक vandal मिल गई.
But if you're on EDG right now, the real concern is
nice
Smoggy and Howdong being so low.
दो ले गया.
Bullet, all that's needed to take down the final player, and it is delivered easily. That one didn't really seem under threat. Was GENG tighten their hold
6-1 भाई पहले मैप पे लग रहा था one side EDG निकाल जाएगा.
One
saving
grace, Tom. That EDG have 4 ultimates coming into the next round, and they've called a timeout, and they'll be full bot. If ever they were going to put another round on the board,
ऐसा लग रहा है hard bots के सामने GENG fight कर रही है.
Ultimates for a retake as well.
और मार भी
that has been their major problem. Just look at the deaths. It's not something I say too often, but look at the deaths over on GENG. Munchkin has died once, Karen has died twice.
और ये चीज पता चला मेरे को बहुत सारे प्रो प्लेयर्स से पूछा
Karen's lurks have been sublime.
You prefer practicing on medium boards या फिर ये क्या बोलते हैं hard boards?
Maybe an aggressive push from
Out of
Khan
5,
Bladestorm, they might be able to clear
3
out
said medium boards. The reason was they are like कि accuracy मेरा अगर सही है ना, मेरा पहला बुलेट टकले पे लगना चाहिए. वो फ्लिक नहीं भी लगेगा तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
अच्छा.
फ्लिक किसको मारना है? वो फ्लैशी प्लेस किसको कर रहे हैं? आराम से मारूंगा. सीधा हेड पे मारूंगा. आराम से मारो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? So they do 5 medium bots, 3 hard bots.
GENG's map pick this
ताकि थोड़ा reaction time भी improve हो.
Changed dramatically since we left Icebox. They've cooled down on EDG and GENG coming in hot on Breeze. An 8th round about to kick off.
6-1.
GENG could be on 7 when we leave this one. As I said, EDG have 4 ultis to play with.
मेरे को बीच में ब्रेक मिला था, फिर से क्या नेट आ रहा जा रहा क्या? आवन जावन चल रही.
मेरा आवाज आ रहा है.
हाँ तेरा आ रहा है, मेरा नेट आवन जावन पे
constantly needing to be played on A with an ult for Meteor that we've seen used before to just
मेरा
clear
नेट
this
आवन
site
जावन
out.
पे.
Get the comes the pit to cover the plant.
But मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, 15 मिनट का ब्रेक मिला था ना, उसमें पता है क्या किया? असाइनमेंट करके असाइनमेंट सबमिट कर दी.
There's not really a lot of core defensive side, even though it's a 5v4.
Hello. अरे यार बन जा बने यार.
आवाज जा रहा है.
The odds are stacked against them.
अरे आ रहा जा रहा, मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा.
And I don't even know if they're gonna get anything again. Khan got caught with no gun in hand, and Karen is just doing.
ये क्या कर रहे हैं?
So much damage, devastation. Smoggy at least is
भाई
just.
यार, I'm really sorry. ये last match में क्या चल रहा है? I also don't know.
Round's already over.
It is just irritating for me as well.
Over on EDG, the team that didn't fear GENG are just.
नेट इश्यूज है पक्का.
नेट बीटी दे रहा है भाई, मेरा ही नेट बीटी दे रहा है.
डिस्कॉर्ड पे भी हो रहा है.
भाई नेट बीटी दे रहा है ना, इसलिए हो रहा है.
Well, the funny thing is they weren't looking to actually fight back into it, but they're just not prepared for these players to be around.
I guess GENG यहाँ पे बहुत easily ले जाएगा.
With more information, they're running the one
अभी
with the
ठीक है.
double initiator with the cipher.
हाँ
अभी ठीक है, अभी आवाज आ रहा है.
बीच में कैसा जाता है क्या? Guys, 2 मिनट दो मेरे को.
Cipher at this point. Like I just don't
Just
think
give me
that
2 minutes.
Chichu's been able to find anything, and it's gonna get 1 for free.